A massive stone door lay deep underground, surrounded by cracked ceiling stones and ancient pillars covered in moss and mildew. A faint blue light spilled out, creating a cold, gloomy atmosphere. A thin veil of smoke began to envelop the entire stone door. Suddenly, the dreary scene was shattered by a loud explosion as the stone door shattered to pieces. A figure darted out, streaking swiftly through the thick dust and smoke. Two large men chased closely behind, their heavy footsteps echoing through the space. Chaos erupted in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, the two pursuers leapt down from above, swinging their thighs powerfully, aiming straight at the protagonist. Their strikes filled with deadly intent. He fled from them, confusion and disbelief swirling inside him. This is crazy. Is any of this even real? He began recalling the strange events that had happened to him. First, colliding with a dragon, then encountering all sorts of bizarre incidents like falling into a bottomless abyss. Waiting for him now was a giant octopus monster. Somehow, by some miracle, he accidentally managed to ride an actual dragon. As expected, the protagonist kept getting thrashed by colossal monsters. He was beaten so many times he was no longer surprised by such things. The protagonist pondered over the recent events that had transpired. Just moments ago, he was a 30-year-old unemployed man. How on earth did his life end up like this? As he thought this, the protagonist glanced toward the two men hacking at the monsters ahead. As soon as they had taken down the monster, they rushed straight to the protagonist, anxiously asking, "Your Majesty, please hang in there. Gyro-san, are you alright?" The protagonist thought silently upon hearing their concern. "Yeah, I want to know too." At that very moment, a mysterious card suddenly appeared. A level 10 Grand Mage card. He continued to think solemnly about everything. From the beginning, why had he gotten tangled up in these events and this fate? Rewinding back to an earlier time, in a room cluttered with scattered soda cans, the protagonist was a gaming addict, sitting in front of his computer screen. With dark circles under his eyes as if he had never slept, he stared at the screen and wondered confusedly, what is this crazy guy talking about? On the World Inside Game channel, a player named Goddog posted that he was looking for someone for the Second Life Challenge. Reading the message, the protagonist quickly thought, seems like someone out there is going through a tough time. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Wait, since when did they start posting stuff like this? What's this? A game? Second Life? Guessing this, the protagonist felt a mix of curiosity and doubt. Wow, if that's true, that would be amazing. A second chance at life. The protagonist silently reflected on his harsh past. In fact, his life could be summed up in 3 words. He grew up in an orphanage without parents like everyone else. When he grew up and left, he found work at a factory. At 30 years old, the protagonist was still busy trying to make a living. On top of that, he was working part-time while preparing for the upcoming civil service exam. If there was one thing that made the protagonist happy, it was the game The World Cursed by the Gods, also called Go First Second or GFW. The protagonist had been playing this game for over 10 years. He wasn't just a veteran, he was practically a stagnant pool by now. Though in the game that was the case, reality was not so kind. 30 years living on Earth, and this one-room rental was all the protagonist had. If life came with a guidebook, would things have been different? On the game's World channel, the player's earlier message continued to appear. Need one more person to run a manual transmission vehicle. Seeing this, the protagonist found it amusing. Man, this guy must be really bored. Then again, I'm not that much better. Well, I guess I'll indulge him a little. After saying that, he jumped on the World channel and replied, "Second Live, ready to roll." As soon as he saw the protagonist's message, the other guy immediately texted back, "Are you sure? It won't be easy." Seeing this, the protagonist felt puzzled inside. Man, they're serious even though we're just messing around on the World channel. He hesitated. Boring? Should I just ignore him? After thinking it over, he quickly responded, "No matter what, it can't be worse than now." He quickly replied as well, "That's a solid answer." Reading that, the protagonist showed a look of disbelief. What's that? That's it? No climax, no plot twist? Building suspense only to deliver this? Just as he was feeling confused, suddenly a strange voice spoke up. "Nonsense, huh? You say it's nonsense?" The protagonist couldn't help but startle upon hearing that strange voice. He tensely listened as the chilling voice continued. "Well then, let's see if you can survive." As soon as the words ended, the protagonist's entire body changed instantly, and the space began to shift around him. In just a few short seconds, he was sucked into another dimension, leaving only the headphones lying deserted on the table. The protagonist wondered anxiously, what is happening? What's wrong with my face? Is my mouth taped shut? Are my hands tied too? Am I being kidnapped? But why me of all people? Wait, don't tell me they plan to harvest my organs. A strange man rudely yanked the cloth bag off the protagonist's head. Around him were 5 unfamiliar men, the atmosphere unusually grim. The man disdainfully called out to Gyrosan Elarovan, the 3rd prince of the magical empire. As expected, the protagonist had accidentally transmigrated into a game world. He was clearly confused upon hearing the name the man used. He ordered his subordinates to remove the gag from the protagonist's mouth. The man stepped closer to Gyrosan and continued giving commands. "Raise your head, open your eyes, and look at me." Upon hearing that, he immediately recognized, wait, this dialogue. The man was even more certain as he got a clear look at Gyrosan's face. Yeah, this is definitely the one. No doubt about it. Gyrosan panicked upon hearing him speak. He instantly realized this was dialogue from GFW, the event where the 3rd prince was assassinated. Am I dreaming? Or have I been here before? Seeing your expression, the man shouted loudly. "Don't try anything foolish, Prince." Josen heard it but didn't care. continuing his train of thought. Why are they calling me Prince? Is this some sort of joke reserved for hardcore GFW fans? After confirming everything, the man turned his back and declared, "Today you will be executed in the name of the Republic. Your head will be sent to your father." Upon hearing that, Jirosen was startled. He immediately stood up and explained, "Wait, there must be some kind of misunderstanding." But no matter what he said, the man coldly raised his sword, pressing the blade against Jirosen's neck and warning, "I warn you, don't act recklessly." The sharp sword sliced Jirosen's neck, causing blood to ooze out. He feared silently. Is this blood real? The man's face, full of murderous intent, furrowed his brows, analyzing the situation. Even if he's a worthless fool, he still bears royal blood. The Emperor surely won't overlook this once he sees the head. Hearing this, Jirosen was stunned and incredulous. This has to be some prank or maybe hyper-realistic VR. Is this really happening? Am I really the useless third prince? The character Jirosen Eleven, third prince of the magical kingdom, known as the Pig Prince, was disinherited due to laziness and inappropriate behavior. He's just a background NPC designed to be killed during the tutorial. Just then, Jirosen suddenly realized, wait a minute, if I'm an NPC, then who's the player? He glanced around searching, directing his gaze toward the mysterious cloaked figure on the other side. Before he could gather himself, the cold man spoke. Any last words, Prince? His expression was void of any emotion as he coldly pointed his sword at Josen, making him pale with fear. Jirosen trembled and said, I don't know what's going on here at all. Am I even the third prince? Hearing that, the man immediately dismissed it. Don't lie to me. Those bloodshot eyes prove you carry royal blood. That chubby, gluttonous body says it all. Stop struggling. There's no way out. Jirosen was startled to realize he was about to die, thinking in disbelief. No way. I didn't reincarnate as the main character, but as a side character, and not even a useful one. I'm about to have my head chopped off? This is just boring. The man, unwilling to waste more time, raised his sword ready to send Jirosen off. No grudges, but I'll make it quick. All right, third prince. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged rapidly toward him. Jirosen was unwilling to accept this. He squeezed his eyes shut. I can't die like this. I still have things to do. The sword appeared right in front of Josen. At this critical moment, suddenly time seemed to freeze. Everyone except Jirosen stopped moving. This left him surprised. What now? Huh? It doesn't hurt much, he thought as he half opened his eyes, wondering, wait, why is everything frozen like this? What's going on? Suddenly, a notification popped up right before Jirosen's eyes. Game is starting. You will now control the character Josen Roeven. He couldn't help but feel thrilled when he saw this message. I'm still alive. I'm still alive because I'm the player. This is the game world I've poured all my heart into. God F and I are veterans among veterans. In other words, I am a living script. At that moment, the system kept flashing notifications. You have received your reward. 3 attribute points, 2 skill points. New mission. Escape the crisis. As soon as he got the points, Jirosen immediately knew what to do. Attribute and skill points are used to upgrade characters. He quickly analyzed the situation. The mission, of course, to survive this assassin horde. Everything around was frozen like someone pressed pause, which meant now I can move and operate everything. Just like in a game, it gives you a small moment to decide. Meaning when this ends, I'll rewind a few seconds to allocate attribute and skill points. Now the real concern. As he thought this, he glanced up at the system notification. The Destiny card selection mission has started. Please verify your destiny. Your life depends on this choice. Destiny cards, each granting a unique class, strong stats, skills, equipment, and even a detailed character story. From a total of 1,024 cards, you can randomly choose only 3 and keep just 1 to start your hand. Choose the correct skill-related card, but you can only select the one you receive. This is a game of red and black. Unless you're at level 10, you won't be allowed to draw another card from the same mission. Everything hinges on this one time. He seriously pondered what he might get. A mysterious smoke began to spread intensely. Once the card drawing round ends, time will rewind. Jirosen kept thinking. Depending on the card he got, he might even be sliced in half before he could react. Oh man, this is intense. Still, he had to keep making choices. Well, at least he had a card now. Time to flip it. Jirosen's hand started to tremble. I should be scared, but this time curiosity took over. Let's see what fate has in store for me. A path strewn with flowers or just a pile of crap. Saying that, he smiled with ambition. In a world cursed by gods, there's a little-known first card drawing rule. Among the first 3 fate cards, there's always at least 1 reliable melee card. Moreover, the first 3 cards usually rank around B. Thinking so, Jirosen wondered, so just pray for a simple card like an A-rank weapon and that should be enough. I'm really not asking for too much, right? Without hesitation, he immediately pressed his hand on the system's screen. The first card he drew was an F-rank fate. A slave gladiator appeared. Josen felt a bit incredulous inside. Huh? Is this for real? He continued to reach out and choose another card. This time, the card that appeared was a D-rank destiny card, a third-rate stage actor. Josen was surprised and pondered the appearance rate of these cards. In the first draw, the cards were usually B-rank. Could it be that? He glanced at the cards around him. Me must be S-rank, right? An S-rank card. Jirosen's hand trembled as he slowly reached out to select a card. The moment he pressed it, the card emitted a dazzling light, creating a powerful aura that radiated all around. Now, standing before Jirosen was a very special card. He widened his eyes and stared at the card, shouting in disbelief. X rank. Jirosen quickly grabbed the card in his hand, unable to believe his eyes, and it was a Grand Sorcerer too. A Transcendent Grand Sorcerer. Unbelievable. Oh my god. Jirosen's eyes opened wide in amazement. Wait, what the heck? Because Transcendence is the highest rank, very hard to get. Even I have never drawn a Transcendent card on the first try. And if it's a Grand Sorcerer card, it's basically the ultimate long-range DPS damage dealer. So how come it appeared right at the start of the game? Jirosen was suspicious and thought it over. Maybe it's because he's not a player character but an NPC, which makes sense. The body he's using belongs to an NPC named Jirosen LRO Zeven. He's called the useless third prince, but unlike player-created characters, he has a background and bloodline as an important figure. Not to mention, the Elarovan imperial family is famous for its tradition of genius sorcerers spanning generations. Jirosen thought to himself as he looked at the man frozen right before his eyes. Anyway, now is the time to make a choice, right? He hesitated and pondered. The only lucky thing was that among the 3 cards, there was one that could save him. The question wasn't about the Archmage card. Wasn't the Transcendent card supposed to be the best? He wondered. It came with added stats, exclusive skills, unique equipment, and even its own storyline. But what he could immediately use were just 3 hallmark skills. Among the Archmage skills was a defensive one called Overlord of the Earthfield, but its effect applied only to spells or enchanted weapons. More importantly, all magic skills required time to draw mana from the matrix surrounding the heart before casting. Jirosen thought this over regretfully, but who could just pass up a card like that? He glanced at the card, sighed resignedly, then looked at the sword, muttering, "If I weren't a seasoned player, I'd definitely have picked the Archmage card and be screaming for my head by now. In a game, dying once and respawning is no big deal, but here it's different. If the NPC dies, that's it. If Jirosen's head flew off, he'd be dead for real. And with his cold blade still pressed to his neck, this had to be real life." Jirosen seriously reconsidered everything, unable to believe it. Whoever dragged him into this world, he didn't know their purpose, but they not only shoved him into the body of a side character, they also made him a player, just as he was about to lose his head. His eyes flashed with a spark of hatred at the thought. Then he tossed me a Grand Mage card like it was some cruel joke. Jirosen suddenly remembered the last words that guy said. "Forget it, as long as you're alive." Thinking that, he quickly reached forward and selected a card. His face showed clear seriousness and determination. "I will survive." A window popped up asking him, "Fate rank F, Slave Gladiator selected. Confirm?" Jirosen gave a bitter smile, mocking himself. "Oh wow, who would have thought I'd throw away the Supreme card to pick the Awakening one? Interesting, very interesting." The moment he pressed select, the other cards vanished. Jirosen watched them go with regret, silently bidding the card farewell. "Goodbye, Grand Mage. Hope we meet again someday." Still, his expression showed he didn't want it to be this way, but the situation forced him to make this choice. Jirosen silently prayed for another chance to encounter this rare card. The system appeared with confirmation. Fate rank F, Slave Gladiator automatically equipped. You have acquired 3 special skills exclusive to Slave Gladiators. Reading the notification, Jirosen couldn't help but groan in frustration, snapping, "What? You looking down on me? I've had enough bad luck already, thanks." Usually if you drew an Awakening character, you'd reroll, but now he couldn't. In the original, this guy died here, bloodied and gone. Jirosen thought quietly, determination blazing in his eyes. But now I'm here, in this body, and I will live. Josen wondered, puzzling over how to reuse his skills. Before he could fully grasp it, the system continued to announce. The game goes on. Immediately, the sharp sword of the man sliced through his neck in mere seconds. Jirosen fell to the ground, clutching his neck, coughing a few times. Having finished, the man turned to his subordinates and said, "Very good. Everyone begin the retreat as planned. Follow the route across the mountain range at dawn to the gate." One subordinate hesitantly interrupted. "Commander, the third prince isn't dead yet." The man found this hard to believe. "What? Impossible, his head was already..." The subordinates also found it hard to believe, looking toward Jirosen who was unharmed down there. "What? How is he still alive?" Jirosen's face was pale as he clutched his neck in fear. "Luckily, I instinctively used the skill in time, but damn, it feels awful." System notification. Skill used successfully. Cannot be reused for 24 hours. The Slave Gladiator's 3 skills are Directional Pain, Directional Lust, and Directional Binding. Directional Pain. When injured without a critical hit and not attacked again, will strongly recover both body and mind, cooldown 15 minutes. Directional Lust. A flashy move causing bleeding effect but minor damage, cooldown 15 minutes. The reason Jirosen chose the Directional Binding card instead of the superior one is because Directional Binding, when bound or controlled, the player can nullify 1 critical hit, cooldown 24 hours. This card is infamous among the community who enjoy playing unusually. At first, it sounds useful, but every skill has its weaknesses and, most importantly, there's no good chance to use them. That's why it's an F rank. The man stepped closer to Josen, coldly asking, "Third prince, why do you still have your head?" At this moment, he was frantically trying to figure out what to do. If they attacked again, there wouldn't be a second chance. He had to act first. The man continued, "I don't know what you've done, but like this." Before he could finish, Jirosen shouted loudly, "Use my name properly, you rude fellow." Upon hearing this, the young man with blue hair standing quietly in a corner also turned his gaze and watched the ongoing events. The atmosphere was engulfed in silence and a hazy, dreamlike mist. Bam Lo and his subordinates immediately surrounded Jirosin, staring coldly at him. He looked somewhat puzzled, asking, "Third Prince, have you lost your mind? More importantly, how do you know my name?" Jirosin stood up and said calmly, "You fools, don't you realize that your master is residing in this body?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, "It's me, your master. I am Yolam, the god of vengeance." Hearing this, the subordinates were understandably confused. They were priests belonging to Yolam's vengeance order in the Grand Cathedral, serving both as priests and assassins. The Grand Cathedral of Yolam is one of the game's 3 major powers, aligned with the revolutionaries aiming to overthrow the empire. And of course, they had kidnapped the third prince. Jirosin, realizing that if he wanted to live, he had to act as if he had just drawn the role of a third-rate stage actor. "No, more than that, it's me, Yolam. I have possessed this body, you fools." Jirosin shouted loudly. He leaped up high, all the while ordering, "Your gods are here. Release me at once. Your gods are here. Release me at once." Hearing this, Bam Lo was half doubtful and asked back, "Are you the divine incarnation of Lord Yolam?" "Yes." Jirosin continued his performance, slapping himself in the face while angrily accusing, "Insolent one, how dare you claim to reign over my body? Are you crazy, you bastards? How dare you raise your hand against me?" Seeing his subordinates' reactions, Jirosin thought, "Wait a minute, isn't this a bit over the top? No, I mustn't back down. This is exactly the kind of thing Yolam would do. In a god-cursed world, there are 12 gods and most like to meddle in mortal affairs. Divine interventions, big and small, happen daily. When the game first launched, many thought Yolam was just a ridiculous deity. But in truth, Yolam, the god of vengeance, true to his name, thrives on war, conflict, chaos, and hatred. Therefore, he often reveals himself before his followers, which currently benefits this guy." Bam Lo gradually became convinced and spoke up. "All right, I understand. Oh great god Yolam, but can't you grant us a sign of faith?" Jirosin immediately replied fluently, "Faith? You dare say faith is needed? Fine, you bastards. I'll show you faith. Last week you offered a golden statue at my shrine, thinking I wouldn't notice it was just gold-plated?" Hearing that, he was surprised. "What? How did you know?" Jirosin shouted loudly, trying to curse sharply. "Did you think I wouldn't recognize that pathetic joke? Cheap gold plating, do you want us all dead? You useless lot. Release me immediately." Hearing that, they immediately bowed and confessed their mistakes. "Sorry, Lord Yolam." Noticing the advantage, he thought, "Looks like most already believe me," and that made sense. Who would believe a useless third prince like Jirosin could come up with these tricks? Only old Bam Lo remained doubtful. Bam Lo, the so-called high priest of the great Yolam Cathedral, leader of the vengeance cult, always cold and aloof, was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the third prince. He lowered his head with an unfriendly expression. "Lord Yolam, forgive me for not recognizing you." Seeing his face, Jirosin immediately realized he was hesitant, not fully convinced, so he decided to observe a little more. After hearing him speak, he showed contempt and shouted an order. "What are you doing? Kneel down." Hearing this, they dared not disobey, obediently complying. "Please forgive us, we apologize, Lord Yolam." Bam Lo knelt down, saying that meeting you is an honor that we do not deserve, but he asked suspiciously, "Why did you enter this body instead of sending a prophecy to the high priest?" Hearing this, Jirosin furrowed his brow and thought, "This guy is sharp, still not fully trusting me. And that other one, who is he really? He's driving me crazy. I need to make him trust me even more." After thinking this, he approached and said, "Let me make it clear, third Prince Jirosin will be the apostle chosen by me personally. No one is allowed to touch him." Upon hearing that, Bam Lo pondered, "What?" His face looked like he just swallowed a fly, which makes sense, since they were about to lose a valuable card that they had painstakingly captured. Jirosin smiled triumphantly. "Third Prince Jirosin of the Empire will soon join the Revolutionary Army. Understand?" Hearing this, he replied, "Understood. We will spare the third prince and withdraw as you wish." On the surface it sounded like that, but inside he was calculating something else. If they withdrew now, they would surely confirm the truth with the high priest and then come back to kill me. Their eyes clearly said they could kill me anytime. There must be another traitor, someone pulling strings behind this. No way would a royal bloodline member, helpless as he is, be left to die without an insider on both sides. And too many people want Jirosin dead. This empire is like a cage with no escape. Jirosin continued, "This matter must be kept secret. The third prince will not return to the palace. He will go to Aura. He will soon become an apostle, so preparations are needed." Hearing this, Bam Lo panicked and asked, "What? Why?" His face darkened when he heard Jirosin continue. "On the way to Aura, we must protect him safely. Not just protect him but treat him like a precious treasure. Aura is the largest city in the west and also the capital of the Revolutionary Army, enemy imperial territory. But knowing what would happen later, Jirosin would be safer there. And in Aura, the more you know, the more advantage you gain. Master Mage card? No problem, can discard it. There are still plenty of ways to cheat in this game." Just after speaking, Jirosin stood up and walked forward, turning back to tell his subordinates, "What are you still standing there for? Let's go." Jirosin smiled smugly, as if he had already planned the future. To turn a mere pawn into an overpowered character, you have to fool this entire world. By the crackling fire in the forest, a subordinate offered a skewer of meat. "Try this, sir." Immediately, dozens of meat and fish skewers were brought out, and they all competed to hand them to Jirosin. "No, try this one. Your Highness, I caught this myself, and I grill it way better. Try my dish. And how about this revolutionary wine? Jurosen paled, refusing as he was given too much food. Are you trying to skewer me with all this? Don't point it at my face, and besides, I'm trying to lose weight. I can't eat that much. Despite hearing this, they still persisted in urging Jurosen to eat a little, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Please, don't be like that. Just try a bit. Lord Yolam has commanded us to treat you as an honored guest. Otherwise, how could we face him? Seeing this scene, Jurosen wondered whether he should eat. They looked at him with eyes full of hope. He quietly thought to himself, are these guys a revenge cult or just some scouts playing at vengeance? Those eyes were not of assassins but of innocent youths. Looking at the pile of food, Jurosen couldn't help but drool a little and said, Hey, stop. It's true I want to eat, but I'm trying to hold myself back. Despite his words, they kept urging him. Just one bite, eat and enjoy, you won't get fat. One subordinate smiled brightly and cheerfully said, Not fat at all. You don't need to lose a thing. You already have a super perfect body. People are jealous to death. Hearing this, he replied, Now that's blatant lying. Jurosen sighed quietly. Losing weight was one thing, but this was even worse. At that moment, Bam Lo suddenly appeared and coldly asked, What are you all doing? Why isn't anyone on guard? You've been too careless. Have you forgotten this is the Empire's territory? Everyone stand up and report to me. They all obediently followed orders. Bam Lo turned to Jurosen. They were just being too earnest. Don't think ill of them. Jurosen replied, I understand. I don't hold it against them. Bam Lo offered a large chicken drumstick. I thought he was handing it to Jurosen, but no, he ate it himself, saying, Just kidding, this is for me. Jurosen pouted, You're really bad. After eating, Bam Lo sighed. But you've already lost quite a bit of weight, Prince. In just 4 days you've lost so much. Jurosen replied, I didn't expect the drop to be this sharp. Bam Lo, sitting beside him, complimented. Though I've met all kinds of people while training as an assassin under the church, I've never met anyone as straightforward as you. He thought deeply and spoke, but Jurosen cut him off. At first, you were worried you wouldn't know how to drag that huge fat lump out of the Empire, right? Even though he said this to Bam Lo, he still thought to himself that Jurosen's body was truly in bad shape. Looking back to earlier times when Jurosen still had that chubby body, he silently lamented. What kind of fat creature is this? I can't even stand up. Jurosen was out of breath moving along with Bam Lo's group. According to the info, the character Jurosen Roven, nicknamed Prince Pig, Destiny Slave Gladiator rank E, level 0, strength 35, intelligence 68, stamina 9, reputation 61, total score 173, with 3 free points remaining. He could hardly believe his eyes. Stamina was just a single digit. The total score for a typical NPC is about 200, with stamina between 40 and 60. Reading the status, he felt disgusted. Stamina 9, essentially no different from a corpse. Recalling the helpless feeling beside the sharp sword, he resolved that no matter what, he must improve his stamina and lose weight. Seeing this scene, those traveling together showed annoyance. Hey, we just started, you can't be this tired already. True, we're in danger because of his rank, but we can't just abandon him since Lord Yolam instructed otherwise. Hey, give Jurosen the medicine. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in hatred. He couldn't drink their medicine. If he did, the revenge cult would have to fight in his place, becoming a burden, which irritated him greatly. With that thought, he slammed his head hard against the ground, and seeing this, the subordinates were confused, realizing Jurosen did this to stay alert and find motivation. Though his head bled, his gaze was more determined than ever. He said coldly, I don't damn well need the medicine. Let's move on. Bam Lo looked at the scene thoughtfully, seemingly lost in contemplation. The system announced, the skill, Distraction Guidance, has been activated, lasting 30 seconds. Distraction Guidance. When taking non-critical damage and not being attacked again immediately, physical and mental recovery is greatly enhanced, with a 15-minute cooldown. The very low stats mean he can grow easily without spending investment points, better than being a dead weight. Might as well bang his head against the wall. On the way, Jurosen collapsed countless times, but each time he ruthlessly slammed his head to stay awake. No one knows how many times this repeated. Seeing this, the companions were stunned and whispered, Is that really Jurosen, the runaway prince? He's tough as nails. Thanks to this, Jurosen's stamina increased to 37. Back to the present, he seriously pondered. It's only the beginning, and a long road still lies ahead. Bam Lo discussed the plan. Your Highness, tomorrow we will go to the displacement gate we used before. We will return to Aura through that gate. However, there's a problem. We were ordered to kill you, not bring you back. No one expected you to become a follower of the god Yolam. He hesitated, but Jurosen understood the situation and said, I know there's a mole inside. Say what you want. Bam Lo admitted with surprise. You're right, we have to leave a corpse as proof of the mission. But it can't last long because you won't return. The insider will suspect something is wrong with the agreement. They know who we are, so guessing where we left is too easy. The gate is nearly unusable. We are the elite force of the Revolutionary Army, the Vengeance Cult. Even if we punch through, there's still a problem if attacked from both front and back. So it will be tough, but we must hurry, right? Putting that aside, Bam Lo said, I'm surprised you know we have someone inside. Do you know who it is? Jurosen replied, Of course, it's Prime Minister Viscount Jurich. Bam Lo mused. Is there a specific reason you think it's him? Jurosen was caught off guard by the question. Silently thinking he didn't expect to be asked that. He didn't try to deceive him, just just curious if he could prove himself if he wanted to use the vengeance cult for personal gain. Thinking this, he coldly answered. The Prime Minister was born in the Empire, but his veins ran with the blood of the Khan tribe. Not long ago, the Khan tribe and the Empire clashed to control the Northwest region. The Khan tribe was close to the Revolutionary Army. He hesitated. Oh wait, his daughter married not long ago, right? To a local noble guarding the border. Of course, both the Empire and the revolutionaries would be involved in the war, so small skirmishes happened along the frontier. A noble in that area could only be one of two types, either someone who hates the revolutionaries with their life, or someone who coexists with both sides. So he married off his daughter to establish contact with a revolutionary soldier, who was linked to the great church of Yolam. Perhaps the Prime Minister's son-in-law was a devotee or priest of Yolam. He smiled smugly, thinking, pretty clever. I should have learned this trick. Bam Lo exclaimed in surprise. How unexpected, I didn't think you were so astute. You're very different from the rumors. Jirosen smiled faintly, thinking that he was seen as a completely different person. No need to speak, he only saw the surface. He knew escape was blocked. Jirosen, who should have been dead long ago, was still alive. According to the storyline, the third prince was supposed to die 4 days ago, but his survival changed the plot. Now the Prime Minister would not hesitate to play his biggest card. The force closest to Khan, the capital, and the Lumen Mountain Range was the special cavalry unit led by the Marquis. Bam Lo said seriously, anyway, we have to shake off the pursuing troops and reach the gate. We have to try our best, because if we get surrounded, I'm afraid. Jirosen objected. No, we can't do that. We won't make it through. Bam Lo asked. Then what do you think we should do? Jirosen pondered. We should find another way. A path that doesn't exist in the game. If it were Joseon, which route would he take? Bam Lo presented. Your Highness, Lord Yolam has ordered. Before he could finish, Jirosen interrupted. Wait a moment. Bam Lo was confused. Wait here? Why? A young man from the group spoke up. You intend to just sit and wait for B or E to get torn apart by them? He said angrily. Am I right? You want to wait for your guards to arrive, don't you? Jirosen was confused, wondering who this guy was. Seeing that you didn't answer, he questioned. You have nothing more to say because I spoke the truth. If you're not going to speak, do you need my help? He drew his sword, deadly aura radiating. Answer me, Prince. My sword won't wait long. Jirosen sneered and asked back. Who do you think you are? I don't even know who you are, so why should I answer you? What did you just say? My sword won't wait long? Do you think Bam Lo, the cult leader, will just stand by and watch? Hearing that, he got angry and cursed. You bastard. Jirosen was surprised, not expecting him to be so straightforward. He stood up. All right, I'll tell you two things. First, I have no intention of stalling to return to the palace. If I wanted to do that, why would I have joined the Revengers cult? Secondly, that's right, we're waiting for B and E. What? Jirosen continued. But do we really need to say why? I don't know who you are, and I hate bastards like you. He rushed forward, grabbed Jirosen by the collar, angrily. What did you say? You should know your place. We're only letting you live. At that moment, Jirosen smelled a fragrance. You're surprised? I smell something like flowers? Bam Lo stopped him. Enough. Jirosen was curious about the scent. Bam Lo shot the young man a cold glare that made him take a step back. Bam Lo introduced. Allow me to introduce, this guy isn't from the church but a soldier of the revolution. Jirosen wasn't surprised. Just as expected, he was a mercenary. In a world cursed by gods, player characters not belonging to any faction could roam around as mercenaries. You think you've never heard this name before? Surely he also comes from the real world, like you. He asked coldly. Now, tell me, why are you waiting for Beer and Orion? Beer and Orion are Jirosen's guards. The high-ranking knight Orion and the magic advisor, the mage Beer. Seeing Jirosen didn't answer, he urged. Answer me, Prince? Why wait for them? Bam Lo quickly turned. Lord High Priest, I don't have time for this. Before he finished, Jirosen interrupted. The commander of the Special Cavalry Forces is Marquis Aaron. You know him, right? Are you going to answer me or not? Hearing this, both looked puzzled. Bam Lo replied, of course I know. How could I not know one of the Empire's 3 sword masters? But why would you? Jirosen interrupted the questioning. Did you manage to defeat him? Why aren't you answering? Use your mouth. Bam Lo was surprised. Jirosen continued, if we keep going like this, we will all die at his hands. You coldly warned. Fools, if you want to die, then go ahead and die together. Marquis Aaron is at the 9-star swordsmanship realm. By player standards, he is an extremely strong NPC, level 90 or above. Jirosen sarcastically said, opposing the Marquis isn't the worst choice. The worst is to die in pieces. Hearing this, the two exchanged wary looks. The Imperial standard is ahead? The man heard these few words and his face changed, utterly disbelieving. So, just as you said, continuing is nothing but seeking death. Jirosen seriously evaluated every action of the enemy. The man softly inquired. So what do you mean? If Third Prince is right and Elan Loy and the soldiers are guarding the city gate, then whether big as a bear or small as a bird, no one can get through. The other young man seemed deep in thought. By Anne's calm demeanor, the girl clearly knew something. Jirosen calmly said, there is a way. If you follow my instructions, we will get past the city gate and safely reach Aura. You made the proposal seriously. First, make 2 promises. Promise me that everything I say will be kept secret. Why do promises need to involve linking pinky fingers? Under the witness of the god Yolam, the man, eyes grave and with no other choice, reluctantly hooked a finger. I swear by the god Yolam that I will bury everything the third prince said with me. If I make it safely to Aura, Jirosen seriously continued. Then I want an item. The man asked suspiciously. What kind of item? The young boy smiled cheerfully. Nothing extravagant. Just a pair of glasses that can only be found in Aura. If it's just glasses, I swear by the god Yolam. Hearing this, Jirosen seemed about to say something but then stopped. And your bear, Orion, is actually CLO, the Dusk Knight. After the Empire fell apart, he defected to the Northern Five Kings and became commander of the Radiant Light Guild. The truth is, his name isn't Orion but Casloid. The three were astonished upon hearing this. You say he is the illegitimate son of Aaron Lois? Jirosen quickly replied. That's right. But besides Aaron Lois, almost no one knows this, not even Clois himself. This made the teenager attentive. He carried a thoughtful expression, his gaze shifting. Indeed, that bastard already knew. If he's from the same reality as me, he must recognize me. Since the third prince was supposed to be dead, how much does he know about this game? Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted on the mountain. Your Highness, the knights nearby worriedly asked. Where are you? They faced a group of mysterious figures dressed in black. The young man shouted wildly. Damn it. How dare you kidnap the prince? It's not too late. Surrender and release the prince immediately, they reluctantly explained. We are kidnapping you, but you agreed to come along of your own free will. The young man's steps rushed forward. Jirosen clenched his teeth, worried he had left a clue for Clois. But Clois was faster than he thought. If they join the fight, the cult won't hold back. Everything will end in chaos. We have to act now. At the feet of the beautiful girl, a strange magic circle appeared. I won't warn you again, my disciple. The enemy easily wielded their power, summoning a gigantic flame. Where are you hiding, Jirosen? Wait, the other side panicked, unable to resist. But the girl gave no chance. Shut up, don't make me wait. If you dare kidnap my disciple, I'll turn you to ashes and find you myself. Two people in black signaled each other, their eyes cold and merciless. Jirosen rushed forward anxiously. Master, please listen to me. Seeing him, the girl regained some composure. The young man panted, tired. The remaining two looked at this scene with puzzled expressions. Confused. Who? No way. Jirosen smiled reassuringly. It's me. Caslo trembled with rage. Damn it. What have you done to His Highness? Why are you disguising him like this? The two in black protested. What do you mean? We haven't done anything. Jirosen explained. Please listen to me. I am not kidnapped. The situation left them confused. What do you mean? Jirosen shrugged. In form, it really was a kidnapping, but not anymore. The aura of killing intent spread, frightening everyone. The girl clenched her teeth, holding back her anger. This kid, she shouted. I braved countless dangers to save you? What are you saying? What's wrong with you? Stand still. I'll blow them all away. She wanted to burn them all with fire. Maybe that's what a master-disciple relationship is. Being a prince doesn't make you omnipotent. Jirosen was baffled by the scene. Which female bandit general was this? Was the master really a witch? Or was she mouthy because she was a witch? No saint ever talks like that, right? He recalled the blood shadow Vangshui, which from the five-color tower, rumored to have lived 200 years by drinking virgin blood, but in reality only 19 years old. The witch clan passed down magic through generations. The name Vangshui and memories were preserved in the succession ritual to maintain an appearance that instilled fear and mystery. Before he could go crazy, a calm voice stopped him. Stop. The situation isn't critical. Listen to them first. O saw the knight smile and obediently smiled back. Ah, yes. All right. This scene made Jirosen uneasy. Oh, her weakness is handsome men? He declared. Casloid, master, I will go to Aura. They opposed. You're crazy. That's the enemy's lair. Your Highness knows it's the rebel army's base fighting against the Empire, right? Jirosen said seriously. I know everything. Everyone thinks I'm pathetic. But this path is no reckless whim. I know you don't understand my explanation now. But this is my will, the only path to survive, to change fate. These words shocked everyone. Don't stop me, this is the order of the third prince. His voice rang out. Master, please forgive this unworthy disciple. He went straight to the point. Seriously, you think I avoid the lesson, but I have never neglected magic. The time is not yet right. Thank you for the guidance. I will surely attain the multicolored light. These words made O endlessly suspicious. I have not abandoned magic. She carefully evaluates this person. Are his eyes always like that? Before, he never dared to look anyone directly, yet now he claims he will achieve the multicolored light with his master, who is herself. The great mysterious multicolored magic godlight was the ancestor's term in the Five Colors Tower when she studied magic. Nowadays, no mage knows that term. How could she smile with satisfaction? She thought he wasn't interested in magic, lacking talent, so he always seemed disinterested. But deep down he was a stubborn soul craving magic. She became fascinated with Jirosen, who appeared foolish inside the overly perfect palace. She sighed helplessly. It's my fault as a master for not paying attention. Oh, what have you been doing all these years? His voice rang out. Master Clois, please wait for me. The quick consent that followed made him dreamy. So easy? Go said. As the incomplete master of the third prince, isn't it time to place trust in your disciple? Who knows if the prince can turn me into the lord of the Five Colors Tower? Her eyes scrutinized the person beside her. Jirosen had found his own path by now. The remaining problem was Casloid. In his opinion, Casloid was rigid. His goal to bring the third prince back to the palace uncompromising. His body trembled, as if holding back. Your Highness, Whatever you command, I will obey. He wept, tears flowing. Your Highness, those words, I have always believed that one day you will achieve great success. I, Caslo, am your Highness's sword. I vow to follow your will, your path, and your fate. Anyone who blocks the way will face the sword of Casloy. Jirosin was flustered, unsure how to respond. The system announced, Clois joined the party. Taivansui joined the party. Aaron mumbled seriously, damn it, the scene attracted the man behind him. Sensing something, he turned his head. It's late. Any progress? The man bowed solemnly. Captain, there are traces of escape, but they are skilled at creating chaos. The situation angered the Marquis. Jirosin was useless. He refused to accept the truth about his youngest child. The poor child was supposed to be a slave under the Empire's law. After much effort, he erased his origins and entrusted him to the Cillian family for care. Above all, he transformed him into the third prince's bodyguard, only to be demoted to a mere escort, and even then to be kidnapped. He clenched his fist. Jirosin, you bastard. My son is the pillar of the future. He was filled with hatred. Luckily, he was safe, but with his rash mentality, no one knew what worse fate awaited him. If the third prince is eliminated, it would be best to bring Caslo into the night squad. The man reported, I heard that Lord Clois and Miss Tia Van Sway went together. Maybe they found the third prince first. Although she's a 7-star sorcerer, her poison magic and fire aren't strong in tracking. The Marquis gave a faint smile, satisfied. Fortunately, the gods are on our side. The situation left the man bewildered. Yes, Aaron said seriously, the mission is to block the kidnapper's path and eliminate them. Even if there are hostages, no negotiations, eliminating the enemy is the priority. Understood? The reply came back. Yes, his cold voice rang out again. All right, move out. The shadows in black cloaks disappeared, leaving only the Marquis standing amidst the vast space. The special task force would no longer consider the third prince's safety. His gaze turned cold as he looked back. He was displeased. They focused solely on eliminating the enemy, no matter how much blood was spilled. Meanwhile, Jirosin sat there, unable to help but daydream about something else. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Your Highness. Lloyd suddenly appeared there, smiling cheerfully and greeting. You startled me. What's got you so deep in thought? And what's with that sword? The young man looked embarrassed and replied, this? I need to use it. The young man in front slowly sat down and said, But Your Highness, you've lost a lot of weight. Now your features are really showing. You still seem unable to calm down after everything that happened today. Try writhing and rolling around with those bastards on the mountain. Surviving alone is already a blessing. The voice of the man in front of you echoes once again in your ear. After all, it's good that you are still alive. You look suspicious, lifting your head to look straight ahead. What? Why is he like that? The man on the other side seems deeply saddened, continuing. You have no idea what my feelings were when I chased after you all the way here. If something had happened, the young boy recalls what he learned from the original story and quietly contemplates. In the original plot, Jirosin and Loit were like brothers. They were distant relatives who grew up together since childhood, so it made sense. I'm not the original Jirosin, but I'm genuinely glad to meet Loit again. Anyway, this is my battle-hardened squad captain. Croy Lowe is a talented individual, truly living up to the name Dawn Knight. With proper training, he can carry the whole game later. So I have to always keep him by my side. But meeting someone still alive like this feels just like reuniting with a close old classmate. At that moment, Tia Van Swee appears nearby, cheerfully greeting. Did you sleep well? Jirosin looks in that direction, seeming a bit weary inside. On the other hand, Tia Van Swee is naturally harder to get close to, so I don't rely on him as much as Loit. Perhaps that's why, or maybe it's because Jirosin's feelings are still mixed up. The two of them happily chatted once again. Lord Swee, did you sleep well? I was just talking with His Highness, please. Take a seat here. Van Swee's face flushed red as he replied. My mistake. I'll wash up first then sit down afterward. It was truly good to see him again, but also a little bittersweet. Like looking at someone you owe a debt of gratitude to. Loit smiled cheerfully, gazing ahead. Your face looks thinner, yet full of vitality. I'm very happy to see that. It feels like stepping back into the past. These words made him a bit curious. The past? The man's voice came again. Yes, back when I was at the Thunam Palace. Hearing this, his heart gradually calmed. Thunam Palace was a school for the children of high nobility. The armored hands of the man in front clenched once more. Back then you were very smart. All the palace maids adored you, and even His Majesty held you in high regard. These words made the young man suspicious inside. So, when he was a child, this third prince was actually quite ordinary? This was never mentioned in the game or the novel. The man's gaze gradually grew colder. What if our empire didn't worship magic? What if magic wasn't considered basic knowledge everyone had to possess? If that were the case, everything would probably be different, even for you. Jirosin sitting in front of me looked somewhat reluctant, but it made sense. I am a prince of a magical empire, yet I have no magical talent whatsoever. I used to be a prince burdened with high expectations. The more love I received as a child, the more painful neglect becomes. Though that's true, it's not my past. The young man spoke softly. Don't keep lamenting the past like that. I too was once a child, but it never really mattered. Now no one remembers the third prince from the Shaonan Palace anymore, except you. Those words left the man across unable to respond. So look at the present. What do you think? The other's eyes slowly changed. In an instant they sparkled more brightly. I like it a lot. Your Highness sounds amazing. Jirosen gave a faint smile and answered softly. Luckily nobody really knows the original version well, right? Don't worry about it. Now I'm more confident than ever to face a world cursed by gods. Even if I'm a failure and looked down upon, I can't let things end like this. I think back on the past with a quiet grin inside. Magical talent? I don't need it. Instead of being an ultimate archmage, I might be a low-tier fighter, but still, I'll have my chances. My hands quickly touched the shoulders of the knight in front of me. Look, just remember this. I will return with the right to survive when I go back to the Empire. In that stance, no one would dare underestimate you, your friend, your sibling, and the elder sister because of you, so hold your head high. The man across quickly nodded and replied, their conversation growing cheerful. Yes, Your Highness. I've always held my head high. Lloyd, are you really that foolish? Your Highness, I was just joking. Really? Your Highness, don't bully others. After that, the three quickly sat down to chat. Since the mentor is here, let's discuss our future plans. Lloyd, I already told you why we can't return to the palace, right? Yes, Your Highness. The palace is full of traitors. The main topic then unfolded. Exactly. You know the Marquis, the guardian of the northern capital walls, right? Yes. He's my father's friend and also one of the Empire's 3 sword sages. These words left the knight sitting there utterly astonished. No, that can't be. Jirosen nodded. Correct. I know Marquis Voy is a loyal warrior who values honor. He won't betray us. The problem is, he's currently blocking the gate. He'll eliminate the assassins and force me back to the palace. So what? Do you plan to persuade him like you did with me and Lord Sui? Do you think that will work on him? What do you think? Lloyd pondered briefly, then quickly reminded. I don't want to disappoint you, but definitely not. The Vengeance Templar squad will be wiped out, and then you and I will be dragged back to the palace too. But Jirosen calmly replied. Lloyd, I'm not disappointed. Don't worry. These words made the young man before him extremely excited. Do you have another way? Another way? Of course there is. The master standing nearby also heard this and was astonished. You really have a way? What is it? I'm curious too, Your Highness. Jirosen gently touched the sword beside him. My way is right here. He wore a very serious expression and said, I will defeat the Marquis of Elephants and surpass him. There is no other way. As soon as the two heard this, countless question marks appeared above their heads. They looked worried and quickly rushed forward, anxiously asking, Your Highness, are you ill? I thought you were at least still sane. Seems your mind isn't quite right yet. Can't you let me go home? They seemed very anxious and checked on the young man beside them. Your Highness, I'm asking if you feel okay? Oh heavens. Jirosen? Tired. Couldn't help but sigh. Why are you all so anxious? He was a bit unhappy and quickly said, Come on, you two are overreacting. At least listen while I explain the plan to fight the Marquis. But before he could finish, the knight beside him angrily shouted, Who's really overreacting? How could we possibly defeat that commander? Tia Van Sui slowly sat down, seemingly utterly exhausted. It's good that the kid shows interest in magic, but the two of them have fallen into a bottomless pit of despair. No wonder they completely underestimated me. A world cursed by gods is a game that doesn't rely too heavily on level-up stat rewards. This time, the opponent is an NPC I can't exploit with fate cards. If I optimize the counter aspects and trap him with psychological effects, even a 6-star player can defeat a 9-star one. The girl over there finally regained her composure and spoke softly. Listen to what he has to say, see what he plans to do. The young man opposite cracked a faint smile, seemingly very pleased. The thing is, I'm not actually 6-star, but 0-star. I'll challenge him to a noble duel and knock his sword away. Simple, right? Lloyd's face was more dreadful than ever. No way. There's no way. A noble one-on-one duel is a custom of the Vang Empire, a prestigious traditional duel of nobles. As the name suggests, both parties set the conditions and fight. All rules are negotiated between them and must be approved by the overseer, including how victory is achieved. He carefully spoke up to explain. So we need a few more reasonable conditions. First, Lloyd, will you act as the supervisor? What kind of condition are you planning to add? If it's some crazy condition, the commander won't accept it, and if it's a dangerous condition for you, I definitely won't accept it either. Jirosen explained very seriously. All right, we will present 3 conditions to the Marquis. First, only pure swordsmanship is allowed. Second, if you let go of your sword, you lose. The more he spoke, the darker the face of the man over there became, as if he could no longer bear to listen. Third, no shields allowed. These words completely changed the expression of the man on that side. He stood up seriously and said, Your Highness, those 3 conditions are actually even more unfavorable for you. He patiently explained. The first condition, only pure swordsmanship, might sound advantageous since you don't have mana, but that's actually not the case. The elephant commander is very skilled with the sword. Second, just letting go of your sword means defeat. Obviously, the weaker side is more likely to drop their sword, that's only natural. And no shields allowed. I already said no dangerous conditions for you. Your Highness, this is a one-on-one duel, not a game. So if anything happens midway, no one will be responsible even if you are a prince. The other person shouted while speaking, clearly showing their anger. I just can't be a supervisor under these conditions. No way, absolutely not. But you remain completely unfazed, replying gently. Lloyd, don't worry. My life will definitely not be in danger. How can you be so sure of that? Oh, the young man's words grew more resolute. All right, say I'm a sword saint who's trained for 59 years, but one day a beginner dares to challenge me. Now imagine that challenger is a prince, and I'm a marquis. What would I do facing those conditions if challenged? Lloyd seems a bit embarrassed by what he's just heard, looking both foolish and amusing. I guess I'd find it hard to fight seriously against a newbie. If the prince gets seriously injured, that would cause a big problem. So I'd probably just fight enough to knock the sword away. You carefully offer your answer. Exactly, that's right. That's why I added the condition of no shields allowed. He'd have to be extra cautious then. A cheerful smile spreads across your face as you look ahead. So the Marquis definitely wouldn't kill me, no matter how much he hates me. Besides, if Lloyd is the supervisor, he probably wouldn't dare do anything in front of his precious child. The man over there can't understand a single thing happening. But your highness, why do you say he hates you so much? Jirosen finally realized he had misspoken and quickly tried to cover it up. I just need to divert his attention. I can't just bluntly tell him that his father wants to kill me for his own future. The Marquis and I just have some old grudges. Lo was a bit shocked by what he just heard. What? What's going on? You replied, don't worry, I can't explain it. Sorry. Van Sui, sitting to one side, raised his head and said, Jirosen, I've been wondering, why hasn't the sacrificial group shown up today? Oh, I've asked some other helpers. Meanwhile, deep in another part of the ancient forest, the monster tied up over there was completely baffled by what was happening. Question marks practically floating above its head as it stared straight ahead. Two men on this side were carefully discussing something. I think Prince Jirosen will like what I caught better. What are you talking about? I caught something bigger. Many of them sighed heavily, full of disgust. Those damn sorcerers. He and his partner quickly brought back a monster that had been defeated. Faith, after all, demands sincere and unwavering trust. The others, seeing the scene, quickly began to murmur among themselves. Hold on, Elder. Isn't that guy clearly cheating? Let him go. The opponent couldn't help but speak up. I worked hard to catch it. Why should you let him go, Elder? What about the villagers captured by those goblins? Somewhere, the people are being imprisoned in extremely cramped conditions. The large door slowly opens, and from there appears the silhouette of a tall man. Oh my god. Bilo appears there with a colder face than ever before. I've already sent them back to the village. That's Yolam's will, so tell them to be grateful to him. But I think capturing this many is enough for us to prepare. Call Prince Jirosen, the third prince. They each requested permission to leave the place. Your Majesty, I will go. No, let me go. I'm the closest to your highness, aren't I? I'm the closest after all. But their superior quickly stopped them. I told you all to stop and watch. This person, looking very serious, spoke. Even if he could truly become a disciple, until we have confirmation from the Grand Master, nothing is certain. He's still a prince of the enemy country. So before everything is clear, you must not let emotions entangle you. Then, directing his gaze at the silver-haired youth standing silently aside. Can you go? The youth hearing this nodded and replied. Understood, Your Majesty, I will go. Good, we need to learn more about the plan Jirosen has prepared. The others, upon seeing this scene, quickly spoke up to stop him. But cult leader, why are you capturing that guy? Let him go, cult leader. The others need to coordinate with the plan now. The enemy also has their own schemes, so act according to the situation. Jirosen slowly stood up, smiled faintly, and asked, we're almost done here, so shall we go now? Tia Van Sui looked up with some suspicion, asking, what do you mean? Almost done with the job? The young man in front of them smiled cheerfully and replied, I've asked the mage team to clear out the goblin camp in the area. They should be finishing up soon. In gaming terms, that's called carrying the team. The two on the other side were filled with question marks in their heads, utterly confused. Jirosen smiled cheerfully and continued, but I, the third prince, will be the one to deliver the final blow. This terrifying goblin hunting ground, home to battle-hardened goblins, does not welcome newcomers. After that, they slowly moved through the ancient forest. We have another advantage. The young man looked over in that direction, smiling brightly, and said, we know the weakness of the Elephant Marquis. Lloyd now wore a very serious expression and responded, oh, the commander's weakness? I know, his swordsmanship and mana just don't mix well, right? And beside him quickly agreed, I've heard that too. Apparently, he's not very effective at using mana. However, the teenager immediately asserted, that's only a weakness when compared to other sword saints. His real weakness now is his right shoulder, which is almost completely paralyzed. In the game, the Marquis of the Elephant appears with a shoulder injury of unknown cause, and was somewhat surprised. Really? I've never heard about that. At this moment, Jirosen replied very seriously, yes, I'm certain, and, looking doubtful, asked, who did you hear that from? You can only try to find a suitable reason to explain it, so you made up a plausible excuse. I happened to overhear it in a conversation between His Majesty and the captain of the Royal Knight Squad, so it must be true. Loy in front smiled cheerfully and said loudly, if what you say is true, Your Highness, then the commander won't be able to use any of Vengas's sword moves, since they all require both hands. Exactly, that's right. A system panel quickly appeared. Vanguard Swordsmanship, an S-rank combo skill, a secret sword technique of the Roy family, one of the Imperial's most prestigious sword clans. It pursues a dual sword aggressive style to prevent enemy counterattacks. Special effect when used together with the Voy family's consolidated sword. Increases damage by 20%. Vanguard Swordsmanship is a top-tier skill. It was this very skill that brought Aaron Roy to the 9-star realm. It suits his consolidated sword perfectly. Tia Van Sui smiled happily. Oh, so he can't even use his own swordsmanship anymore? Maybe we really do have a chance. However, Lo stayed grounded in reality and said seriously, even so, he's still a sword saint. Your Highness, just one hand is strong enough to defeat a 7-star warrior. Carrying his worry, Lo shouted. Even if he can only use one hand, there's no way you can beat him. Jirosen was genuinely baffled by the scene and couldn't understand. What the hell is this bastard saying? Is he really on my side? Or is he just blindly loyal? He slowly opened his mouth and continued. You're right, that argument makes sense. But what if I told you I know exactly which move he'll use when he has only one hand? These words immediately left the two in front utterly astonished. You even know about that? Jirosen only gave a faint smile the whole time. In a world cursed by gods, sword skills have natural counters. So even the seemingly useless techniques can become extremely powerful depending on which skills they counter. Don't you think I'd have a chance if I just made him drop his sword? At that moment, from near the tree trunk, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and spoke. You know well that's not enough to make him drop his sword. You saw the man wearing a black cloak with white hair, seeming a bit dreamy, unable to believe it. What the heck? Since when did he get here? The other party slowly stepped forward, seriously saying, I suspect that you only have enough strength to withstand one move from the Marquis. His voice carried coldness, full of certainty about what he just said. Am I wrong? The man on the other side smiled faintly. Of course, for me that's too much now, so I came here to get some strength-enhancing medicine. You then quickly activated your power. The enhancement drug consumed, temporarily boosting the user's strength significantly. The man in front of you scrutinized you with a piercing gaze. So you intend to take down the Mountain King of LCM? Even if he has the backing of the revenge cult, that king is still a formidable boss. Jirosen simply nodded gently and replied, I know we're not strong enough to defeat the king. That's why we're lingering around here. We're waiting for someone to come help. After that, you were quickly taken to meet the monster that had been captured earlier. Step back, humanity, I hate humanity. The youth looked toward it, seemingly cautious, his eyes carrying a warning as he stared straight ahead. It's a real living creature, unlike in the game. I really don't want to do this. My hands slowly tighten their grip on the sword. But I have no other choice. This is how I survive in this world. The monster over there, carrying panic, speaks. I don't like humans, I like humans. Humans I will give you as meat, but you don't even give it a chance to respond. You quickly launch a powerful strike. The system panel rings out a notification. You've leveled up. The young man standing there carefully senses the surging power within his body. A warm, satisfying feeling spreading all over. Notifications keep sounding off. You have gained 1 skill point. Open the skill tree and choose a new skill. Including the initial 2 points, you now have a total of 3 points. You have used 3 skill points. You have learned the martial art of the Wanderer. The fierce combat skill is being etched into your body. You gain an additional 1% to strength and stamina stats. Calmly, you thrust your sword through the area where the monsters are being held captive. I need to reach level 9 to unlock sword skills. I need it for the battle with the Marquis. But right now, I'm only level 1. I still have a long way to go. Countless monsters have been brutally slain along the way. Notifications keep popping up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have used 4 skill points. You have trained to the extreme. Now, you can handle emergency situations much better. You gain an additional 1% to your intelligence stat. When the two of them met their prince again, they simply couldn't believe it. How come he looks so different now? Your Highness, is that really you? Could it be that I drank some rare elixirs while you weren't paying attention? Jirosen couldn't help but silently praise him inwardly. These skills are really amazing. Even I can clearly feel my body getting stronger. I must have taken something, too. Looks like the Avenging Sect prepared some good stuff for me. Hearing this, and spoke up. Oh, so where are they now? Let me have some. But he calmly and gently replied, I've already used them all. That action instantly made the witch so angry she wanted to slay him. You used them all without even thinking of your master? Calm down, you ungrateful and greedy fool. Jirosen seemed a bit annoyed as well, muttering, You're only 19 years old, you know. Bamlo spoke up from nearby. What do you want me to do now? Your Highness, at this moment, the angry girl beside you is not something you need to pay attention to. The young man carefully glanced around and gave his answer. There are probably still some goblins left in the area. Please bring them here. Just enough for us to take care of on our own. Now just finishing the job with a killing blow isn't enough. I need to personally land the hits. I also have to practice swordsmanship. A horde of monsters suddenly charged straight towards them from behind. They're coming, Your Highness. Oh, just 3 or 4 would have been more than enough. They gripped their weapons tightly, seemingly eager to repay everything they've endured. Isn't this number a bit excessive? But in the blink of an eye, a great flame appeared, blowing them all away, and wearing a proud expression, spoke up. I'll handle 2 of them. Your Highness, you must stay focused. The monster in front clenched its weapon tightly and charged straight to attack. Weak humanity, I will kill you. The moment the 2 weapons clashed, a piercing clash rang out. The teenager met the strike completely stunned, unable to believe something so tiny could be so strong. Instinctively, he quickly stepped back, trying to dodge. Facing it, he felt no fear. I don't know if it's thanks to the gladiator slave card or not, but now that I'm holding a sword, it doesn't feel awkward at all. Not only that, he observed the monster in front closely, noticing the attack cues appeared at just the right moment, just like in the game. Then, he easily dodged the strike and counterattacked directly. With a faint smile, he felt extremely satisfied. This is way better than I thought. Alright, next. As the day wore on into the afternoon, the weary-looking teenager sat leaning against the tree trunk, panting heavily. The familiar announcement sounded. Activating the skill Compelling Melancholy. Your physical and mental recovery speed will significantly increase for the next 30 seconds. The space above the mountaintop was now shrouded in a thin mist. Lo looked a bit worried and spoke up to advise. Your Highness, I think that's enough for today. His entire body was already exhausted. He quickly added, both the revenge squad and I are completely drained. The group wearing black behind them also couldn't hold out any longer. Hearing this, the boy finally showed concern for his subordinate's health, smiling as he said, you're right. Let's stop here. Why don't we head back tonight and have a few drinks together? The group, receiving this perfect answer, couldn't help but buzz happily. Thank you, Great Yolam. The blazing fire quickly became the centerpiece for their camp that evening. The man wearing a black cloak held a bottle of wine. His face flushed as he said, so I ran into a giant orc, you guys know that, right? At that moment, the marquee elephant's subordinates also appeared there. They hid behind small bushes, unable to hold back their whispers. Captain, what should we do now? The whole group seemed too scared to act rashly given the current situation. One of them whispered, this guy's making up stories again. That man couldn't believe what he was seeing. What the heck is going on here? His gaze fixed directly on the teenager laughing cheerfully over there, carrying an expression of utter disbelief. Is he saying that chubby third Prince Jirosen over there? The person nearby whispered cautiously. Captain, what should we do now? Should we wipe them all out? A hint of caution appeared in his eyes as he looked towards the captain beside him. The captain quickly replied, hold on, I'm thinking. His eyes filled with wariness, he thought to himself. These past few days they didn't bother wiping any traces, and now they're lighting a fire without using stealth magic. They're even sitting around drinking, just a few though, including third Prince Jirosen. This could very well be a trap they've set for us. The order is to eliminate the kidnappers, but the third prince doesn't seem kidnapped at all. Both Orion and Tiansui are by his side, so it doesn't look much like a trap. Seeing the captain's silhouette move to step outside, the man next to him exclaimed in surprise. Captain, what are you going to do? The captain stepped out with a serious demeanor and said, stay there. I need to clarify the situation first. The others were somewhat surprised. What? The Special Night Forces. Lo looked at the newcomer and seemed surprised as well. The man in front quickly interrupted. Glad you're still safe. Prince Jirosen smiled as he looked over. Welcome, my friend. But before he could finish his words, the man opposite him darkened his face and continued. Orion, what's going on here? I think you owe me an explanation. You have betrayed the Empire along with His Highness and Suizeo. His eyes carefully assessed the young man before him. The third prince might be notorious as a troublemaker, but isn't this a bit too insolent toward the royal family? Orion, I'm asking what's happening here? But the knight standing there coldly replied. His Highness will answer your questions, but shouldn't you first properly greet His Highness? Lord Pellis stepped down. Van Sui also appeared there with a serious demeanor. I agree. Looking at this behavior, it seemed somewhat reluctant. These folks really are trustworthy. The current situation plunged the man into deep contemplation. With no other choice, he quickly knelt down, bowed his head in salute. Deputy Captain and Commander of the PL Special Cavalry Forces, I pay respects to His Highness, the Prince of the Great Empire. Please, rise. Jirosen said. Master, may I have a private word with Lord Peace for a moment? After everyone had walked away, the two of them had a little conversation. Jirosen smiled mockingly toward that direction. We have been moving for days without leaving a trace. Surely you realize how absurd the situation is by now. He gradually recounted all the problems that could arise. The revenge cult is only distracting the unit pursuing me. Penlit could hardly believe what he had just heard. Why would you do that? The man replied softly, it's my order. I've been waiting for you. Ben was shocked. You've been waiting for me? May I ask why? He only gave a faint smile and calmly answered. First of all, I was not kidnapped. I planned to come to Aura with the sacrificial group for revenge. To do that, I need to meet your superior, Marquis Aaron. Don't look at me as if I'm crazy. I am perfectly sane. These words made Peace lose his composure. Even if he is a troublemaker, he shouldn't cross the line this way. The other's gaze gradually turned cold as he stared straight ahead. If I'm not mistaken, are you saying you're betraying the Empire, Your Highness? Jirosen heard this and carefully pondered before calmly replying. Benel, do I really have to explain that to you? Wouldn't it be better if you discussed it with the Marquis? The conversation continued in a strange way. I hear you, was I wrong? Not at all, Your Highness. Jirosen carefully observed every expression on the other's face. Good, I'll use that to keep him in check. He stepped closer, giving a faint smile and carefully suggested, it's getting pretty late. How about we set off tomorrow morning? I have one more thing to take care of before we leave. Ben heard that and seemed to find it unbelievable. What do you intend to do? The young man replied with a cheerful smile. Nothing much. I just plan to deal with the pesky bug that's been tormenting the common folk of the Empire. Jirosen moved close to the man. I'm telling you up front so you're clear. I hope you have no intention of using the cover of night to attack the avenging cult. Because you have served Commander Roy for a long time, I'm sure you understand well. Every word from him carried a threatening tone. The secret about Loy's origin shocked Ben, who was in disbelief. How do you know? But before he could finish, a signal for silence was given. Don't cause any more trouble, all right? The third prince's eyes flashed darkly in the night, looking utterly terrifying. Just let tonight pass, understand? Bennett? He gently placed his hand on the other's shoulder, then turned and walked straight ahead, waving his hand. Come back to see me tomorrow morning. Ben looked at the scene before him, utterly unable to believe it. Is this really the useless third prince? Could the rumors be false? Have these two completely lost their minds? Time quickly passed, and by the next morning everything had been burned to ashes. The young man stood there colder than anyone else, his eyes calmly glancing to one side, carefully assessing. The swordsmanship the Marquis would use with a paralyzed arm was the Cha-Fong sword style. A system alert sounded in my ear. Combo skill rank B, Cha-Fong swordsmanship. A sword technique passed down by the Knights of the Luke Kingdom, focused on swift attacks with an emphasis on defense and continuous combo chains. Its special effect is that it can be used with any kind of weapon. It's a sword art that can be performed with any sword. For a knight, their sword is like their lover. To a Marquis, the soul sword is even more than that. The soul sword is the symbol of the Roy family, possessing its own will. The Marquis would never let go of that sword. You've spent 4 skill points. You've learned the Du Tak swordsmanship skill, a combo skill rank C. This is a sword art born from the grudges of a nomadic tribe that once roamed the southern continent, focusing on lightning-fast speed. Special effect. This skill seems to hold a hidden secret. By obtaining this skill, you can easily wield your sword with mastery using common sword techniques. Looking at the sword in hand, he couldn't help but happily exclaim, "That's awesome." Cha-Fong swordsmanship used by the Marquis is rank B, while this skill is only rank C. Judging by rank alone, this one seems weaker. Overwhelm system skills rely on weight and blade power to overpower opponents. Speed system skills use rapid movements to corner enemies. Flow system skills exploit flexible combos to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. In a world cursed by gods, these 3 skill systems interact like rock, paper, scissors. The hands gripped the sword tightly. In other words, speed-type skills are highly effective against flow-type skills. Comparing these two, not only do they even out rank differences, but they sometimes have the upper hand. The kingdom of Luke lies at the far south, acting as the empire's divine body state. They enforce a strict dominance system and treat the surrounding nomads like slaves. Because of this, they were nearly wiped out by the growingly furious nomads. Although the nomads were eventually defeated, they left behind the roaming speed swordsmanship, created solely for vengeance. It was born to counter Fong's swordsmanship. Lloyd and Tia Van Sui approached from behind with faint smiles, signaling, "Everyone has gathered, Your Highness, we should depart now." He sheathed his sword and stepped forward. "Got it. I'm coming right away. Though it's only a rank C technique, it will surely have its moment to shine." The two armies faced each other, radiating tense, murderous intent. The atmosphere was panic-inducing. Josen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Right, I forgot they don't get along that well." With no other option, he spoke to mediate. "As I said, instead of trying heavy strikes, it's better to inflict steady damage over time." Everyone understand? But they couldn't let go of that annoying stubbornness. "We get it. Third Prince, no need to repeat for another 10 minutes. We understand." His Highness sighed. "Do these people not listen to a word I say?" Jirosen carefully looked toward the man behind him. Unexpectedly, he should have anticipated this from the start. Initially, he planned to delegate this mission to someone else, but now he quietly glanced over, as if wanting to say something. Finally, the other party spoke calmly. "Jirosen, why don't you come with us? I don't think they'll listen to me." Jirosen had no choice inside. I guess you're right." The conversation with the knight beside him echoed again. "Lloyd, could you punch me hard enough so everyone can hear it?" "Your Highness, how could I dare do such a thing? It's fine, it's to keep me alive." "But, Your Highness," I said, "it's fine." Before he could finish speaking, the other delivered a stunning punch to his cheek. This action shocked everyone present. "No punching while I'm still talking." Jirosen held his swollen face, looked at Lloyd to the side, and spoke softly. "I will personally command this battle, so I expect the Revenge Cult members and the Special Night Forces to remember that. Once we are inside, set aside all differences and obey me. Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive, because the Mountain King Luke Mung is extremely dangerous. Whether you're from the Revenge Cult or the Special Night Forces, if you don't follow my orders, you'll die." Ben, standing aside, looked a bit helpless. "But you told me it wouldn't be too serious." The hands, carrying a resolute determination, clapped together. "All right, I think I've explained enough." They wore serious expressions as they slowly stepped into the vast cave. Inside the cave, the monster was lying on a pile of shattered bones, seemingly unaware of the current situation. However, very quickly it sensed that something had appeared in its territory. The gigantic body slowly rose from the terrifying pile of bones. A growl echoed. Facing the group of sword-wielding people approaching, it seemed somewhat interested. "I smell something tasty. Looks like there are some fresh chunks of meat around here." They faced this scene in shock, surprised that all those bones were human. Just how many people has this thing eaten? Ben apparently couldn't believe this. No doubt about it, the monsters around here have always been feeding humans to this creature. He thought to himself, none of this was pleasant, quite humiliating. He couldn't believe he hadn't realized this sooner and now had to team up with rebels to take down this beast. Clenching his sword tightly, Bennett quickly gave orders to those beside him. "Who would have thought this monster really existed and we had no idea? We, the Special Task Force Knights, will take full responsibility for this matter. Our bodies are wrapped in a gentle glow, a sign of our own power. Now, we will avenge the monsters that have always preyed on our people, even if it costs us our lives. Understood?" The people behind responded firmly. "Yes, sir." In the blink of an eye, everyone charged into battle. Back at the base camp, Ba Lo seemed angry about the situation. "Those knights, no matter what happens, we must get revenge. Our Lord Yolam wants to avenge this personally. Now leave us be to handle it." They refused to be outdone. gripping their weapons tight as they charged forward to attack. The monster wielded a massive axe and struck down, but with their smaller frames, they used their speed skillfully, easily dodging every blow. Benlit headed straight ahead, unleashing a powerful slash. However, the eye on the monster's forehead seemed to possess special power. Ben had been warned about this beforehand, just as the third prince said, that eye wasn't damaged, though it looked like a weak point. Holding his sword firmly, he attacked that spot, shouting, "Special Task Force Knights, we will pierce through its tough skin first." Those behind quickly responded, "Roger that, sir." The monster's gaze became more terrifying than ever. Its body was slashed in countless places, but that giant figure still seemed overwhelming when facing those small opponents. Lo, standing outside and not yet joining the battle, smiled faintly with satisfaction. Just as expected from the Special Knight Force, they all possess equally incredible abilities. And, standing beside him, cheerfully added, "It's not just their swordsmanship. Their speed is as swift as the vengeance rituals of the cult." Jirosen calmly explained. Although they're technically knights, their specialty lies in ambush and assassination. Because of this, Grom is still sitting tight. We easily won Phase 1 thanks to our ability to launch surprise attacks. Our current formation is perfect for Phase 1, but the challenge lies in Phase 2. When Gromhat stands up and utters that line, Phase 2 will begin. "Where's Aaron?" Jirosen coldly assessed the situation and reminded En, "Master, please prepare the curse," and replied, "All right," but didn't he even give me time to analyze? This is why I dislike when players rush recklessly. The battle between the giant monster and the group wielding sharp swords continued. The eye on its forehead bulged out. Terrifying. These damn flies. Jirosen realized the situation was dire and yelled, "Everyone, retreat immediately." The monster gripped its weapon tightly and charged straight ahead to attack. In the blink of an eye, that massive body blew everything away. Jirosen signaled to En. She smiled gently, all set and ready. A gigantic flame was unleashed, seemingly capable of incinerating everything. The monster roared in pain. His body shook violently, unable to stay calm. Tia Van Sui finally realized the situation was hopeless as her body went completely still, trembling uncontrollably when facing the monster. A man wearing a black cloak instantly stepped in to assist, his sharp sword strikes flying out, seemingly capable of cutting anything in half. Numerous others joined in to support, the monster's body unable to fend off such powerful techniques. Jirosen coldly assessed, "Great, everyone is doing well." In Phase 2, Grom's resistance to physical damage and speed of injury recovery increased. Sharp sword strikes kept coming but left no marks. Sword techniques were now useless because it healed too quickly. You recall Pella's words. Will swordsmanship become useless? Could that really happen? Then what about using spirit swords? Jirosen once replied that using mana with the sword is more effective but still not enough. The question arose, so how do we defeat it? Jirosen smiled brightly. Don't worry, its resistance to magic will decrease and it can't heal from magical attacks. My master, Tia Van Sui, a level 7 mage, will use the cursed fire. Then it will target him. That's when everyone distracts it until he finishes preparing the curse. Instead of spirit swords, everyone should use mana to move faster. Jirosen shrugged. What do you think? Simple, right? Everything is going according to plan. The monster's gigantic body was engulfed in flames. The onlookers were astonished. A man in the shadows, dressed in a black cloak, seemed satisfied. He rushed forward to attack. A sharp, agonized scream echoed, leaving everyone stunned. The man grinned with satisfaction. See that? The Royal Knight Squad. This is the Trafan swordsmanship of the rebels. But the knights appeared, surrounding him. Tia Van Sui both cast a spell and ordered, "Everyone, retreat immediately." Yet they ignored this and the battle continued. Tia Van Sui was flustered, unsure what to do next. What should we do? Jirosen, if I activate the curse now, everyone nearby will suffer. You were bewildered. What the heck? What are they doing? What's wrong with them? You knew the situation was dire. We can't handle this kind of magical assault. If it reaches the third phase, we're doomed. You shouted. Sir Pell, what are you all doing? Please stop them. This isn't what we agreed on. Everyone will get hurt if they don't retreat. But the response was unexpected. Retreat quickly. Priests, your people should realize they can't match our great Trafan swordsmanship. They're nothing against our blades. Fall back. Jirosen panicked. What are you two doing? Stop provoking each other. Before he could finish, a powerful monster struck down. The man was blasted away, his face pale, unable to fight back. The monster's eyes darted wildly. The group of people dressed in black behind gripped their swords tightly, attacking. I knew this was going to happen. The Trafang swordsmanship of the rebel army really is top tier. Jirosen carefully calculated and observed the strange situation. The only thing you shouldn't do during an ambush is let your guard down. His face changed drastically. If there was an appropriate strategy, the only thing needed was to move according to the pattern, which would make everything easier. But an experienced gamer never drops their guard until the ambush is over. They know that the moment the boss monster takes control, it's game over. Meaning they become careless because they aren't gamers. The whole thing looks too easy for them. He fell into deep chaos. Even he himself lost vigilance. He was terrified by what was happening. If it reaches phase 3, not only will they die, but I will die too. Suddenly, a pair of gentle hands touched him from the front. Lo stood there very seriously and said, Your Highness, please do not worry. I am Tan Kim, your shield, and I am here for you. The man on the other side smiled faintly and carefully voiced his thoughts. The Special Knight Forces and the Revenge Cult are the elite units in their legion. In other words, they've already faced situations like this. Fortunately, you have returned to your old self, but I think you are still trying to carry too much. If at any time you feel overwhelmed, then, his lips broke into a rare gentle smile. Please do not hesitate to delegate some of the burden to me, Your Highness. But when faced with this situation, he had absolutely no idea how to respond. Lois, don't say things like that. You're just setting yourself up. The battle on the other side was gradually coming to an end. At that moment, the man on the other side asked solemnly, "Are you still all right?" The moment the other party looked up, they saw the silhouette of the man standing there waiting. "Vice Captain," he quickly replied firmly. "Of course." Ben gently offered words of comfort. "Good. Hang in there a little longer." "Yes, sir." However, the opponent quickly devised their own plan internally. This couldn't continue like this. There were still two crucial points in the third prince's strategy. The first was to distract the monster so that Tia Van Sui would have time to prepare and ensure the magic would hit the final boss directly. We were trying to distract it, but now that so many people are injured, it's going to be much harder. The hands gripping the sword grew stronger than ever. The others were also exhausted. To avenge the fallen villagers, I had to step up and do what needed to be done. The opponent used their own speed, charging straight forward with an attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the monster with a terrifying gaze. He easily unleashed countless powerful strikes. These moves seemed capable of defeating everything in just minutes. He quickly called out to the girl nearby. "Go ahead, Madame Sui." A gigantic flame instantly appeared, completely incinerating everything. Seeing this scene, the opponent finally looked satisfied and gave a faint smile. Great victory. But I was utterly shocked by what was happening before my eyes, because he saw the monster charging straight at him in a terrifying state. It was targeting him, not Madame Sui. His legs trembling, he was totally unable to react to these events. It's too late to dodge it now. I have to block this attack. In the blink of an eye, the entire body was struck down by a gigantic axe. That man felt countless pains inside, spitting out mouthfuls of red blood. The giant monster before them was truly a tremendous obstacle. Ben finally slowly fell down, and just like that, it was over. Echoing in his mind were the last memories of his captain. "Captain, it has been an honor to serve you these many years." Just nearby, very quickly, the silhouette of a man appeared, forcefully pushing the opponent away. He was utterly amazed the moment he saw that scene. "The rebel forces don't need to thank me anyway." Moreover, B, standing there with a serious face, spoke up. "I think the final boss has been targeting you since you stood there alone like that. Regarding that, I think we should cooperate to cover for those who are injured." With no other choice, the opponent answered softly. Agreed. That monster was still struggling, unable to escape. Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock, staring straight ahead. A gigantic flame was unleashed as if to burn everything to ashes. The teenager over there saw this scene, a joyful smile spreading across his lips, his heart bubbling with excitement. "Perfect. Got it." He turned toward the master over there, gave a thumbs up in praise. "Well done." And the witch girl nearby also seemed a bit pleased. Who would have thought Pellis and Bamilo could pull it off? The monster slowly awakened its full body power, surrounded by a massive aura of murderous intent. Its eyes carried a chilling, terrifying gaze. "Watch and learn, my student. This is what true magic looks like." Somehow, we've already reached phase 3. I think what just happened helped them snap back to reality. I stood there myself, carefully assessing the surrounding situation. In phase 3, Grom loses physical strength and magic resistance, and its destructive power increases as it loses defensive strength. In other words, it will focus solely on offense and ignore self-defense. The Grom will target the weakest person in the group, and that person is me since I have the lowest level. That demon's eyes turned toward this side, filled with utter gloom. The system panel above sounded once more. "Gromma's demon eye has targeted you." The resolute teenager shouted. "It's time. Everyone get ready." Meanwhile, the monster on the other side gritted its teeth in obvious fury. "How dare these weaklings provoke me?" Its enormous body, fully charged with power, seemed to say, "I will tear each and every one of you to pieces." From above, giant boulders appeared, ready to crash down at any moment. He was utterly incredulous, stammering in astonishment. How could this be? What just happened? Those nearby heard these words and seemed a bit worried. "Your Highness." Meanwhile, after seeing that monstrous figure crushed by that huge rock, he simply couldn't believe who it really was. The man standing atop also witnessed everything unfold. The other group descended onto that boulder, and their people happily chatted. "Have we defeated it yet? We did it, we did it." The whole crowd, carrying their joy, looked in one direction. Benel and Balo, for the first time, exchanged such goodwill words. "Well done, both of you." But he seemed utterly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. "Is there something about the cursed god's world I don't understand? No way. Usually, players can't see the ceiling. The game never allowed glimpsing the ceiling during a raid." He himself looked seriously at the cloaked man over there, suspicious about who he truly was, then quietly asked, "Who are you?" This question genuinely stunned the other party a bit. "What did you say?" Jirosen echoed aloud his thoughts once more. "I'm asking, who are you?" It seemed he had no choice but to reveal his identity now. He guessed the other had already figured it out. If he, too, was a player, Then weren't they both players? The moment these words were spoken, the man immediately wore a faint smile, seemingly very interested. He even turned his head this way, smiling cheerfully. Do I even need to answer? I have no idea who you are. In fact, in the past, you had used the same tone to reply to him. Do I still have to tell you even though I don't know who you are? Jirosen looked straight at the silhouette of that man and thought to himself, one thing I'm sure of is that he's an annoying little brat. Their group slowly ventured deeper inside the cave. This was Grama's treasure room. Ben stood beside him staring straight ahead, looking somewhat puzzled. Why is there nothing here at all? Because the interior had truly become utterly devastated. Jirosen smiled cheerfully and answered, Nothing here? Don't you really see them? As soon as these words were spoken, the captain felt a little flustered inside. I've heard that he is a drunkard, but does he seriously plan to take alcohol from here? You mean the alcohol here? Your Highness, over there appeared the figures of some men struggling a bit. You may now appear, Grama's hostage. Then they looked towards Balo on one side, stammering. That person is, I know who he is. The man smiled broadly, looking straight ahead. It's Yolam, the god I've always talked about. We're saved. The god Yolam has come to rescue us. Balo heard this and felt genuinely embarrassed. I'm not Yolam, the vengeful god. I'm just his servant, part of Yolam's grand cathedral. I came here to save everyone in Yolam's name. Ben interrupted their conversation and introduced himself. We are the Special Night Forces. We've come to rescue you. This statement left them utterly bewildered. Special Night Forces? One man among them spoke up. I told my son the Emperor would come to save us. Their hands clenched into trembling fists, unable to speak. Why did you arrive so late? My son, they stared straight ahead, shouting angrily. My son is now resting inside that monster's belly. So why do you arrive late and look so proud? Each of them, trembling, asked. Do you truly understand the pain he had to endure? The pain I, his father, felt after witnessing my child swallowed by the monster? This statement plunged the group of knights into deep, reflective silence. Tears slowly fell from those others over there, filled with profound sorrow. If you all are only coming now to save us, what am I supposed to say to my son in the afterlife? I don't need your help. Get lost. They carried all their resentment and shouted. That's right, get lost, Special Task Force. I'd rather die than be saved by you. The others saw the situation was unstable and quickly spoke up to advise. Deputy Captain, maybe we should retreat temporarily. Deputy Captain, are you okay? Only Pellis stood there, sincerely apologizing, his body trembling. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. The third prince stepped forward from the front and began to explain everything. The monsters of LCK Mountain have only recently started acting up, and they don't often attack nearby villages. I am sure the Special Night Force has put a lot of effort into monitoring this. His voice was very serious as he recounted what had happened earlier. I accidentally encountered the Revenge Cult and later, together with the Special Night Force, defeated GLH. I promised to meet with the Special Night Force commander to eradicate the monsters near the mountain, and will do my best to compensate for what everyone has lost. His voice was utterly serious as he recounted the events that had just occurred. I accidentally ran into the Revenge Sect and then, together with the Special Night Force, defeated GLH. I promised to meet with the commander of the Special Knights to exterminate all the monsters near the mountain, and will do my utmost to compensate for all the losses everyone has suffered. Seeing this, the young boy once again bowed before them, leaving Pellis stunned, utterly unable to believe it. The people there truly couldn't believe their eyes either. Who exactly are you? Jirosen earnestly bowed his head and introduced himself seriously. My name is Jirosen El Revan, and I am the third prince of the royal family. Hearing this, those people were filled with bewilderment. Your Highness, we've heard the third prince is just a good-for-nothing who spends his days drunk and causing trouble. Is the prince really bowing to commoners like us? Then the chatter started up again. If the prince is here, that must mean the emperor cares about us, right? Now that I think about it, the only real enemy here is that monster. Some stepped forward, consoling each other and raising their faces. I've already lost my wife because of that monster, and I also lost my child during the disaster a few years ago. Even if you follow in your son's footsteps, can you truly be proud standing before the boy? I know it's very hard, but those of us who survived have to keep living. I plan to gather many stories so I can retell them to my family when we meet again. Please do your best to keep living. They fully understand the current situation. This is the most crucial thing. We can't reclaim much from Grom, because it's a man-eating monster. It won't care for gold and jewels valuable to humans. And that's why this raid is just to prepare for the next event. The strength-enhancing potion can be absorbed to significantly boost the player's physical condition in a short time. The key point is how this potion is seen through the monster's eyes. Saving everyone isn't my main goal. What is this world? Who am I? Suddenly, one of them slowly stepped forward and softly said, Please lift your head, Your Highness. The friendly voice spoke again. You are very different from what I usually imagine of those in high ranks and power. How should I put it? I can sense that you're just like us. Because of that, I have a favor to ask, if possible. The other smiled happily and continued. My son's name is Hat. I know it's the name of a lowly commoner. The other person's voice carried sincerity and immense sorrow. But could you please remember the boy's name? Tears slowly fell from his eyes. Please, Your Highness. He quickly took the other's hands gently, replying softly, Don't worry. I will never forget that name. The scene shifted to another place, where a man stood with suspicion, asking, So what do you mean? Eren, hearing this, seemed a bit doubtful and asked again, Does the third prince seem very different from before? And that's why you left the rebel troops in the forest behind, right? The opposing deputy quickly nodded and responded, Yes, Commander. But the man over there still felt a bit panicked inside. Ben Lit, nothing like you at all. I don't understand. This is the first time you've met the prince in person, isn't it? This statement left the man completely speechless. The other quickly bowed respectfully. The third prince I met was completely different from the rumors. The survivors said that the third prince would become the heir, but the Marquis over there quickly stopped everything. Enough. I've heard enough nonsense for today. He turned away from here with an expression full of aversion. You should focus on taking care of the survivors. I'll meet with him myself. Inside the small tent, familiar chatter could be heard. So that's why you've been hiding all this time? I thought Lloyd's mission was to stay with me and protect me. That's your duty as my bodyguard. Lo stood there, truly unsure of how to respond. But Your Highness, I'm quite useless. Yet the prince smiled happily. I'm just telling you to hold this cup. My shoulder hurts too much. Lloyd? The person beside him blushed awkwardly upon hearing this. Nah, you're so sly. Meanwhile, the Marquis outside quickly entered. Sorry for making you wait, Your Highness. I understand now. You said it would only be a little while, but I've already waited quite a bit longer. He spoke with a serious demeanor. I've heard some incredible things from the deputy. Then he glanced toward his son beside him. Suspicion in his voice, he asked, Is something wrong? No, nothing at all, came the reply. He smiled gently, clearly pleased with his little son. That's good to hear. But very quickly his expression shifted dramatically, now filled with lethal seriousness as he greeted the young man before him. So, you intend to go to Aura? Jirosen replied solemnly. I know what you're worried about, but I will change. And to do that, I need to reach Aura. If you try to stop me, what will you do? I'll dismiss you. The next words he spoke carried an extremely threatening aura. He absolutely couldn't believe what he had just heard. Is the guy crazy? He clutched his head, sighing wearily. Your Highness, even if you're joking, you're taking it way too far. Anyway, I'm a master swordsman. Maybe you don't understand because you don't know much about swordsmanship, but only 3 royal knights have ever reached rank 9, and I am one of them. The murderous aura radiating from the other person is truly terrifying. How exactly do you plan to demote me? You can't help but swallow nervously in panic, while the man's voice continues sounding in your ears. Unfortunately, Your Highness, I still have no intention of letting you go to Aura. In fact, I plan to bring you back to the palace and eliminate all the rebel troops in the forest. You stand up very seriously and say calmly, Jirosen of the Van Royal family requests a one-on-one duel with the head of the Roy clan. Please follow me outside, Your Lordship. Then, a member of the royal family speaks up teasingly. What's wrong? Can't lift your shoulder? Scared already? The man across from him hears this and replies coldly. I don't know if you really understand anything about my shoulder, but if you're trying to mock me, you've succeeded. I, Eren of the Roy clan, accept your challenge. He did not bow his head, nor show the slightest fear, lifting his face high with eyes sharp and confident. The question rang out like a defiant declaration. Your Highness, what are the rules for this battle? Jirosen clearly saw his heart. This tone was confident, certain of victory. He probably thought he couldn't lose. As previously agreed, Jirosen called CC to witness the rules. CC immediately took the order. Yes, Your Highness. Jirosen faced Eren, their eyes meeting like 2 sharp swords. CC read the rules aloud, though somewhat flustered. First, use only pure swordsmanship. No mana allowed. Second, no armor equipped. Lastly, if you drop your weapon, you lose immediately. Do you object? The Marquis Eren spoke clearly. I have no objections. He answered. The unexpected noble challenge event began. Defeat your opponent. Eren gave it his all and won. Watching this, everyone around buzzed with chatter and frantic commentary. The third prince challenging the commander, a swordsman. Has the prince lost his mind? Looks like he finally went crazy. Growing up sheltered is just like that. No clue about one's limits. They kept chatting without noticing someone behind them getting extremely uncomfortable. His face tightening in displeasure at the mocking words. Returning to the tense atmosphere of the match, Eren was calm and relaxed. Anyway, I am quite surprised. Your Highness, you have prepared for this battle, and the conditions set are not biased in your favor. Eren's deputy, Patient Bet, said, Your Highness has changed. I don't know why he thinks that way, but I believe he won't change so easily. Surely Your Highness has heard the rumors. What you do will define how people see you. You want to escape the label of the Rotten Prince. But who knows? Even if you truly change, their thoughts will remain the same. How do you know about the right shoulder and my past? After hearing these somewhat mocking, provocative words, Jirosen showed displeasure, scratching his ear, clearly expressing his attitude. Marquis, do you always talk this much? Eren frowned. Excuse me. Jirosen smiled contemptuously. I'm asking, did you climb to this rank with a sword or with your mouth? I didn't come here to fight a braggart. I came to defeat you, then to grow my aura and strengthen my forces. Isn't that good for you too? Better than dragging others from one drinking party to another, right? Eren was furious, grinding his teeth as if ready to pounce and kill Jirosen. Jirosen reflects to himself. I know me changing is one thing, but changing the public's view of the rotten Prince Jirosen might be even easier. But what if that change comes suddenly and overwhelmingly? Then the public will quickly shift their perspective. Perhaps they'll think the third prince is just pretending to be foolish. Jirosen uses a power-enhancing potion, his body temporarily strengthened, his face glowing with confidence and provocation. He points straight at Eren. No need for words. Come on then, Viscount. You talk so much I'm starting to doubt your title as a swordsman. Stop lecturing and show me your strength. Eren is surprised. I've never thought I'd hear that from your highness's mouth. My heart is filled with hatred. He ruined my son's future, balancing out those disgraceful antics. Yet he still dares to speak of qualifications, and having the nerve to bring my son into the enemy's territory. Is that better than partying every day? His eyes clearly reveal his true feelings. Aeon tightens his grip on the sword hilt, his cold gaze piercing deeply into his opponent. His face is ice cold, but his entire body tenses with deadly intent, as if just waiting a blink to dive into battle. His silence now is more terrifying than a roar. Both hands grip the sword tightly, pointing the blade toward the opponent, ready to ignite the fight. His sword strikes are precise, truly worthy of a master swordsman. If you're not fit to be the owner of these skills, then don't even dream of touching aura, much less remaining intact after this battle. Watching a few basic sword moves from Eren, Jirosen felt a bit worried and swallowed hard. This slow, deliberate movement is terrifying. It seems I may have provoked him a bit too much. No, I just need to focus on this fight. While Jirosen was still lost in thought, Eren's swift steps began his attack. He decisively swung his sword downward. Luckily, Jirosen managed to block it. Ha! That was a close hit. Sweat rolled down Jirosen's cheek. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. He looks slow, but I can't spot a weakness, nor can I counterattack. Eren launched a relentless series of attacks, each strike powerful and decisive. The sword slashes cut through the air, creating sharp white streaks of light, clashing and causing the air around them to tremble violently. Both kept exchanging blows so fast that only blurred afterimages remained. Each slash was a burst of energy waves, accompanied by sharp, piercing sounds as if tearing through the night. The battle raged tensely, offense versus defense, neither willing to give ground. Outside, shouting began. Definitely a commander. Even his basic swings overwhelm his highness. Others cheered Jirosen. But the prince is doing better than I expected. After all, he's holding his ground against the commander. Eren curled his lip into a smirk, clearly dripping with sarcasm. So you have some skill, but is that all you've got? And yet you dare to be so bold? Jirosen pinpointed his opponent's weak spot, but just couldn't break through. I have to strike the weak point, but he's attacking too fiercely, leaving no room for me to counter. Aeon kept launching relentless, decisive blows, a non-stop chain of attacks. Jirosen was flustered. If this keeps up, I won't be able to activate my nomad sword technique, and it seems there's some hidden secret too. Jirosen was still puzzled. What should I do now? Eren frowned, angry. What are you thinking? Your Highness, Your Highness. Do you even know who stands before you? Have you forgotten already? He charged in, the clashing blades sparking fiercely, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The sharp slash tore through the air, a blue flash flickering in the darkness. Neither side yielded. Their eyes locked onto each other, their spirits blazing as if to decide victory in a single strike. Eren thought Jirosen was underestimating him and suddenly unleashed a devastating kick. He spun around and launched a direct strike at his opponent. The force was so fierce that Jirosen's sword was sent flying far back, dragging behind it a violent whirl of energy. The kick wasn't just powerful, it clearly dominated the fight. Jirosen shouted, staggering midair like a leaf caught in a storm. The fierce clash cracked the ground, sending rubble flying. Jirosen collapsed, one hand braced on the earth, a long skid mark deeply carved into the floor. Though pushed back, his eyes blazed fiercely, refusing to yield to the overpowering force looming over him. His face twisted in pain, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his eyes burning red, reflecting a mix of hatred and determination. Despite his body being exhausted and lips tightly pressed, his will refused to break. He had to get up, he must get up. The words rang out like a self-reminder, the final spark igniting the spirit draining away in that life or death moment. Before him, Aeon stood towering like a steel wall, his cold blade descending threateningly. Eren's face darkened, veins bulging sharply on his forehead, clear signs of rage reaching its peak. Where did Kak come from? Jirosen was still clueless about what was happening. Why? Wasn't this the perfect chance to deliver the final blow? Kak approached to inquire. Your Highness, are you all right? Jirosen was bewildered. Kak, why did the Marquis leave? Have I lost? Kak replied. Your Highness, you only lose if you drop your sword. Jirosen still wondered. Then why did he leave? Kak explained. An honorable knight never strikes a fallen enemy. Besides, the crowd is getting closer, so he wanted to return to the center. Eren's retreating figure grew smaller and smaller. Kak asked his Highness. More importantly, do you wish to continue? Jirosen was resolute. I will win. Kak widened his eyes in surprise and then stared dumbfounded, his face turning gray with what seemed like disappointment at that answer. Kak hurriedly supported Jirosen. I understand. If that is your will, then I will believe. He smiled gently and softly whispered, Don't lose, Your Highness. Kak nervously grabbed his arm. Your Highness, before continuing, just one thing. Aaron's swordsmanship is truly dazzling, but it's a style of hit and counter-hit. Can't be faster than yours, but if you let him take the initiative, you'll soon be overwhelmed. Your Highness, break the attack chain as soon as it begins. In battle, focus solely on your opponent. The Marquis is a formidable and critical adversary. Don't let him get hurt. That voice echoed in Jirosan's mind. He placed his hand on Kak's shoulder as reassurance. Thank you, Kak. I will win. Jirosan's heart was in turmoil. Kak was right. To win, he had to break Aeon's combo chain before it started. The weaknesses appeared precisely at the right timing and striking position. From the perspective of someone in this world, it felt like cheating, but Jirosan was too afraid of Aaron to attack. The gap between the game and reality made him panic. At this moment, the townsfolk were extremely worried. Everyone from kids to adults shared the same mood. A boy shouted loudly, Go, Prince, don't lose. Jirosan was surprised when a crowd joined in cheering. Your Highness, show them your power. You can do it, Your Highness. Go, Prince, don't lose. Jirosan and Aeon faced each other again, ready to fight. Josen was shy. It's really not necessary, so embarrassing. He gripped his sword tightly and thought to himself, maybe I don't fully understand the nature of this world, but I know it better than anyone else. An calmly said, Are you ready yet? Jirosen kept his bright smile and replied, I was ready from the start. I'm just a bit nervous. His mind was a mess, but he reminded himself of one basic thing. If there's a plan, then just follow it. After seeing Jirosen's confident stance, An was silent for a moment and then said, From a certain point of view, you're doing very well, Your Highness. You still have the strength to stay this calm. Jirosen confidently replied, Yeah, from your perspective, I do seem pretty calm. I get it. The Marquis continued, You go ahead. But it seems I've uncovered all the secrets of that technique. Actually, the speed swordsmanship technique has a secret. The beginning of this move completely counters the Marquis' flash swordsmanship. Thanks to that, speed swordsmanship can evolve, provided you hit the weak spot 3 times in a row. In gaming terms, that's called a butter. Everything I've done so far was just preparation to attack Aaron. Even knowing this beforehand, given the current situation, this duel is truly unbalanced and extremely tough. Like a tiny person fighting a giant. Jirosen began to be more cautious because he knew Aeon's next moves would be even stronger. The real battle was starting now. This time, Jirosen wanted to make the first move. It's my turn, he told himself. Viscount Aaron began to be cautious. The red eyes, the symbol of the Van royal family, glimmered in Josen's eyes. I'd met third Prince Josen a few times before, but never saw that look in him, Aaron thought, then threw out a challenge. Bring it on, without hesitation. Jirosen swiftly swung his sword and charged forward. He moved gracefully and swiftly like a gust of wind straight toward Viscount Aaron. But Aeon remained still, waiting silently. Without any hesitation, Jirosen launched a direct attack but was quickly stopped by Aaron. The missed strike sent Josen flying to one side. Aaron gave a few words of praise. Better than before. Not giving up, Josen continued to attack from behind, but it wasn't easy to land a hit, since Viscount Aaron was an experienced fighter. He quickly parried the blows. Jirosen admired that skill and wondered, is he a monster? In the blink of an eye, Aaron attacked again, but Jirosen leaned back just in time to dodge. This is tough, he thought to himself. But before, I was just defending. Now I can go on the offensive. In an instant, Jirosen poured all his strength into his legs, then leapt powerfully toward Viscount Aaron. With quick intuition, he figured out where to strike, hitting a weak spot. Jirosen's gaze shifted rapidly. No wasted moves. He aimed straight for the Duke's vulnerability, and the target was quickly cut. Good, he thought after the first strike landed. Aeon felt uncomfortable, no longer as calm as before, gradually becoming alert. The third prince couldn't possibly have unleashed those sword strikes with that level of skill. Is this a coincidence? He reconsidered. Like a gust of wind, Aaron swiftly dashed to Jirosen's side, closing in with a face full of murderous intent. Jirosen was stunned. Before he could even defend, Aaron had already reached right beside him. He tried to reassure himself, no need to panic, I just need to aim for the next weak spot. The battle between the two became fiercer. Jirosen parried all the Duke's strikes and began to quicken the pace. Good, just one more strike. But before he could rejoice, Aaron's attacks grew relentless. Jirosen started to be on the defensive. I can't counterattack from this position. He thought he'd been hit, but Jirosen quickly reversed the situation. He blocked Aaron's sword path despite his bleeding arm. His sharpness stunned Duke Aaron. Even a seasoned swordsman would struggle against that attack, yet Jirosen blocked it at just the perfect moment, Aaron thought to himself. If he had been a fraction slower or if the sword had tilted a bit more, his arm would have been cut off. Suddenly, Jirosen smiled a strange smile, confusing Aaron. Is he smiling? The space around them turned gray and gloomy. Everything seemed frozen, the whole world standing still. The people around resembled lifeless stone statues. In the midst of this motionless scene, Duke Aaron was held in his fighting stance, unable to move, while only Jirosen retained his color and moved according to his will. He's satisfied. Finally, he managed to face down that crazy old sword fanatic. The system reports, you've met the secret condition to evolve the swift swordsmanship skill. The C-rank skill, swift swordsmanship, has been unlocked to evolve into the S-rank skill, cosmic swordsmanship. Before diving into the game, Jirosen thoroughly researched the nomad from the eastern continent. This guy created cosmic swordsmanship in a world abandoned by the gods. Martial arts from the east are extremely rare, so that means I'm incredibly lucky. He thought to himself. The system activated and allowed him to choose an additional effect for cosmic swordsmanship. 1. Heavenly Soldier Strike. 2. Body Substitution Technique. 3. The Wall of Immortality. After assessing the situation clearly, without hesitation, Jirosen quickly made his choice. I choose the Body Substitution Technique. This wasn't a random pick, but the most suitable and wise decision for the combat situation. The Body Substitution Technique lets me swap one object with another, meaning I can use the opponent's power to strike back at them. Although the skill activated successfully, it's still not enough, both objectively, like time, and subjectively, like stamina. The potion's effect is fading, and Jirosen must keep thinking. Just evolving the skill alone still makes it very tough to beat Eren. That absurdly heavy giant crimson longsword, plus the enhanced strength from being a knight captain. What else? What if I can use the potion's power and his monstrous strength to counterattack? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jirosen's mind, prompting him to swiftly change strategies. Even if the opponent was a sword saint, he could still make him drop his sword if he didn't use mana. The problem was that the potion was gone, yet he hadn't fought with full strength against him. If I want to use his monstrous power, I need to force him to fight seriously. System notification. The game continues. The first strike of the sword universe. Jirosen exerts full strength, slicing the Duke's sword aside. The match begins to heat up. Both use such extreme speed that spectators can't clearly see their movements. Jirosen remains intensely focused, giving his all to withstand Eren. Members of the Special Forces team chatter excitedly, not missing a single detail. His Highness's strikes have gotten faster. One says, even wielding a sword one-handed, to swing this fast requires considerable power. What? Is he hiding his true strength? Does this even make sense? A brown-haired guy says with concern, at this speed, the commander might lose. Refusing to accept that, a blonde guy angrily rushes over, grabbing a teammate's collar threateningly, though inside he's trembling with fear. That's absurd. You call yourself one of the 4 knights of the Special Knight Forces? The commander hasn't even fought seriously yet. The commander, a sword saint and the Empire's hidden blade, watches his tense comrades. The brown-haired guy awkwardly avoids his gaze. I get it, so please don't get so worked up. The battle between Jirosen and Duke Eren rages on. The Duke unleashes powerful slashes, while Jirosen struggles to defend. Eren starts to expose the truth. Interesting. You know about my connection with Kak? Moreover, you even learned Eastern swordsmanship that can counter flash sword techniques. Bet's assessment that your highness has changed is indeed accurate. I admit that. However, whether you have changed or been reincarnated, you cannot bring Kak along to AR. Jirosen grows worried, a bit restless yet keeps a cool head. He tells himself, not yet. Eren is still too calm. This isn't enough. The drug's effect is about to wear off. I have no time left to force Eren into a serious fight. Although it's a bit underhanded, Jirosen feels he has no choice but to provoke Eren into anger. He acts like a petty troublemaker, goading his opponent. This is the first time the man has gone on the defensive. Do you hate me wanting to take Kak with me so much? Kak is like a brother to me. I won't let him be in danger. Not stopping there, Jirosen's words go even further, accompanied by rude gestures. He points his sword directly at the Duke's face. Kak means more to me than even a father like you. We grew up together, you think the same, right? Kak wants to come with me to AR, so why are you so fiercely opposed? Does he still have the right to be his father? Duke Eren's face darkened. He stood frozen like a soulless man, causing Jirosen to worry that the strategy had failed. What? That's not the reaction I wanted. In the original story, Eren was the ideal knight, always following the rules, showing leadership qualities, and deeply patriotic. There are 2 kinds of people he would kill, those who attack him and those who dare mention CAK though not close to him. You could say he's holding back because Jirosen is a prince. But the only way to hit his emotions is by bringing up CAK. He should have charged at me like a mad bull by now. Could he really be that close to Jirosen? After a long silence, Duke Eren spoke in a gloomy tone. Don't judge when you know nothing at all. Everything is going according to plan. He was full of murderous intent, like he wanted to devour his opponent alive. I want your head to stay on your shoulders because CAK is watching, but after you lose to me today, you won't be alive anymore. Jirosen was not done yet, pretending to shout. How dare you? Even if this is a duel, you're a marquis and I'm a prince. Do you think his highness will just let this slide? Eren fell into deep thought after the prince's words. I know Jirosen is a good actor, but isn't this going too far? Am I really allowed to do this? An dashed forward like lightning, slipped past Jirosen, and taunted. If his majesty truly cared about you, you wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place. Jirosen found himself on the defensive, forced to raise his guard on all sides. Though he swung his weapon wildly, he couldn't hit the Duke because the man fought with serious skill. Suddenly, Eren spoke up with a warning, wanting to put an end to things. A quick sword is still useless against me, because the gap in experience between you and me is vast. Farewell, third prince. The situation was so unfavorable. In an instant, the Duke's sword was hacked out of his hand by Jirosen. The special ops team members witnessing this were at a loss for words. What the heck just happened? Asked the brown-haired guy suspiciously. Why did the captain just throw away his sword? Suddenly, the voice of Kak rang out as he announced, "The victor is Prince Jirosen Levon." The atmosphere around erupted in noise. It was the joy and cheering of the spectators. But the special ops team members carried heavy hearts. None wanted to accept this defeat. Divan joyfully ran over, shouting, "You did great, Jirosen. Absolutely amazing." At the same time, the system notification indicated that the enhanced drug effects had ended. As for Aaron Roy, he still didn't understand why he lost. He looked stunned. What just was that movement? It was as if he had predicted his own moves. The more he pondered, the more Aaron grasped the strategy Jirosen had planned. The smile when Jirosen circled behind him. Everything had been calculated from the start. Lost in thought, Jirosen spoke. "Well, I won, didn't I?" He politely extended his hand as if wanting to make peace after the match. The atmosphere between the two grew awkward because Aaron Roy did not shake it. That made Jirosen feel embarrassed. He deliberately looked away to avoid the situation. "Why won't you acknowledge it? You're not planning to reject the result, are you? What I said earlier was just to provoke you." Aaron Roy's mood suddenly improved. He felt happy inside. Philip was right. Prince Jirosen has completely changed. Now that he's like this, perhaps even the gods would be. Taken aback, Aaron knelt down to show respect. Jirosen felt awkward about his action. "Hey, what are you doing?" An sincerely replied. "I, An, head of the Roy clan, admit my defeat. To duel with your highness and learn from you is a great honor. Thank you." The system announced an unexpected event. "The noble duel has ended. You have defeated your opponent, Aaron Roy." The members of the special task force couldn't believe their Captain Roy had lost. They urged loudly, "You must duel again. Captain, something's off here." Not stopping there, they shouted excitedly, "That's right, no magic?" The initial conditions were already unfair. Those words reached the Duke, who calmly picked up the fallen sword and sternly lectured. "This was a fair match. Your Highness set the terms and I agreed to them. I am the one who laid down my sword and raised my hand in surrender to your Highness. Do you guys want to become knights who refuse to accept the outcome? Is that the kind of knight you aspire to be?" Everyone hearing that felt guilty. "Oh, that's not what we meant." Philip nodded, looking pleased. Jirosen stood to one side, gazing at Roy's back, marveling. "He's really reliable now. Honestly, I was a bit scared earlier. Without any special conditions, he might have actually snapped my sword with his bare hands. It seems Aeon now recognizes me as the Lord of the Warriors, but he hasn't forgotten to acknowledge the Duke's talent either. The overwhelming difference in experience, well, he's not wrong. Even if it's just in the game, I can't even count how many times I've died at his hands." Behind him, suddenly came a rapid approach. It was Tyvan joyfully rushing over to hug Jirosen tightly. That move made him embarrassed, while Kai stood awkwardly to the side, unsure what to do. Tyvan praised, "You really are my disciple. Well done. Fantastic." Kai only cared about Jirosen's post-battle condition, asking, "Apart from your left arm, are you injured anywhere else? Are you okay?" Tyvan began boasting, "With this, I feel one step closer to becoming the master of the magic tower." Jirosen indulged her. "Kai, he's about to hit me." After dealing with his subordinates, Alan Roy approached and politely asked, "Your Highness, could you spare a moment to talk with me?" Seeing the Duke's gentle, radiant face, Jirosen couldn't help but think that he still wasn't used to the way the man behaved. The two moved to a quiet, deserted corner. Aeon shared, "I ordered my assistant, Philip, to go to the forest and bring back the revenge cult. Of course, I swore on my honor that they would be safe. Since you have triumphed, as promised, I will not oppose your wishes. But I want to ask 3 things. Jirosen was ready to respond. "What are they?" Aaron cautiously said, "I am still the knight captain of this nation. Even though we are currently at a ceasefire, Orax remains the enemy's territory. What do you intend to do there? Because I have previously been on missions there, I know well that it is an extremely dangerous place." Jirosen remained firm in his actions. "Viscount, I understand Orax quite well." An looked curious about Jirosen's words. "You understand Orax?" Jirosen informed Aaron about the situation there, having studied it thoroughly. "Yes, it is a city that can be seen as the complete opposite of the imperial capital. It's chaotic and disorderly, with thieves rampantly running wild. In Tinolan, we can't even imagine the sight of people openly trading dangerous goods on the black market there, even dealing in matters of life and death. It is a city of utter chaos. Though there is such a dark side, alongside it, good things are not lacking. Still, people live there, but they are not of imperial royal blood like you. That's exactly why we understand them so well. Would you like me to tell you more? There are 6 armed groups, including 2 religious sections. The one who unites them all is the leader of the Haikai Revolutionary Army." Hearing that name, Aeon Roy started to panic. He shouted anxiously, "Stop, please stop, you can't just mention that name lightly." He began an internal struggle. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, just mentioning that name in the Empire is a serious crime. To calm his fears, Jirosen reassured him, "Don't worry about my safety. I've arranged everything. I'm not going there to join the revolutionaries. If that were the case, I would have gone alone already. Jirosen wanted Eren to know his real purpose, but Orax held a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A huge opportunity that could let a penniless prince turn the whole situation upside down. Roy was stunned. Are you talking about the dragon's tomb? Jirosen knew the Duke understood his meaning. Yes, I intend to command a dragon, but from Roy's experiences, he knew this was not a good idea. At Lam's Sun surrounding Orax is a labyrinth called the Dragon's Tomb. It's a maze where abandoned dragon eggs gather. Other races are strictly forbidden to set foot there, but if someone completes a special mission there, they can actually control dragons. Then Eren shook his head in exasperation. Good heavens, the Dragon's Tomb. He tried to persuade Jirosen, Your Highness, please be reasonable. Not only are the odds incredibly low, but the danger is beyond imagination. Jirosen wholeheartedly agreed with that, but didn't give up. Instead, he targeted Aeon's psychology. Isn't the idea of us defeating him just as absurd? Defeating him, reaching Orax, and aiming for the Dragon Tomb are all paths we've chosen ourselves. So don't worry. Just ask the second question. Roy didn't hesitate. How should I report this to the Emperor? Once you leave for Orax, I have to submit a report to him. I can't exactly tell the truth, right? Hearing this, Jirosen was stunned. He hadn't considered that madman yet. From what Jirosen knew from gaming, Bison Kael'van, the 44th Emperor of the Van Magical Empire, was a brutal, tyrannical, and fearsome ruler. He was starting to sink into chaos. Jirosen's father, the current Emperor of the Van Magical Empire, was one of the strongest people alive. In other words, the strongest madman around. Then Jirosen calmly replied, Oh, tell him I've become a prophet. Those words made the Duke hesitate. Are you talking about prophetic syndrome? The system explained. Prophetic syndrome is a condition that appears in individuals who have never studied magic but experienced a great shock. They awaken the ability to see the future, but prophets always pay a price. Their bodies and minds slowly deteriorate until death. Jirosen tried to avoid Eren's gaze, which only made him a bit annoyed. Well, I'm not going to answer that question. Jirosen thought to himself. In truth, he'd long considered using this excuse. Given his situation, leveraging forbidden knowledge seemed fitting. But that alone wasn't enough. Jirosen went on to say that he also planned to steal the Tear of Creation. It was a royal relic currently in the hands of the revolutionary leader. This was probably a perfect plan he had arranged. His Majesty would understand immediately. He was ready to start a war just over that ring. To wrap things up quickly, Jirosen urged Aeon. That was enough to convince him. Perhaps he would leave me alone. What's the final question, then? Aeon's expression changed. He seemed quite hesitant. It wasn't really a question but a request. Could you depart tomorrow? To allow time for rest, meals, and healing. Jirosen somewhat understood the request. For the ladies, he promptly agreed. Everything was settled. Night had fallen, and everyone gathered together for a feast. The atmosphere was extremely lively, and everyone was cheerful. An looked at his son with a tender gaze. Already drunk, Philip said to the scar-faced man, I will serve you, my big brother. The next morning, both Philip and the scar-faced man shyly avoided Jirosen when they saw him, which made him wonder, what's up with these two? As Jirosen, Kak, and Tyvan were about to set off, Kak expressed his gratitude. Your Highness, honestly, I feel extremely honored. Tyvan also contributed. Me too, Jirosen. I'm not even sure if this is the right choice. Eren announced that everything was ready, Your Highness. Then he shared his feelings. Please take care on your journey. I don't fully understand Your Highness yet, but now I'm genuinely curious. I want to learn more about your true self. After that, the two looked toward Kak and requested, please look after the boy for me. Those words puzzled Kak. Jirosen promised to fulfill the responsibility. Leave him to me. Everything was set and ready. Then let's go. To Aura. Behind them, a whole entourage accompanied their departure. A blinding beam of light exploded at the center of the Grand Hall, tearing through the serene atmosphere. The light seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, forming a towering, swirling pillar of radiant energy. Finally, after everything, they arrived at Aura. Balo spoke up, We're here, Third Prince, this is Aura. Jirosen, still looking stunned, received a notification. Mission escape danger accomplished. He suddenly recalled the task he received upon first arriving in this world, to ensure Jirosen's survival and escape from the Imperial territory. Events like these never existed in the game. I wonder what the reward will be. The mission completion rewards are being handed out. 30 gold coins, a basic travel gear set, the inventory support magic has been unlocked, and a guaranteed lottery ticket for drawing a D-rank destiny card. Jirosen blinked in surprise. A guaranteed lottery ticket? Although it's only a D-rank, for the early part of the storyline, this is quite a generous reward. Currently, he's at level 9, and upon reaching level 10, the second lottery draw will open. Of course, he didn't know which card he would receive, but even if it was just another D-rank card, having many cards was still a huge advantage. Imaginations of the card began to form. He smiled smugly. I can discard unwanted cards and use them to level up other F-rank cards. Slave Gladiator, you'll be the first to be sacrificed. Get ready. Right now I'm begging, Great Mage. Please grant me one more time. Suddenly a shout echoed. Catch them all immediately. Jirosen was stunned. Huh? The Titan Special Forces? Everyone glanced nervously at His Highness. Jirosen calmly said, "Hey, do you remember what I told you before the master departed? When we arrive, no matter what happens, we must not act recklessly and ensure that no skirmishes break out. This is no longer the Empire's territory. Even if we make mistakes, there are no nobles here to protect us. This is Aura, the city of outlaws shouting revolution." Still, Jirosen thought to himself, I'm getting tired of always holding back. Jirosen has been captured by the Titan Special Forces. Balo gently placed his hand on Jirosen's shoulder, smirking mockingly. Not resisting was an extremely wise decision. That's the proper way to behave. The third prince of the Empire turning into a disciple of EM? Hilarious. Did you really think we'd fall for such a stupid trick? Power is now in his hands, so he's feeling very pleased with himself as he drags Jirosen away helplessly. As expected of the useless prince, Jirosen was furious but powerless to do anything. What's up with that old guy anyway? Suddenly Balo's demeanor changed. He spoke quietly, "Third prince, if you're not truly a disciple of him, don't foolishly deceive the cult leader." Then he turned to look back with a mocking expression. Jirosen was stunned. Balo was so different from Jirosen's calm appearance. Tyvan became extremely agitated upon realizing she was tied up, struggling as soldiers had to hold her down. "Balo, how dare you do this to us? Traitor, ungrateful scoundrel." The scene here unfolded like a fairy tale picture. Gentle morning light spread over the ancient rooftops, sparkling as if magic dust streaked across the sky. In the distance were the hazy blue mountains. Closer were peaceful streets. Everything evoked a feeling both serene and mysterious. Through the glass window, the open book was visible, when suddenly a pair of hands closed it shut. Ho-FG reached up to gently lower his glasses, revealing eyes full of mystery. Suddenly she smiled brightly and naturally. "Welcome to Aura, Prince Jirosen." Jirosen is tightly bound to the chair, full of anger. What a fierce welcome this is. Is this the doctrine of Elam? I have restrained myself from striking back at your subordinates. Those who targeted my neck even brought them here in one piece. So why am I being treated like this? Hendo PH smiles with closed eyes. Are you really planning to play this game like that? Jirosen looks at Damchiu. Bamlo is a skilled assassin. While I was still facing the Marquis, he must have received reports about me. Perhaps through messenger pigeons or some other means, he had enough time to plan my elimination. The character Hendo Phi, Grand Priest of the Elam Grand Church within the Revolutionary Army. Previously, she nearly reached the 9-star mage level but retreated to the rear after being severely wounded in battle. Although she appears gentle, she is a cold, strategic, and meticulous commander, the Grand Priest devoted to the vengeful goddess Elin. The flame of her hatred for the Empire, which took her arm, burns fiercely. Jirosen has no doubts about her actions. Very likely, she intends to use me to counterattack the Empire. Her current silence is the pressure forcing you to confess the truth. Her face always radiates a false charm. Jirosen has no choice but to clarify. "Fine, I have impersonated your god." Hendopich gently says, "Third prince, whatever your intentions, confessing now won't change anything." Jirosen continued, "I understand why the Empire's chancellor panicked when this was discovered. If it were me, I'd go crazy from fear of being caught." Hendopich smirked. "I didn't expect you to know so much. How intriguing." Jirosen appeared calm. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested. Because of you, I had to fight the Marquis one-on-one. You probably know what it's like to face such a powerful holy knight. Oh, of course, since I was the victor, the feeling might be a bit different." Unlike his earlier bright smile, Hendopich's face turned cold now, his eyes sharp. Jirosen, full of confidence and without fear of revealing his hand, challenged. "Want to kill me? Go ahead. It wouldn't be difficult for someone like you, right? But I guarantee you will regret it." Jirosen smiled smugly. "I already told you, without me none of you would be able to stop that disaster. In about 10 days, an unstoppable catastrophe will strike Aura. Countless lives will be lost, and everyone in Aura will be drowned in sorrow." Hendo laughed mockingly, thinking it ridiculous. "Third prince, what disaster are you talking about? An earthquake in Aura? We have the Grand Church and Cathedral here, where the gods can manifest directly. Even small phenomena can be pushed back by divine power." Jirosen burst into a hearty laugh. "Humph, great cult leader, you are the one who understands best that divine power is not omnipotent. So let's start by removing these glaring shackles. That's the most natural and reasonable first step, isn't it?" Hendo PH leaned on the table and stood up. "Natural and reasonable, you say? Indeed, every situation requires its own natural and reasonable order. Seize the prince and take him down to the underground prison." Hendo turned his face away, leaving Jirosen stunned and horrified. Immediately, two men with fierce expressions slowly approached Jirosen. He was flustered. "What? This isn't how the script goes." The door creaked open slightly, and Jirosen strode in boldly. Caca and Tyvan immediately asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? Did the negotiations go smoothly?" Jirosen's expression was hard to read, but he still managed to look bright and radiant. Both of them eagerly awaited the best possible answer, but instead, the 6 eyes met in silence, and the atmosphere gradually sank into gloom. The 3 sat down calmly to discuss. Caca spoke up. "High Priest Balo dropped by here. The old man even personally fed me, Taivanen added. He also told me about the current situation in Aura. Jirosen guessed. So he must have explained the factional conflicts in Aura already, right? Taivanen was surprised. Huh? How did you know? Caca recounted. Balo said the Keej Church and the Titan Special Forces are keeping the Elin cult in check. Jirosen wondered. How are they doing that? The prosecutor said. You are a troublemaker and must be expelled or executed. The factions within the Revolutionary Army consist of 6 armed forces. The snake symbol represents the Elm Church where we are now. The fox symbol is the Keej Church, which directly opposes us. There are the Border Protection Forces and the Urban Maintenance Forces overseeing the occupied territory. Then there's the elite First Legion, and lastly Titan, the special forces directly under the Supreme Leader. They divide roles to organize into one grand revolutionary army. However, the Supreme Leader, equivalent to the Empire's Emperor, is currently absent. Jirosen thought to himself that there must have been many conflicting opinions about how to deal with him. He inquired, any other words from Balo? He hesitated a bit. Humph, I didn't mention this to avoid hurting you, but he said there are many smart people like you, so don't act like you're that special. That's exactly why you fell into the abyss and got buried underground. Taivanen was also embarrassed. I don't know how to respond to that. Jirosen panicked. Master, Taivanen waved his hand. I don't agree with him. I just didn't know how to reply. The prosecutors reassured him. Your Highness? What's wrong? Are you okay? Taivanen panicked. Jirosen calmed down. Ah, it's nothing, I wasn't laughing about that. He was recalling the earlier words, the very sentence old Balo had told him. Jirosen continued. Master, please lift your foot a bit. The old man told him to escape through the underground tunnel. The 3 of them looked down into the hole beneath the floor, a deep abyss with cobwebs clinging all around. Jirosen, calm-faced, said to Ka, it doesn't seem that deep. Then he turned with a gentle smile toward Ka. All right, let's go down. Hearing this, Ka became extremely frightened. Huh? Why are you looking at me? Jirosen turned around, wearing a strange expression as if he wanted to scare Ka a little. What if there's something dangerous down there? Then he reassured him, don't be so amateurish. Ka, hearing this, looked utterly terrified but still tried to act tough. It's just a hole. How could there be anything dangerous? Furthermore, Ka closed his eyes tightly and struggled to confess the truth. I hate spiders. Jirosen was surprised. He couldn't believe such a big guy like Ka could be afraid of spiders. Jirosen thought to himself, I never expected this side of Ka. Divan, witnessing this scene and unable to stand it, immediately turned away, but she realized something was wrong. Why are you looking at me, Jirosen? Then she understood his intention and shouted angrily. Do you really want to push your fake weak master into that pit before anyone else falls in? Jirosen thought to himself, this is definitely different from the real game. Then he ordered. Then let's all go down together. The other 2 hurriedly stopped him. Huh? Your Highness, please stop. Your Highness, you can't go down there. Nevertheless, he ignored their protests and continued ordering. Move aside, Ceylon. After that, the 3 of them jumped into the pit together, falling onto a pile of wooden crates below. Taivan and Kak looked at each other, filled with disappointment. Their cheeks flushed red, awkwardly avoiding each other's gaze. All 3 fell down, but Jirosen lay flat on the ground, cushioning the other 2, while Kak embraced Taivan tightly in his arms. He angrily ordered, get down here now. At that moment, Fry was already waiting below for the 3 of them. Just as predicted, they arrived very quickly. As Bamilo's host had said, Bamilo was standing behind her, waiting together for the 3. The 3 hurriedly stood up, adjusting their clothes. Jirosen spoke up. Did we really go through all that just to meet again like this, great leader Hendo? Then the other 2 stepped forward, surprising Taivan and Kak a little. Fry smiled softly and slowly turned her hat over. I guess you know the reason why. Am I right? Jirosen thought to himself if he said no, that would be lying. Even if Bamilo highly regarded him, he wasn't the type to help him escape prison just for that reason. Outside the castle, whispers and murmurs never ceased. The other factions were all watching to see how the great cult leader Hendel would be dealt with, so a bit of showmanship was inevitable. Fry continued to smile gently and said, I didn't come here because anyone ordered me to, but I choose to trust you. A mission prompt appeared. Mission, you are a fugitive and I am the great cult leader has been unlocked. The mission's content was quite clear. You are a fugitive and I am the great cult leader. Although the internal conflicts within the Revolutionary Army Command had yet to be resolved, the great cult leader Hendel of Yolam had a mission for you, notably linked to other missions. The expected reward: a travel permit to Orax and 3 additional items. Jirosen looked at the mission list before him. This mission only appeared when the player established a close relationship with great cult leader Hendel. And this was all he got. Then he looked at the 2 people before him and slowly spoke. I was once your enemy, even impersonated the god you worship. How could you trust me so much? Fry replied. The disaster you mentioned, actually, the church had already had a premonition of a similar event. Jirosen was surprised and thought, they had a premonition about that? Fry continued speaking. Moreover, one of the revolutionaries was involved in that conspiracy. Immediately after, she swung her sword up. The blade instantly pierced straight toward the mouse opposite her, stabbing it into the wooden barrel. Fry spoke out. There's a rat hiding among us. Jirosen and Tyvan watched the scene in front of them, faces full of fear. He slowly asked, "Where did you get that information from?" Fry remained calm, flashing a strangely wicked smile. "Where do you think?" Jirosen thought with dread. "She's truly terrifying." She continued, "The Lord did not prevent that disaster, but he warned us through prophecy. In any case, he is a god who serves vengeance." Jirosen, still confused, asked again, "Do you mean that prophecy is incomplete?" Tyvan turned toward Bamilo. "What we know is that the disaster targets only children with Aurak's bloodline, and the monster behind it all is hiding within the Revolutionary Army." Pausing slightly, she went on, "We are doing everything we can to find that person. But since he is still among us, every move we make is under his watch. This situation is truly maddening." Jirosen responded, "That's right, you don't know who they are, but they definitely know you." He thought to himself, "So this is what happened after that event? Interesting indeed." Then he continued, "All right, since you believe me, I will reveal what I know." Jirosen spoke slowly. "In just 10 days, the Kiri Sanctuary will target the children. You know about the blood rite, the traditional coming-of-age ceremony in Aura, right? When all the children gather together, that's when it will begin. The event called the Downfall of the Descendants. A cleric from the Kiziri Sanctuary has nurtured a terrifying idea to revive the Kisri faith. She planned to massacre all the youths in acts aged 17 to 19. During the blood rite ceremony itself, if this disaster isn't stopped, the ritual will end not with song but with screams soaked in blood and ashes." Hearing this, Balo looked awkward and said to Fry, "Now everything is perfectly clear." "The High Priestess," she answered Jirosen. "I understand now. So it's the Kiri faith behind this." Tyvan also stepped in front of him, anxiously asking, "Your Highness, you're not just guessing, right? Massacring children of the same bloodline just to restore a faith sounds utterly pointless." Jirosen kept going. "After the ceremony, the children of Aura will choose their own paths. They can become clerics, soldiers, merchants, anything in society. But Kiri refuses to accept any men in their church." Damilo replies, "You are right. Kiziri only accepts clergy who are either female or males who have lost their reproductive organs. That's why those boys will never be admitted to Kiziri." Hearing this, they looked extremely frightened. "You mean Kiri doesn't need men because they only accept female clergy?" Jirosen continued, "More precisely, they see men as the power source for the other factions." They turned toward him. "This is crazy. What kind of bizarre church is this anyway?" Tyvan also looked at him, incredulous. Even among other factions, they were still part of the Revolutionary Army. Fry calmly added, "That's right, they belong to the Revolutionary Army, and this time they have truly crossed the line." Then she smiled softly and continued, "I don't know how you understand our inner affairs so well, but it seems helping you escape prison was the right choice." Then she solemnly declared, "Hendel Fry, as the High Priestess of the Yolam Church, respectfully petitions His Highness, 3rd Prince Jirosen, for assistance." After saying this, she politely bowed to Jirosen. "Please save us. Don't let the children become sacrifices for the twisted faith of adults." Another mission prompt appeared. "Save the children, stop the cruel plot of the Kiri Holy Temple, and protect the kids. Especially connected with the missions, you are the fugitive and I am the High Priest." Jirosen smiled lightly and continued, "If it's about the children, then of course I will help. But you see, great cult leader, when you tied me up, it really hurt. If everything goes smoothly, could I suggest you add 50 gold coins to the reward?" Fry looked utterly confused. A huge question mark appeared above her, and she couldn't help but ask again. Bong Fry hesitated and continued, "But I heard you spend money like water." The other two immediately looked embarrassed and tried to advise Jirosen. "Disciple, this is so embarrassing. Your Highness, keep your dignity." Jirosen just laughed and said, "Come on, you can handle that part, right? It's for the safety of the kids." Then he gave a smile that was anything but innocent. "I'm sure you can do it, can't you?" 3 notification lines popped up at once. "You have successfully negotiated with a friendly NPC. 50 gold coins have been added to the expected reward. You have earned a new title, Apprentice Negotiator." Outside the kingdom, the sun had reached its zenith, casting scorching rays down every narrow alley. From a hidden sewer grate in a quiet corner of the street, strange sounds suddenly emerged. One by one, all 5 climbed up from the manhole. Balo called out, "Well done, Sir Seen and Sir Sui. I hope you weren't hurt. I must be off now." Then Bamilo turned to leave through the sewer pipe, but Jirosen called him back. "Wait a moment, High Priest." He turned around, somewhat puzzled as to why he was being stopped. "Is there something wrong, Your Highness?" 3rd Prince Jirosen looked at him and smiled. "You know I am stopping you, right? You're making me a bit sad." Balo's face showed pure fear. "This is troublesome. With this 3rd prince, he'll probably tear me apart. I have to get out of here immediately." Jirosen gripped his shoulder tightly. "Don't leave so quickly. I haven't finished talking yet." Balo thought to himself, when did he get behind me? He's so fast. Jirosen continued, "I know you still remember it. Why keep pretending?" Balo still tried to act clueless. "Remember what? I'm really busy." Jirosen decided to lay his cards on the table. No more hints. Strange, because before, a cult leader swore by the name of the god Yolam. He flashed a bizarre smile and continued, staring straight at him, "That you must do whatever I ask if I safely escape the Empire's territory. Right?" Balo looked at Jirosen and said helplessly, "You really have a talent for debt collection." Being a creditor must be terrifying. Jirosen leaned back against a pile of wood behind him. Your unexpected compliment makes me a bit shy. On this side, Kak looked at Tyvan, feeling strange, as if doing something wrong. Tyvan looked back and said, I'm just making sure that old Bamilo won't escape. Bamilo frowned. It's true I said that, but I can't get that thing for you. Jirosen interrupted him with a squinting smile. In the divine realm? Don't worry, I'm not looking for anything like that. Bamio stamped his foot hard on the ground. So then, what exactly are you looking for? Jirosen stepped closer to the man in front of him. I need you to bring me the Eyes of World AKAs. Bamilo, terrified, took a step back. What did you just say? Jirosen smiled as brightly as a flower. The Eyes of World AKAs. He emphasized each word carefully. I know this might be a bit beyond your limits. Bamilo's face was filled with dread as he thought silently. Does he even know what he's talking about? He stammered out loud. Third Prince, do you know who it belongs to? Jirosen replied calmly. You don't know? Of course, it belongs to the revolutionary leader. The item is the Eyes of World AKAs. A pair of round-framed glasses crafted by the Demon Clan's hands, granting the wearer the ability to effortlessly trace the trajectory of any fired object. He added smoothly, it's just lying around his research lab. You just need to grab it. Then he smiled brilliantly, though it made the other man extremely uneasy. Don't worry, I won't let you get into trouble. Wait until the leader is away and sneak in then. No problem at all. Bamilo thought silently. He doesn't even realize what the real problem is. Balo Lo shows no mercy to those who don't cooperate with him. Is Thompson still pretending to be deaf or what? I'm telling you, hand over everything you've got, and do it fast. Bamilo glares at the brats in front of him, furious at the lack of respect. His eyes gradually turn white. Bamilo is now so angry he's trembling all over. Immediately, he drew the sword from his hand. Before that, he had turned toward Josen, but Josen quickly stopped him. High Priest, leave this to me. Balo stubbornly replied. I'm fine, you should step aside. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Josen shouted loudly, cutting him off. This isn't the time to be thinking about the kids in Aura. Bamilo saw Josen losing control like that, seemingly unable to understand what was wrong with him. He still tried to restrain him. Third Prince, this is a bit too much. Jirosen turned back to reassure. I can handle this. You just leave safely, and I'll see you again when you have obtained AKA's eyes as you swore to the god Yolam. Then Josen smiled cheerfully, reminding him. Remember? High Priest, it's all for the children. Bao looked on, full of question marks, not understanding what Josen was thinking. What the heck? I thought he was just joking. After a moment he spoke up. All right then. Thompson saw Bamu Lo about to leave, so he called out, Hey, old man, where are you going? Stop right there. 3 thugs with fierce faces looked toward them. Thompson sneered. How ridiculous. That old man's lucky to have escaped the 3 major street bosses without losing a thing. Then the guy turned to the punk with the mohawk beside him and said, You see that, right? Not stopping there, he continued asking the masked man on the left. You see it too, don't you? Jirosen looked at the 3 guys talking to each other in a confusing way. Who the heck are these guys? 3 big street bosses or what? I barely remember these NPCs. Then he spoke up. I think you guys are the lucky ones, so you should feel honored to have just been saved. This time, the 3 others didn't understand what he just said. Tom asked, Who is this guy? What nonsense is he talking about? Then the guy gave a weird smile. It's true that we should be thanking you, since you gave us the chance to get what we couldn't take from that old man, right? The 3 people near Josen stepped closer to the thugs. They said, Isn't that your highness? Are you all right? Jirosen turned back to remind him. We just escaped prison, you can't call me that. They replied. Forgive me, your highness. Tyvan also stepped closer to Josen, whispering. Who exactly are those guys? Should we just take them down? Jirosen thought silently. I guess we're not any better off ourselves. Thompson was gradually losing patience. He must have pulled his gang here, right? So what now? I'm Thompson, you know? I'm starting to get fired up. Immediately, he ordered the 2 guys standing behind him. You 2, go. The 2 men took the order and rushed forward at once, each wielding a long, sharp knife. They stood blocking Jirosen's path. Your highness, I'll handle this group. Then he shouted loudly, Beer open. Immediately, the man wearing the black mask was taken down on the spot, and the 2 swords of the spearhead man shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces, ending the attack. Kak slowly retracted his swords, while the spearhead man still didn't understand what was happening. He looked at the 2 swords in his hands, now broken into 4 fragments, unsure of what to do next. Jirosen looked at the man wearing the black mask who was bleeding from his nose, thinking to himself, Wait, this might be going a bit too far. But what about my experience points? Before the spearhead man could react, Kak quickly dashed toward him and finished him off with just 1 knife strike. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop. Jirosen ordered, Stop it. Kak immediately halted, turned around confused and asked, Is something wrong? Jirosen replied, They belong to me, I can handle them myself. Kak raised his sword to block in front of him. Please step back. Your highness, I can't allow you to do that. Kak stood in front of Josen. I am your bodyguard. This is my duty. Pausing for a moment, he continued, what I said before about sharing your burdens wasn't just talk. But up until now, I still haven't been able to do anything for you. I couldn't prevent your imprisonment, and even when we met again, I was of no help. Hearing this, Jirosen suddenly didn't know what to say. Kak lowered his head solemnly. I don't want to be someone who just follows you around without being of any use. Jirosen thought to himself. He must be really disappointed for never having been able to help during that Grom ambush. I've been teasing him about it, but how can I explain that I just need experience points to level up? Kak paused for a moment, then firmly said, Your Highness, I want to stand shoulder to shoulder as your blade, so please step back. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and saw that the three guys had vanished without a trace. Where did they go? Only then did Divan speak. Cillian, why didn't you let your Highness handle it himself? Kak asked in confusion. What do you mean? Tion continued. Jirosen needs to learn to protect himself now. We can't keep shielding your Highness forever. Neither the palace nor the royal lands are safe for him anymore. Kak responded, clearly dissatisfied. That's true, but aren't we always by his side? Tivan replied. Of course, I always want the best for Jirosen, and I'm sure you feel the same. But we're only human. The prince will walk a treacherous path, and there's no guarantee that one of us won't die along the way. What if Jirosen had the strength to defend himself? The looks on their faces were utterly priceless at that moment. Divan went on, Yes, we must become useful for Jirosen's future. But this isn't the only opportunity to help him. She turned to look at him. I'm sure that's why he asked us to come along. Let him fight and learn on his own. Isn't that also a way for us to show our loyalty? The others echoed her words. A way to show loyalty. At this moment, Thompson spun around trying to run as fast as a monster. The guy with the pointed head hurriedly carried the remaining teammates, trying to run as fast as possible. However, they hadn't run far before a beam of red light blocked their path. They could only stammer in fear. Tivan spoke up. You can't run once you've started a battle. She smiled and continued addressing the other three. I don't know when I awaken my magic, but I will burn you alive if you don't stop. Thompson spun around, stammering. What the hell is this? So scary, we haven't even done anything yet. Tivan had no intention of mercy. I don't think so. If you want to be burned alive by me, then keep running. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. He angrily pointed the sword at them. I am the prince of these streets. I came here by order of the street emperor. And do you think I'm merciful enough to spare you? Thong Sun was scared, stammering and unsure what to say. Immediately, the comrade behind him let out a sharp scream of pain as blood gushed out like a river. They saw this and cried out, Your Highness! Tivan sighed helplessly and said, Did you really kill him? That's way too brutal. Jirosen felt a bit helpless facing the reactions of those two, thinking to himself, How did you people get tricked too? Well, sure, that guy bled more than I expected. But it seems he only fainted after seeing his own blood. The system screen appeared before him. Attack skill, tendency toward dominance, flashy moves causing bleeding effects but light damage. Cooldown of 15 minutes. Jirosen thought to himself, I thought it was just a flashy skill, but now it's probably useful. The clueless market swindler, trembling with fear, immediately knelt down. I'm sorry, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. Jirosen smiled slightly. You'll do anything? He quickly responded, Yes. Please spare me. I was wrong. System notification. You have defeated an inexperienced street thug. You have defeated the clueless market swindler. The man knelt down and kowtowed to the three in front of him. We lost. Please spare us. Healing magic and warm holy light spread as Tivan spoke up. Well done, Your Highness, very well done. Jirosen thought to himself, of course, it's nothing compared to real battles, but either way, it's not easy when both rush at you risking their lives. I have to get stronger if I want to survive in this world. They asked. Your Highness, what do you plan to do with them? Thompson continued to beg. Please spare our lives. We won't cause any more trouble. Jirosen thought to himself he couldn't just let them go like that. Orax's thugs all have an unspoken code. If he let them go, they would definitely regroup and gather more allies for revenge. Jirosen looked at him with a terrifying face. Hey, three big street bosses. Did you guys hear what that guy called me? That's right, Jirosen's sword was just stained with a bit of that punk's blood. Good, Thompson, right? The other guy quickly replied, Yes, that's right. My name is Thompson. Jirosen said, I like your enthusiasm. All right, Thompson, you will work under my orders. The guy suddenly asked back. What? You mean you want me to work under the street prince? Jirosen looked puzzled and clarified. No, I just need you to guide me. Thompson still didn't get it. Guide you how? Josen replied. Of course, out of this alley. Do you think I'm here for a treasure palace tour? All right, I don't have much time. Let's go. Thompson turned to look at his teammate lying in a pool of blood, his face full of worry. Jirosen reassured him. Thompson, he's not dead yet, so just lead the way. The guy quickly responded. Yes, understood. Along the cobblestone street of the small town, Houses with seaside architecture appeared. On the long road, the silhouettes of 4 people emerged. Thompson led the way, followed by others munching on bread while walking. He quietly asked, "Hey Thompson, this is really delicious. Where did you buy it?" Thompson replied coldly, "Ah, that was my mother. She's an excellent cook. Even here in Orax, her culinary skills are top-notch." Hearing this, Jirosen was momentarily stunned, but immediately his face flared with anger. He stepped forward to Thompson and slammed the piece of bread he was eating right onto his head. Thompson cradled his head, wincing in pain. "Why did you hit me, sir?" Jirosen, fuming, pointed the bread at Thompson's face. "You fool. Your mother makes such delicious food, and that's all you say? Not even my mother can make stuff like that." Hearing Jirosen say that, Tyvan and the others were surprised and asked, "Huh? You don't have a mother, your highness?" Jirosen turned away awkwardly and just mumbled to let it pass. Seeing his discomfort, Tyvan and the others looked puzzled and added, "Isn't the queen still around?" Jirosen flusteredly tried to explain. Thong Sun stood behind helplessly thinking, first the emperor, now the queen too? What a mess. I really can't stand this nonsense anymore. Thompson grew a bit annoyed, raised his hand, and pointed forward, cutting in. "That's the entrance to the black market you're asking about. Can I go back now?" Jirosen turned back. "What are you talking about? I do know the way to the black market. I have a reason for telling you to lead me there," he continued, his face full of mockery. "You can't get in without an invitation, right?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, he continued. "Let's agree on this. Once inside, don't call me your highness." He laid out the relationship map of the 4 people. He calls Tyvan master, she calls him disciple, they call him lord, he calls them they call Tyvan Tyvan, and she calls him they, calling Thompson Thompson, and he calls him sir. Jirosen added, "The street prince's identity must not be revealed. What are you doing?" "Thompson, lead the way." Thompson's face revealed a fear he couldn't hide. His brows furrowed. "Only influential types get into the black market. If someone like me leads anyone in, they're basically signing their death warrant." He anxiously glanced toward the black market gate. Jirosen spoke up. "Hey, being the big shot street boss is more than enough. What kind of clout do you think you need to get in? Don't worry, I won't let a single guy mess with you. Now open up. Hurry." Thompson, trembling, tapped lightly on the door, which responded with a knock. But no one answered, so they spoke up. "Your hand's too weak. Huh? Been eating properly lately?" Thompson replied. "Seems like no one's here. Maybe we should come back later?" Jirosen's eyebrows knitted together. His cold gaze fixed on Thompson. Suddenly he raised his hand and clenched his fist tightly, smashing it hard against the doorframe. The door slammed loudly. Thompson panicked. This is going to cause big trouble. At that moment, a small metal door on the gate slid open, revealing fierce blue eyes. A voice rang out, "Which brat's tired of living?" Tom trembled and responded, "It's Tom Su here. Big boss." The man inside asked, "Who's this Tom?" Tom snapped, "He's new from the Western Pass. Boss, I'm bringing guests." Hearing this, the other replied, "Tom-san? That kid?" The gates burst open with a bang, and a large, muscular man with green hair stepped out. He was the gatekeeper. Seeing him, Tom-san was frightened. The green-haired guy approached, bent down, and spoke in a threatening tone. "Newbies these days have no fear? Huh? Knocking like this is your own home. You're not properly in this trade yet, and you dare bring guests to the gate? Are you crazy? Who trained you?" Tom-san was startled and too scared to reply. After a moment, he hung his head in submission and whispered, "It's not like that, boss." From somewhere, a voice rang out, "Hey man, if guests come, then host them instead of shouting." That was Jirosen. He added, "Or are you not interested in making money?" The green-haired man frowned and glanced at Jirosen. The shabby appearance of the 3 caught his eye, but he paid no mind. Turning back to Tom and asking, "Who trained you?" He continued, "You've lost your chance. From now on, you'll work under me." Jirosen pulled from his pocket a jingling pouch and placed 30 gold coins before him. The green-haired man looked at him in panic. Jirosen went on, "What's wrong? Is the gate fee enough?" Thompson stood silently, saying nothing. The green-haired man regained his composure and furrowed his brows skeptically. Jirosen smirked. Check it out. He thought to himself, these 30 gold coins were a reward from traveling to X, and now they were his entire fortune in the black market. 30 coins wasn't a big sum, but for the entrance fee it was a huge amount. The guy finished checking and looked at Jirosen. "If you are a customer, please keep your money. We don't charge an entrance fee to the black market. We only verify if you are worthy." Jirosen replied softly, "Really? That saves me some money. Can I go in now?" He smiled brightly, of course. Jirosen thought, does he think he can bully me? He continued, "Oh, I want Thompson to be my guide inside, all right?" Thompson turned around, surprised and slightly scared. "Why me, sir?" He wanted to refuse, but the gatekeeper placed a hand on his shoulder. Tom sensed a deadly aura and stammered, "Why yes, understood." The gatekeeper said gently, "Take good care of the guest, you can do that, right?" Thong Sun responded, "All right then, Let's go. I'll do my best. The gatekeeper stepped aside, opening the way for the four to enter. Welcome to the black market. The sky was pitch black, the atmosphere gloomy. Tyven was amazed that behind the door it was so vast. Inside was bustling and spacious. Comment said, "It's like an ant colony in here, master." Thompson, with a complicated expression, asked Jirosen, "Where does everyone want me to take them?" Jirosen was nonchalant. "Isn't it obvious? If you're at the black market, you naturally go to the upper floor, right?" He just pointed upwards. "Upstairs, let's go upstairs." Thompson was embarrassed. "But sir, I told you I'm just a rookie. I don't even know the way upstairs." Jirosen replied, "Don't worry." Tyvan surged ahead, passing them by, then turned back. "Disciple, what are you standing there for? This way, master will find the exit." Her beautiful face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Mana is calling me. Let's go." Jirosen said coldly, typical witch, always obsessed with the demon elder. Tyvan led the charge, followed by Jirosen, Kak, and Thompson. The four of them played a game of chase through cages imprisoning wild beasts. A figure silently watched them from behind. Cut to a stage. A man dressed in yellow, wearing black glasses, spoke up. "It's an honor to present this rare specimen. Have you ever seen a two-headed monster? A two-headed ogre, here." He raised his hand to showcase the muscular monster with two huge horns. They dashed past, no one paying attention to the fish tank filled with bizarre eyes. Tyvan shouted, "This way." The eyes in the tank watched them leave. After some fumbling, they reached the upper floor. Tyvan said, "Here it is." From the outside, the castle towered, ancient architecture with a spiraling staircase wrapping around it. Tyvan curiously remarked, "I sense a high-level mana aura surrounding here." Jirosen teased, "Master, calm down. We're here to prepare to stop a disaster. Remember?" The four stood before the door of a huge room. Everything around was strange, classical, but dark. Tyvan looked slightly dejected. "Well, I suppose that's that." Hearing her sad tone, Jirosen answered, "Including the demon elder. I'll gift him that." Tyvan brightened up again. "What? Are you serious?" Jirosen smiled. "Of course, I still feel guilty for making you angry last time." He thought to himself, although sometimes more mature than her age, she was still just a 19-year-old girl. Tyvan continued, "We should go. What if someone else gets it first? Let's go, hurry up." She suddenly got angry. Jirosen helplessly thought, "Isn't this the moment to be touched?" He replied, "We must stay calm. If we get too excited, everything will be a mess." Tyvan quickly calmed down. Jirosen said, "And you won't get that magical artifact." Tyvan pouted, his eyes sad. He continued, "Don't pout like that, try to calm down a bit." A blue light surrounded her. That was a super-level meditation. Jirosen responded, "What's this? All the way to this level already?" After meditating, Tyvan gently smiled. "Now I'm calm." Jirosen sighed in relief. Scene shifts to Kaelvan. Emperor Bison Calivan's face darkened with anger. "Say that again." He sat on the throne looking down at the person kneeling below. Aaron Roy saw him silent and continued serving the noble Aaron Roy. His words echoed like a threat. Aaron knelt before him, his face showing confusion and tension. "Yes, your majesty. The third prince has joined the revolutionary army, swearing to reclaim the Tear of Genesis." Emperor Karo sneered, asking mockingly, "Ha, ridiculous. It sounds like that kid is carrying the fate of the entire empire on his shoulders." Aaron cautiously spoke. "But it's true. The third prince left because of the empire's sacred artifact." Upon hearing this, Emperor Sielao burst out laughing. Laughter echoed throughout the vast palace, the unending laughter making the steward and the marquis feel terrified, bowing their heads in silence. Suddenly, the emperor stopped laughing, pointed at Aaron, his voice icy and laced with anger. "Marquis Aaron Roy, have you come here to make a fool of me? Answer me." An raised his eyes toward Kaelvan, responding with both firmness and respect. "I have said all I know." He looked directly at the seated emperor, seemingly without any fear. Emperor Kaelvan pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to command. "Humph, very well, stand up." An bowed his head and slowly stood. The emperor continued, his voice more composed. "I have no doubt about you. Wasn't Jirosen always just a useless kid? Yet now that useless kid suffers from prophetic syndrome." After finishing, he turned to the steward and asked, "Steward, where is the commander of the royal knights?" The steward bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, he arrived some time ago and is waiting to be received." Hearing this, Kaelvan ordered him to enter. A figure approached and knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, you summoned me." Aaron frowned as he looked at the newcomer, suspicion rising in his heart. Sidric Ben of the Holy Shang Empire, a hunting dog with absolute loyalty to the emperor. He watched every move of the man but did not understand why he had been summoned here. Emperor Kaelvan glanced sharply. "Duke Ben, you must assign someone to keep an eye on the third prince. If by any chance he manages to control the Tear of Genesis, even if you have to use force, bring him here immediately. Oh, and one more thing, if the third prince unfortunately dies, keep his body." I want to witness with my own eyes whether that kid really has prophetic powers. Losing limbs doesn't matter. By any means, preserve the corpse for me. Cedric Ben nodded obediently. Yes, your majesty. Marquis Aaron was stunned and horrified at the emperor's words. Watching him say such cruel things without changing expression, the only thought echoing in his mind was, God, he's lost his mind. That's still his son, after all. Kaelvan returned to his usual cold demeanor. That will be all for the imperial audience. You may withdraw. At your majesty's command, they answered in unison. Marquis Aaron left deep in thought, his face solemn. Somehow, he had to let his highness know that he was being watched, but how to contact him when he's delving deeper into the AR world? Meanwhile, on Jerosan's side, they were entering another palace. Tyvan felt overwhelmed by the dazzling splendor and magnificence of the place. She couldn't help but exclaim, eyes drawn to the weapons and swords neatly hung for display. The sparkling jewelry and bustling crowd excited her. This place looks like it's straight out of a painting. Her cheerfulness made Jerosan have to remind her. Remember, master, you must stay calm. She kept admiring the scene in front of her, replying vaguely, I know, I won't forget. Those behind seemed to see something surprising. Panicking, Your Highness. Before they could finish, Jerosan asked as a reminder, Hey, have you seen His Highness anywhere? Realizing their slip, they quickly corrected themselves. No, I meant my lord, I saw him over there. He pointed towards a figure completely covered, looking like they were sneaking around doing something. Jerosan looked where he pointed, thinking to himself, What's that guy doing here? What's with that outfit? He looks like a cautious dog. He turned to those and whispered, Just pretend you don't see him. Those glanced and asked, You know who that is, right? I know, but this relationship is a bit awkward. Frankly, quite uncomfortable. He scratched his head, looking embarrassed, worried, and a bit flustered. Hesitating, he turned back that way and said, Oh, I see. But he's heading this way. The footsteps grew clearer, and soon he was standing in front of the three of them. He forced a smile and said, You guys watching from over here? Pleasure to meet you. He dared not look directly at the three, speaking evasively. Jerosan thought, Why does he keep acting friendly when it clearly doesn't suit him at all? Those looked displeased, irritation plainly visible on his face. Looks like trouble is coming. All three simultaneously turned and started walking in different directions without agreeing beforehand. Yeah, nice to meet you, but let's catch up next time. We're busy and have to go now. O was extremely surprised to see this and hurriedly called out, Wait, Jay. Rosen, before he could finish, Kak darted like lightning and covered his mouth. Kak furrowed his brow seriously, his whole body emanating a deadly aura. Our master is hiding his identity. Don't mention his name. O broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, I understand. O hesitated, then suggested, If you guys buy more items, the price will be cheaper. What if we go together? After all, we've been through thick and thin together, right? He shrugged nonchalantly. Jerosan watched this scene and felt something was off about this guy. His behavior was unusual, so clearly he was still hiding something. Excuse me, but I prefer to handle this myself. He waved his hand firmly to decline. Goodbye. Wait. O clung to him and whispered close to his ear. Jerosan, I'll be honest. I came here to buy the determination shield. Jerosan carefully pondered what he had just said. His expression calm, but his eyes showing he was analyzing something very carefully. The determination shield was a popular item among players, and he had come looking for it as well. But that was definitely not the only reason he had come here. Upon hearing this, O immediately felt shocked and panic-stricken. Jerosan said again, Are you trying to piss me off to death? I'm leaving here. O rolled his eyes, stammering a whisper just loud enough for the crown prince to hear. Money. I don't have enough money. He seemed to have just heard something amusing, smiling with narrowed eyes, thinking to himself, he doesn't have enough money. Huh? What a loser. He pretended to pick his ear, not hearing clearly. Make him repeat it? What did you just say? I didn't catch that. O's face flushed red with embarrassment, striking a cute pose, clutching his fists tightly, bowing down and shouting loudly. I said I don't have enough money. Seeing this, Jerosan reminded him. All right, I got it, but don't try to act cute like that anymore. It doesn't suit you at all. So how much do you actually have now? O looked up in surprise, unable to believe what he'd just heard. Huh? I'm asking how much money you have on you. Hand it all over. He stretched out his hand toward O, smiling. Everyone witnessing this could only look away helplessly. The god gazed at him with admiration and exclaimed, Truly a street prince. Jerosan held a blue coin purse and asked, You just want the stabilization shield, right? A system notification popped up. 92 gold coins have been transferred to your item bag. Fine, if you're trying to trick me, don't worry. I'll keep my promise. He looked at the purse vanishing in his hand, then continued speaking. But listen, nothing is free. I have one condition. Hearing this, O glared at him warily, his eyes full of deadly intent. Jerosan seemed to sense this and quickly reassured him. Don't glare at me like that. It's nothing serious. When we leave here, tell me your true identity. Okay? He held out his hand as a gesture of cooperation. If you don't tell me, I'll return your money. He hesitated for a moment but finally shook Jirosen's hand. Humph. Fine. But, yet he still seemed reluctant, prompting Jirosen to ask further. Wasn't your master here with you just now? It was then they noticed that Tyvan had disappeared at some point. Yeah. After thinking it over, he turned to Kak and said, go find my master for me and wait at the stall across. Okay? He wanted to say more, but the next words were whispered into Kak's ear. If you meet my master, please ask him to use magic to enlarge these things. With that, Jirosen produced 2 bags from his palms and handed them to Kak. Catching the bags, he posed a question. By the way, master, I've been meaning to ask. Since when have you been able to summon spells? He hesitated slightly then replied. Well, I just kept trying and suddenly it worked. Hearing this, Kak pressed on. You've been practicing tirelessly, haven't you? I'm proud of you, master. I mean, sir, I'm proud of you too. At this moment Jirosen was smug, thinking to himself. Actually, summoning was a bonus I received when I first arrived in Aura. In this world, it's quite useful. The surprise is that Jirosen, Prince of the Magic Empire, only started using this skill recently. Finally, Kak agreed. Alright, I'll go find him right away. The group of Jirosen approached the salesperson, who courteously bowed her head. Welcome, esteemed guests. He spoke first. May I ask, how much does the determining shield currently cost? She pointed to the shield and smiled as she introduced. At present, the determining shield costs 120 gold coins. Hearing this, O turned to the others with confusion. But just now, it was clearly 110. Jirosen also appeared to be pondering. Humph, that's 10 gold coins more expensive than what she just said. Noticing their bewilderment, the saleswoman explained. This is your first time coming upstairs, right? The prices for magical artifacts on the upper level aren't fixed. They vary depending on circumstances. Jirosen immediately had an epiphany, exclaiming, got it. He thought to himself. When newcomers arrive here, usually 2 scenarios occur. Either they get gouged with sky-high prices, or they get scammed into buying worthless junk and lose everything, even down to the last scrap of cloth. The saleswoman smiled again and asked, so, would you like to purchase it? Jirosen recalled the items he needed. First, the swift bow. Second, the magical bracelet forest ring. And finally, the determining shield. He felt deeply conflicted, thinking, I have 92 gold but still can't afford to buy it. With only 30 gold on my person, how could I possibly buy anything? After a moment of hesitation, Jirosen decided, if this is a scam den, then I just need to play them at their own game. Calculating quickly, he propped his hand on the table and looked the saleswoman straight in the eye, replying, I will buy it, but they also sell deadly dice here, right? The saleswoman gasped in astonishment. Oh my gods. Then she lightly placed her hand on the table, and beneath her palm lay a key. She whispered into his ear. Of course there is. To be honest, I was planning to introduce it to you. Take this key and go to room 3 on the 2nd floor. Because of the shield, please remember to earn a lot of money and then come back here. Jirosen nodded in response. Certainly, but inwardly he thought they're excited because their prey has walked right into the trap. But what's that feeling? It seems like sharp eyes are glaring from behind me. When he turned around, the group behind him looked at him with cold, furious eyes. Tyvan angrily questioned, you rotten brat. I trusted your word and went all the way to Aura's with you. Yet you went gambling instead. Do you want to go back to those days of heavy drinking and pointless gambling? She was so furious she seemed ready to scream fire. Jirosen stammered in panic. Master, it's not like that. Kak, do something. The only response was Kak's decisive head turn, searching for allies but finding none. He sighed deeply. Thinking back on himself before, this reaction wasn't so surprising. After thinking, he reached out and grabbed Tyvan's hand, and she angrily shouted, you brat, let go of me. He hurried to explain, Kak, master, please listen to me first. Tyvan snapped irritably. Salon. No, Kak, stop him now. Kak held her shoulders gently and reassured her. Yeah, it's best to hear him out first, right? She gave a confused look, then blushed and stammered. Okay then. Jirosen was both angry and speechless, thinking, just moments ago she wouldn't listen to me at all. This is frustrating to death. After calming everyone down, he called them back. All right, everyone, gather around. He lowered his voice to analyze. Gambling is betting money on chance, right? But this time we are 100% sure to win, so is it still gambling? Their answer left him speechless. People call that being a gambler, they said. Jirosen firmly denied. I'm doing this because I know for certain this method will succeed. Not because I want to gamble. Just like when I defeated Bamilo and overthrew Count Aaron. I needed the right magic tools. That was the best way. His words stunned everyone. Not stopping there, he added, to prevent the Aura catastrophe, so trust me as those two did back then. I will change. Having said that, he silently awaited their responses. The first to support were the experts. Since you've spoken so resolutely, I believe you. The master grunted in agreement. Humph, so be it. Just as O opened his mouth to call his name, he was stopped. What now? Want to get the money back? Don't you need a shield anymore? Oh, finally hesitated. Nothing. After successfully persuading them, Jirosen led the group. All right, if no one objects, let's head straight to the second floor. Time passed, and Tyven felt excited. Winning again? Truly my disciple. They couldn't help but admire. Master, you're so cool. Oh, from the opposing side spoke up. This round is mine. Actually, I was pretty lucky and skilled, yet losing 2 rounds in a row like this is rare. Looks like you're really lucky. She smiled but inwardly thought. Something's not right. I deliberately lost 2 rounds. Meanwhile, the 2 guys were grinning ear to ear, and he was unusually calm. Judging by his clothes and the people around him, he probably wasn't from around here, or was he just an idiot? You can't say for sure. Jirosen suddenly spoke up, cutting off her thoughts. I feel like today's my lucky day. What do you think, if we raise the stakes a bit? She bit her lip, about to protest, but also thought silently. Damn it, you want to raise the stakes? That's exactly what I wanted to hear all along. Gamblers are all the same. She almost laughed and thought deeply. This is a den of beasts. Fool, no matter what you do, you can't beat me. Today, I'll drain your blood dry and turn you all into slaves for life. Her overreaction raised suspicions. What's wrong with her? Is she sick or what? Divan sympathized. Must be crying because she lost too much. Poor thing. Jirosen thought quietly. Crying? Why cry? She hasn't lost that much. She's a poisonous snake. Even if she stabbed someone to death, she wouldn't shed a drop of blood. Tyven advised softly. Jirosen, maybe don't raise the stakes anymore. Even the dealer looks uncomfortable. They echoed. She looks like she's actually crying. Dude, don't be fooled. These 2 innocent guys coming here with soft hearts are just going to lose everything. Down to the last penny. The other side laughed, brushing away tears lightly. Sorry, I just thought you were about to cry. Tyven wanted to speak again, but Kak frowned. How pitiful. Then she spoke. Really? I see there's something bothering you. Turns out it's because the bet was too low, right? Don't worry about raising the stakes, it's not even my money. Just say the amount you want. Jirosen replied. Really? Sounds tempting. She enthusiastically pushed. Yes, don't hesitate, just raise the bet. At that moment he thought. Very glad to see her again. Aha, she doesn't know me, but I've always cleaned her out. Thinking so, he smiled. Then I won't hesitate any longer. Let's enjoy this juicy prey. Switching to the Deadly Dice minigame, a game where you move a piece on the board to seize treasure and return to the start point. At first glance, it looks like a typical boss game, but it really is a place specializing in selling magical gambling tools. All items here contain magic. You can move forward or backward, and the game only ends when you return exactly to the original starting point. If you want to stop others from rushing ahead to grab all the treasure, Jirosen calculated. I can totally move backwards to get to the finish first as a strategy. Of course, it all depends on the dice roll. He held the dice in his hand, thinking, this is the perfect game to fool idiots into stepping onto this floor. The dice seem fair, but they really aren't. 6-4-4-1-5. This complicated sequence always repeats according to a set pattern, but it's rigged to favor the controller. Of course, I memorized the entire pattern while playing The World Abandoned by the Gods. Thinking that, he smirked and quietly rehearsed it over the last 2 rounds. While Hai Ran was trying to lure me, I checked everything thoroughly. Then he reached out to touch the dice and suggested, instead of gold, how about we bet magical artifacts? Han didn't hesitate and agreed. Of course, just say what you want to bet. Getting her agreement, he set the bet. Then 2 shield plates to decide. She replied excitedly. Betting 2 items right away? That's bold. All right, but that's not all. Josen added. Bet the forest ring and the swift bow as well. Han looked at him with eyes full of interest. She didn't rush to answer, but the person beside her quickly whispered. Heian, as far as I remember, the rules say you can bet a maximum of 3 magical artifacts, right? The man bowed his head, waiting for a reply. Han turned around and said, please wait a moment, then whispered to the man. Contrary to the cheerful face she showed Josen, she spoke to the man with a grim expression. Hey, do you have any idea how big this bet is? I'm about to win, so why stress? My job is to drain this bunch of fools dry. If by a tiny chance I lose, your job is to clean up the mess. Don't ruin the business. Just do your job. Got it? The man bowed his head. Yes, big sister. Han instructed. Then stop messing around. Go get the magical items that fool just mentioned and bring their entire list here. And when you leave, make sure those others surround this place to prevent any escapes. At this moment, Tyven and Kak watched the 2 whispering, their confused yet humorous expressions suggesting they weren't satisfied. Han whispered further, keep a decent face. If things go wrong because of you, I'll sell you as a slave. The man quickly responded, understood, big sis. She watched the man's figure disappear, then said, ah, truly a refined person. Now, this gentleman will bring the magical items everyone needs. Then she turned to Josen and asked, may I know how much money you still have on hand? Sorry for the trouble, but this is a required procedure. Josen glanced meaningfully at Kak. Of course, right? Kak replied, yes, master. Then he took out a large bag and placed 2 heavy gold bags on the table. Jirosen asked, is this enough? The 2 full bags of gold were placed on the table. Heron's eyes lit up. Humph. Looks like about 650 gold coins. More than I expected. Well, if this fails, selling him won't be a problem. Seeing him struggle like that, she thought so but still smiled kindly. That's more than enough. So, if everyone's ready, let's begin. The shield, bow, and ring were brought out. The table was ready. Han asked, are we all set? Let's start then. Honored guest, Jiro-san replied. Of course, she smiled humbly. Mr. San, please roll the dice. But he declined. I go first? Sorry, I'm still not used to this. It's my first time. You go ahead. The dice appeared beside Han. She pursed her lips. Thank you, Mr. San. Then let's begin. She threw the dice. Jirosen focused on guessing. This time it would be a 2. The dice rolled and, just as predicted, 2 small dots appeared. Looking at the 2 pieces on the board, Jirosen reasoned. If Han rolls a 5 on her next turn, she will reach the 50 gold tile. But she won't do that. To trap a fool, you have to sow hope in him. If that fool gets scared and ends the game early by returning to the starting point, it would all be wasted. She'll let me take the 100 gold treasure, including the 50 gold part, and try to claim the rest. Joy, despair, and the taste of regret. That's how you lead a fool by the nose. The dice vanished, teleporting to his position. Josen grabbed it, thinking. But Hai ran. The fool here isn't me. It's you. I'll smash that mask soon enough. He threw the dice forcefully. The dice spun around. It stopped at 6 points. Han exclaimed in shock. Jirosen feigned confusion. What's wrong? She laughed in reply. Nothing. It's just a bit dry in here. He didn't expose her. Just smiled along. Now that she mentions it, it does seem that way. He thought it should have landed on 4, but a 6 surprised her. Han quickly regained her composure. That's right. Now it's my turn. She threw the dice, pretending to be amazed. I rolled a 3. He calculated. Now that returning correctly to the rules must have made her feel relieved. 50 gold is just 1 space away. Looks like an easy score. But Jirosa got 4 more points. He wasn't in a hurry, though they were all tearing their hair out. You have to roll a 1 to move forward to that spot. Tian teased him. You have to put all your passion into the dice, disciple. Only he silently felt lucky. Well then, good, I don't have to fake disappointment. He glanced at Hairan and saw her biting her nails with her head down. Han smiled. Don't be so gloomy. You can move back. Remember? Just don't hesitate next turn. Her dice dropped, scoring 2 points. Her piece settled on the 50 gold spot. The unexpected incident darkened her face. The whole table fell silent. An atmosphere of doom enveloped the room. She stammered, wait, that's not right. Jirosen was pleased. Surely she was confused because she rolled a 2 instead of a 5 as she thought. And on top of that lost the gold she had set to trap him. Remembering the dice rules is easy. The hard part is knowing how to control them. And controlling them is simpler than I thought. Just a light push while the dice is still in hand is enough. When I rolled the B number, I thought the sequence would be 4-5-1-4-2. But I rolled the next 4 without anyone noticing. Jirosen's mind shifted back to Han. Could this be called a failed roll? Experienced players know this trick. So why doesn't she? The one who defeated Balo with a strategy one never even knew. Once she has the shield, she'll reveal her identity. Now let's teach Han a lesson or two. He tossed the dice. The dice fell and the piece moved to a fixed position. A thrilling sound rang out. Oh my god, dear customer. You got the decisive shield. Tyvan joyfully hugged him. See? I told you if you put all your heart into it, you will succeed. Han happily raised her index finger. He was astonished. She really looked nothing like herself. He called out, here, take back your shield. Hiren smiled in congratulations. Dear customer, shall we continue then? Han's people were unwilling to give up the shield, but she held on tightly without letting go. Jirosen chuckled. And I got exactly number 4 at the right moment. I'm really lucky. It seems the dice are leaning my way. Today is definitely my lucky day. She didn't know what he was thinking. I don't need to interfere with that rule. It's unnecessary. From now on, I should only control it when truly needed and act as if wrapping things up after a round of this game where 8 treasures were put up for bet. Han owns 50 gold, and Jirosen has just won the shield. Up to now, everything was still under his calculation. After winning the first treasure, before she suspected I meddled with the dice, she would just think there was something wrong with the dice. Because if I was really cheating, I wouldn't have let her win that 50 gold in the first place. So consider this as me using Han's own strategy to play against her, with the remaining 6 treasures, and I intend to take them all. Having thought this through, he reached out to touch the dice. Jirosen began with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Looks like today is my lucky day. I really look forward to the rest of this game. Just as he finished speaking, his piece precisely appeared on the 50th golden square. This move left Han a bit stunned. His piece moved on to the next 50th golden square. That was when her expression grew even worse. While Tyvan burst out laughing joyfully, her companion stubbornly held onto the shield, but he reached out and took it. Jirosen humbly said, Sincerely sorry. Today must really be my lucky day. Although she was in pain, she gritted her teeth and replied awkwardly, no need to apologize. Han's composure surprised him somewhat. She was calmer than he'd expected, probably having learned from last time. At that moment, she extended her hand to grab the dice. Her face was grim as she stared intensely. Jirosen feigned asking, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the dice? Startled by him, she reluctantly answered, no, I'll go right away. Once more, the dice were cast. His mind raced, we've come too far now to stop playing. It was time to pick up the pace. This time it was his turn and he rolled a 6. Next came 2 points for Han, then another 6 points again for him. His blue piece once again reached the 50th golden square and settled there. Han could no longer maintain her composure. She was struggling to suppress an outburst of anger. The blue piece was very close to the next prize, and finally it succeeded in landing on that prize square. The more the others watched, the more excited they became. Excellent, Your Highness. Tyvan chimed in, truly a disciple of mine. As I said, just put your whole heart into it. Tom responded, you really won everything except for one thing. At this moment, Han couldn't hold back any longer. She furiously shouted, grinding her teeth as she struggled to contain herself. I was supposed to win. What do you mean playing with your whole heart? Don't lie to me. The others and Tyvan were also intimidated by her expression. Hiran exploded directly. Han would never lose at these betting games. If she did lose, it could only mean it was rigged. Jirosen gripped his bow tightly and asked, rigged? How so? Perhaps she means this? He said, then dropped the dice onto the table. He threw them forcefully and continued, the next roll will be a 1. At this, Han's eyes widened as if she'd suddenly realized something. On the table, the dice came to rest on a single point. She trembled and hissed, so you knew about the dice all along? And you tricked me? Jirosen feigned deep thought. Tricked? Yeah, probably. But those dice were cheating devices from the start. Well then, thanks for the treasure. As Jirosen turned away, Heron's expression darkened. Wait, do you really think you've won? Do you think we'll just let you walk away so easily? She slowly stood up and wickedly declared. How can you be so naive? This place belongs to me, haven't you realized yet? Don't you understand the situation you're in? I haven't lost. I've won. Jirosen responded with extreme calm. How cowardly. Could you just keep quiet for a moment? You lost. Of course, I know your subordinates have surrounded us outside. I also know you won't let me leave easily when you lose a bet. Before he could finish speaking, she gritted her teeth and cut him off. What? Don't talk nonsense, how could you? Jirosen ignored her and instead patted Tom's son on the shoulder. Tom's son, why do you look so sad? He hesitated before replying. Sir, if you leave me behind, I will. Jirosen quickly reassured him. Don't worry. Didn't I say I'd protect you? When I give the signal, you just need to open the door. They're talking without paying attention to Hare's presence. Aren't they? She thought to herself. Does he really think I'll let him go? Immediately afterward, she ordered to stop him. Her subordinates delayed in taking action, so she shouted loudly, I don't know what he'll do. Stop him. You idiots, go catch him right now. What happened next shocked everyone. The sword suddenly flew toward Han's group. The sword he wielded was covered in lightning and it threatened fiercely. I will kill you if you dare block my way. Han furiously ordered his subordinates. Why are you just standing there? Stop him now. But the subordinates recognized it as a spirit sword. One of them ground his teeth and replied, we don't want to die. Why don't you stop him yourself? At that moment, she suddenly realized something shocking. To her bewilderment, the other person added, I said the two of us can't take him on, so why don't you handle it yourself? And we're not your slaves, so why are you ordering us around like you're our master? Jirosen and the others left. At that moment, he thought, he really knows exactly what needs to be done. After thinking for a moment, he said, what's the matter? Aren't you coming with us? We'll leave you behind. Hearing that, he immediately turned back and replied, all right, I'm coming right away. Just wait a moment. Switching to Tom's son, he was now surrounded by something like vines glowing softly. He looked at Jirosen with a panicked expression. Sir, are you really sure? Jirosen replied, I'm sure. But he weakly said, you said you would protect me, don't you remember? Did I say that? Tom's son was dumbfounded by his words. Then Jirosen suddenly changed his tone. Just kidding. I've just cast a protective spell on you. You won't die, don't worry. What are you doing? Open the door. He responded, well then, I trust you. Jirosen turned to Kak and asked, are you ready? They answered, yes, your highness. Only Tom's son was still uneasy, his face extremely ugly, and finally, mustering all his courage, he placed his hand on the doorknob. All right, let's go. As soon as they opened the door, they encountered a group of large figures, brandishing weapons. Right then, Tom's son had only one thought in his mind. Maybe I should close this again. One guy in that crowd spoke up. Who are you? Aren't you the new guy? Tom's son, right? Tom's son immediately looked puzzled and asked back. Who are you? Another guy continued speaking. I see you already. I know who you are. Are you pretending to be clueless? Then they turned back to chat among themselves, laughing. Yeah, that guy is Tom's son, and what do those three call themselves again? The three big street bosses, right? The remaining one confirmed. That's right. Then the whole bunch burst out laughing. Another guy asked, what's going on? Why is your hand glowing? Did you just steal some magical gear or what? As he touched it, he shouted, huh? What the heck is this? Why is my hand stuck? The group panicked. What? Why am I glowing like this too? Look, my whole body is like this. In just a moment, they were all caught by that vine-like thing. One guy grumbled irritably, what the hell is this? Tom, it's not something bad, right? Seeing Tom's son remain silent, he grew angry. Answer me. Do you think I'm joking with you? Answer before I kill you, you bastard. Inside, Han glared in disbelief. She pointed at the Joseon group and shouted, they tricked me and ran off. You cannot let them escape. Outside, Tom's son faced the thugs and turned around shouting for help. Hey, come out here for a second. Help me. Sensing the perfect moment had arrived, Joseon ordered Kak immediately. Are you ready? Kak replied, yes, your highness. Meanwhile, Tom's son was sweating bullets and looking at them for help. Just as he was about to scream for help again, Kak quickly threw his shield toward the crowd. They were so confused they hadn't even processed what had just happened, glancing at each other in panic. Huh? What's happening to me? Someone even shouted, La Dat Tan, but his highness said with a sigh, the area outside is enemy territory. Are we really so free to chat like this? Don't worry, this is a soundproof room. Even if someone dies here, no one outside will know. Meanwhile, in a room, for people Joseon, Tyvan, Kak, and Thompson were having a mysterious conversation. Tyvan asked, have you found an escape route yet? Joseon replied softly, I didn't think you'd be worried about that. We have Kak, a level 6 knight, and you're a level 7 wizard after all. Kak looked at Tyvan with concern. Even if we get through the door, facing the ambushing enemies won't be easy. Tyvan responded, it's okay. There are others on our side. Hearing this, Joseon became uneasy. Who are you talking about? Your highness, we don't truly know that man's identity. He could betray us anytime, right? Suddenly, Joseon's eyes gleamed brightly as he gave a meaningfully sly smile. Kak and Thompson frowned at him. Even Tyvan was briefly frightened by Joseon's expression. Kak cautiously said to her, your highness, I mean no disrespect to Tom's son, but we really can't rely too much on him. Tyvan agreed with Kak, saying it was best for him to stay here since, after all, he was from here and, frankly, probably led us here under duress. He'd definitely be safe. More importantly, if we took him along, it might put us in danger. Tom's son stammered nervously, sir, but was cut off by Joseon, who said, what you're saying is absolutely correct. Joseon's next words made Tom's son fall silent. Tom's son is too weak to come with us. If we take him along, he'll just slow us down. But even so, we will take him. As soon as he finished speaking, Tom's son was stunned and turned to look at the person beside him. But Joseon continued to reassure everyone. Don't worry, I don't think Tom's son will hold us back. We'll be the ones adjusting to his pace. Kak and Tyvan looked confused and asked together, but your highness, how exactly should we do that? Have you figured out a strategy? Joseon smiled smugly. All right, I will explain the plan. He asked softly, first, Thompson, you're involved with the underworld, right? Surprised by the question, the man answered, yes, sir. Even though I'm just a low-level errand boy, I'm still a part of it. Tyvan quickly asked, but you keep referring to the underworld. What exactly do you mean by that? Joseon answered immediately, then turned to ask Kak, you know what that is, right? Explain quickly. Kak hurriedly explained, leaving Joseon and Thompson puzzled. Yes, I understand. I once learned that they are enemies of the Empire and a threat to the continent's peace. Suddenly, he blushed embarrassedly. The continent's peace and our current situation with those rebels. Anyway, in the dark, deep alleys of Orax, two major groups share control and fiercely compete. One side is a group calling themselves righteous warriors, ready to break rules for the justice they believe in. The other is the underworld, doing whatever it takes for money, running many illegal markets with main income from gambling and slave trading. Joseon was so surprised he couldn't keep his mouth shut, thinking to himself, did he really memorize the entire book? Why does it feel like reading lines from a script? If he hadn't met Joseon, Aeon would have been very successful. He immediately switched topics, curiously asking, right, Master's forest ring isn't meant for combat, correct? Tyvan raised his hand showing the ring, replying, exactly, since it comes from the Green Fairy tribe, it amplifies wood element magic and also has the skill to cast a protective shield, boosting defense by tightening the ally formation. As she finished speaking, Joseon asked, so, can the protective shield be used on Thompson? Within Master's mana limit. She was surprised to hear this. But why? I don't understand why you want me to put all my mana into that spell and only use it on one person. That way, the whole team can't boost their defense. That skill was meant for the whole team after all. Joseon continued explaining. Master, that skill focuses on concentration and amplification, right? Right. An army clad in iron armor, along with tree people, was surrounded by a faint mist of vines. So what if you concentrate on a single target? Tyven hesitated, thinking about using the power to bind the tree people into a tight ball, which would greatly boost their defense. With that level of focus, she seemed to understand the intent and exclaimed, "Ah, so the enemy will roll together, that's clever. Truly my student." The brow furrowers looked at them puzzled. "But your highness, if you want to sweep the enemies at the gate, isn't that overkill? Do we need to use up all of his mana?" Jirosen quickly replied, "That's true, but your shields can push and roll targets, right? Then you just need to keep attacking Thompson after the spell is cast on him." Hearing this, the guy involuntarily looked at him in fear. He'll roll around and sweep up the whole enemy group. It seemed both had understood the plan. Not only Tom's son but also Kak looked at him with terrified expressions. Jirosen reminded them, "Don't look at me like that. We're gonna turn Tom's son into a snowball and roll right out of here." He grinned slyly, thinking with satisfaction that this was actually his favorite method. Skilled gamers had already tried all the usual ways, so they often liked doing weird stuff, and of course prioritizing the techniques they came up with themselves. After a while, the people in Jirosen's squad were bundled together into a big round lump. "Hey, get your hands off me. Where do you think you're touching?" In the center of the room was a sphere wrapped tightly with tree roots. Jirosen and the group stepped closer, and he spoke up. "Shall we start? Are you ready?" No one answered, just wearing a doubtful expression. He asked again, "What's wrong? Is it because of Thompson?" "Partly, your highness, and also the women can't fight and I'm a knight." They hesitated in their answer, while from the sphere an unending noisy murmur came. "Get away! Lift your foot off! Where do you think you're touching?" Jirosen, understanding their feelings, laughed heartily to reassure them. "This is a defense technique that uses all the mana of a 7th level wizard. No matter how hard you hit, you won't feel a thing." Hearing that, they could only blurt out 2 words. "Is that so?" Full of curiosity, he quickly stepped forward, facing Hyran, who was trapped inside the sphere of roots. That guy cursed angrily. "So you've done all that and still think you can retreat? You think you can get out of the black market alive? Looks like you guys don't know what true suffering is yet." "Huh?" Hearing her cursing, their face darkened as they thought. "Finally, I can fulfill the duty of a knight and be of help to your highness." He frowned, looking at the sphere with eyes full of determination. "Then I will give it my all." When she saw that expression on his face, hers twisted into one of horror. "Ah, he looks way too serious now." Suddenly, the orb moved. She and her comrades cried out in alarm. The root-covered orb rolled forward right before the eyes of the entire Jirosen group. A shout rang out, and the whole gang began chasing after the orb as it rolled down the steps inside the tower. At this moment, in front of a wooden door, 2 soldiers stood guard. Hearing the strange noise, they exchanged puzzled questions. "Did you hear that, brother? You heard it too? Sounds like something rolling this way." No sooner had they finished speaking than the orb crashed into the door, shattering it. The 2 guards were thrown back with force, still sliding without stopping. The orb kept rolling toward the stone wall, then slammed hard against it, startling the 2 soldiers. They watched the orb and laughed with satisfaction. "What the hell are you guys doing? Playing with the magical contraption again? Didn't the big boss say not to touch that stuff? Having fun? Huh?" Hyran, inside the orb, shouted to stop them. But the 2 guards didn't understand and asked back, unaware that the Josen group was closing in. "Huh? What are you doing in there? I said stop it, didn't I? What do you mean by that?" By then, Jirosen had crept up right behind the 2. One of them sensed something odd and panicked as he spun around. Jirosen's grip kept moving forward, quickly dodging attacks from the water orbs. A gang of Han's men shouted as they chased after them, yelling, "Don't let them escape! Grab them!" Oh suddenly stopped and looked at them, but very quickly he rushed ahead of Jirosen and Tyven, with just a few slashes freeing the nearby 2-headed monster. Once freed, the 2-headed monster showed its power, causing Han's men to scatter in panic. That orb rolled into another room. It passed through, leaving countless corpses strewn about along with shattered rubble. A blond man with a pale face shakily grabbed the wooden door. As soon as he opened the door, he collapsed outside, motionless. Jirosen supported Thompson, stepping over that man's body, and sighed wearily. "People say gambling makes you lose track of time, and that's definitely true, isn't it?" Hearing Jirosen call, Thompson tried to respond. "I'm so dizzy. Please don't say anything to me now." "Okay, alright, no more talking. Rest a bit, then let's withdraw," he replied flatly, stepping past the blond man's face and continuing on. "They'll chase after us once they regain consciousness." After walking some distance, the group stopped. "It's time to say goodbye. I think I should leave now." But before that, O asked, "John, where do you plan to go next? You know they'll chase you to the ends of the earth." Jirosen sighed. "Why do you ask?" O stammered. "Nothing. I just want to know if you need a place to hide. If you don't want, you don't have to say." Knowing his thoughts, Jirosen revealed the place he and the group intended to go. "We'll head to Han Duong Inn." Hearing this, Thompson quickly spoke up, clearing his throat. "Sir, but that place," Han also spoke up. "That's a clever idea. Just mention my name and you'll get a free room." He smiled reassuringly. "Alright, then can you send Ba Mu Lo to meet me there?" "Fine, then I'll see you again soon. John, I don't know if you and I will meet again. If we do, we'll have plenty to talk about. Oh gave a knowing smile. Hearing this, Jurosen let out a puzzled huh. Looked back at where he was standing without noticing that Thompson was trembling more and more. Only dust rose up there from the forceful leap. He and the others instinctively looked up to the rooftop where Oh had just jumped. He looked regretfully toward Jurosen, saying, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Sen felt a strange sensation and thought she might have forgotten something. Wait. Thompson, thank you, sir. Jurosen gently asked, are you feeling any better? Are you feeling any better? He smiled wearily and replied, yes, much better now. Josen and Tyven anxiously looked at his face. Heavens, I'm sorry. I thought you'd be feeling worse. Thompson's next words caught Tyven somewhat by surprise. Not at all. If I'd stayed behind, those things would have at least cut off one of my limbs. And I'm sure that's why you chose me to accompany you. Treating me kindly even though I tried to attack you when we first met. I should feel grateful for that. Thompson said as he stood up. Thank you, sir. And if you accept, I will serve under you like a loyal servant. Jurosen blinked, a surprised huh running through his mind, then stammered, don't worry about that. He quickly rose, speaking seriously, we can travel together now, but you'll also need to build a new life for yourself, and I'll need your help with some tasks for a while. Is that all right? Thompson's face lit up with a bright smile hearing about the missions. Yes, sir. Then a notification appeared to Jurosen. Thompson Delbo has joined the party. Jurosen urged, all right, let's get moving. Since Thompson is feeling much better, I'm sure the underground world's people will soon be tailing us. Everyone, do you see anyone following us? They all cleared their throats, looking at him with flushed faces and a few tears, replying, no one. Your Highness, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell too? The trembling responses left Jurosen powerless. It's just emotion. Thinking about how much you've grown. Hearing this, he glanced over at Tyven, noticing her trembling too and thought, is Tyven crying as well? What's with these people? Are they really that touched? Then, they stopped in front of a shop. We've arrived. This is Handyong. Thompson leaned toward Jurosen and whispered, by the way, is it okay if I don't go with you? He didn't answer, simply sinking silently into his own thoughts, which was understandable. Most people here were from the police city. He focused on Thompson looking flustered. Although they accepted not to get involved in the underground world's business, they certainly wouldn't be very friendly toward Thompson. After thinking, he decisively patted the guy on the shoulder to reassure him. Are you afraid of the people here? Don't worry, they're not going to kill you, right? But, sir, this place. He smiled smugly and continued. And if they do anything, we'll be in even bigger trouble than you. Thompson blinked in surprise and exclaimed. What? Jurosen turned to look at him with a serious expression. Actually, we've escaped prison, we've broken out of the dungeon. The feeling of memories flooding back. Tyven and the others simultaneously spoke in astonishment. Oh, right, I totally forgot about that. He looked at them smiling and said, I haven't forgotten. He silently judged. How are they this naive? Jurosen carefully assessed the people around him, thinking that the mission to escape prison and rescue the children were connected, and he was certain that aside from the church, most of the rebel NPCs saw him as an enemy. If luck ran out, he could be executed even before he had a chance to act. Entering this place seemed reckless, so ironically, places like this could actually be safer. Tian interrupted his thoughts. Why don't we go inside first? The backpack should be on its way here. Master, could you cast a camouflage spell on me? Just changing my color would be enough. Then all four opened the door and stepped into the tavern before them. Once inside, it wasn't too crowded, nor were there many customers. The four fell silent as they noticed many eyes trained on them the moment they stepped in. Jurosen suddenly brightened up, which made the other three nervous. Oh dear. Already busy this early in the morning? Everyone's finished working. Huh? How about having a drink together? It must be tiring keeping the city safe and joyful. Would it be a problem if we sat at one table? The man behind the bar looked at them and nodded. Please feel free to choose your seats. Everyone's tired, so please keep it quiet. Jurosen scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I've got a bit of money, so I'm just feeling a little playful. You understand, right? We'll keep quiet and won't cause any trouble. The tavern owner quickly brought over 4 glasses of beer. If you have a little money, why not try 2 glasses instead? Hearing that, he enthusiastically gave a thumbs up and exclaimed. You must know exactly what we need. Life is only worth living with beers after a hard day's work. Tom Sun and Kak sat silently, somewhat tense. Only Tian clapped along, saying, yeah. Suddenly, the tavern owner looked at them warily. By the way, I've never seen you guys around here before, and your accents are pretty strange. I thought in Police City, they used to call me Bloodhound. Something here smells really fishy. Thompson listened and suddenly felt uneasy. Jurosen sighed and said softly, I guess there's no need to hide it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table, and those witnessing the gesture suddenly flinched, grabbing tightly the sword hanging at his side. Jurosen stepped closer to the tavern owner and casually asked, How do you know? You can't fool my nose. Can you? Am I right? He replied cheerfully, Yeah, that's right. I was born in the Blackscale district, Just finished dealing with some mercenaries, and I'm getting ready to head south. The tavern owner got so excited he started bragging about his muscles. I knew it right away. It had that fishy smell, and I'm quite familiar with that accent. The police chief of Police City, Lucas, still hasn't lost his mind. Got it? His eyes squeezed shut in confidence and self-satisfaction. The nearby soldiers burst out laughing. How many years has it been now? Yeah, you should stop before you scare off all the customers. The tavern owner's cheerful expression quickly faded after hearing their remarks. He angrily shouted. Looks like you guys have forgotten my temper. Huh? Want to get punished? The others pretended to be scared, waving their hands. Come on, I'm just joking. Scary like that. How can we enjoy our drinks? Let's finish and go. He kept nagging. Before, you didn't even dare look me straight in the eye. Jirosen subconsciously looked at him with appraisal. Chief Lucas is a guy I find pretty cool. He is the NPC responsible for the city's wanted orders. Even after retirement, he opened this tavern to keep crime in this area under control. And with his lively personality, he turned this tavern into a second home for the police. Others must really trust him. That means if I can fool Lucas, I'll be safe here. Suddenly, he stared at Thompson. By the way, I think I've seen your face somewhere. Have we met before? Thompson stammered a reply. Huh? Me? Right, have you ever met? Or do you work for the underground world? Thompson was so scared he stood up. Well, the gaze of Tyven and the others looked at him tensely. Fearing trouble, Jirosen spoke up to bail him out. He really does have a dog's nose. That's why I respect the police around here so much. He patted Thompson's shoulder reassuringly. He's right. This guy is Thompson from the underground world, but only used to be. He once got beaten up by those guys there, so I hired him as a mercenary, just wanting to bring out some humanity in him. It's probably nothing serious. According to him, he hasn't caused much trouble yet. As soon as you finish speaking, he warned in a stern tone. I don't care if you're trying to bring out humanity in him or not. I have to do my job. Thompson gazed at him in a daze. His eyes filled with unspeakable emotions, and he began to tear up. The tavern owner saw this and became flustered. Don't cry, that's enough. Good heavens, I feel so guilty. He reached out his hand, signaling to shake hands. I'm sorry, my name is Lucas. If I don't know your name, then maybe you can use this to start a new life. The man was touched by this gesture, his strong hands grasping his. I am Thompson Delbo. He gently replied with a nod. Can I call you Thompson? Please let me know if there's anything I can help you with in this new life. At this moment, Thompson was overwhelmed with emotion, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you. Tyven and Kak, witnessing this scene, also breathed a sigh of relief. The policemen in the tavern were moved as well. The people sitting nearby looked at them. Jirosen interrupted. Sorry to spoil the mood in front of everyone. Hey, this is your flashy night, right? Has anyone ever heard the name Ogo? Jirosen looked at the shop owner's expression and pondered, genuinely frustrated inside. He had lent him the shield, yet the guy ran off without paying him back. Now that he knew his identity, who knows what he might say? Is he an assassin or some kind of ritual master? The shop owner frowned and repeated that name. Ego? Who is that person? Is he also from the underworld? Hearing this, Jirosen was dumbfounded, silently thinking. Huh? Go, you bastard. You dared to lie to me about your name? In the room, Jirosen stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. He no longer felt like resting. His mind was a complete mess. Go clearly knew the shop owner, but the owner said he didn't. Why would he lie? There was no reason for it. Jirosen's train of thought came to a halt, shifting scenes to a new space where Kak spoke up. Sir, regarding Go, I think there is a high chance he comes from the Wire Principality in the south. Jirosen paused, curious, and asked, The Wire Principality? You think so? Kak's gaze averted, somewhat hesitant. But not wanting to delay matters, he recounted everything he had witnessed. The special move he performed when leaving was one of the martial arts secrets taught only within the Wire Principality. It's called Arrow Dance. That name snapped Jirosen back to reality. It was extremely significant in his memories. Arrow Dance is a skill featured on the Class A mission card, typical of an Eastern assassin. If that's the case, then he very likely hails from the Principality. Just as Kak said, Eastern-type assassins only appear as special mission rewards from the Grand Duke Wire. Divan and Kak continued the conversation, with her curious. Isn't the Duchy of Wire a vassal of our empire? Kak firmly affirmed. That's right. Jirosen sat silently, deeply focused on his thoughts. So after all the effort to join the Royal Army faction to obtain an Eastern-type assassin card, he unexpectedly switched to the Revolutionary Army faction. On Tyven and Kak's side, they also felt a hint of suspicion. They exchanged glances and signaled to each other, very suspicious. Divan slammed the cup down and shouted loudly to boost everyone's morale. Very suspicious, but that's not what we need to worry about now, right? More importantly, there is something we need to confirm. Tyven asked seriously, Do you really have precognition syndrome? Jirosen hurriedly replied, though still hesitant. Tyvan, to recount, when we were in the underground prison, Kak said that the Marquis once said, "It might be true." Tyvan's hands trembled with fear, but she forced herself to remain calm and continued. "If you really have precognition syndrome, then there's no point in wasting time here. The situation suggests you have it. Of course, preventing disaster and saving innocent people is very important." As she spoke, Tyvan showed some reluctance. She emphasized, "But even so, for me, the most important thing is that you survive. That is the most important." Kak was also straightforward. "Me too. My top priority is protecting you, Your Highness. So please tell us the truth. Do you have precognition syndrome?" Jirosen hesitated. He admitted honestly, "Actually, even though I don't have precognition syndrome," before he could finish his sentence, Jirosen's throat tightened, and he hesitated, feeling very complicated. Tyvan hurriedly urged him. Everyone was losing patience. Jirosen looked embarrassed at their question. The truth is, under immense pressure, his mind gradually became chaotic. "That's not it." At that moment, a gentle hand took his. Tyvan sympathized with Jirosen. She gently said, "So you have a reason you can't say out loud, right?" Tyvan was naturally understanding and tactful, knowing how to ease the tense atmosphere. "Actually, I also have things I can't freely speak about. As long as it's not precognition syndrome, that's enough." Looking at the woman before him made Jirosen pause his thoughts. Come to think of it, Tyvan was also hiding part of her identity. She kept encouraging him, always opening her arms to support Jirosen. "You've been through so much and can't rely on anyone. If there's anything you can't bear alone, don't hesitate to lean on us. You know we're always on your side." Her warm and sincere heart successfully healed Jirosen. He was deeply moved to hear Tyvan, the 19-year-old woman, speak those words. Is it Jirosen's fierce heart? Or is it my heart? Someone who once lived like an orphan child. All of Jirosen's trains of thought came to an end. He lay still without a word. But after everything, Jirosen felt quite satisfied. After all, there was real food and a real bed. He began to enjoy himself. It had been so long since he'd indulged in such a luxury. But immediately after, he fell silent in thought. Jirosen's eyes still held a trace of regret and disappointment. It hadn't even been a month since he arrived in this world. Yet reality was already starting to feel distant. Jirosen raised his hand as if trying to grasp what was still missing. What place was this anyway? Too real to be a game, but not quite enough to be reality. Lost in thought, the system panel popped up, cutting through his reflections. Character info. Josen Evan title. Pig Prince Fate. Level 9 Gladiator Slave. Jirosen reacted instinctively, springing up with sharpened senses, as if sensing danger. He grabbed his sword and cautiously stepped toward the door. "Who is it?" The voice coming through was the manager's, without hostility. "Oh, it's Black Hook's office? You're awake? Someone downstairs wants to see you." Jirosen sighed in relief, glad it wasn't a bad guy. "Yes, I'm up. I'll be down right away." The visitor was Bamilo. Jirosen opened with, "You're early." "Huh?" The guy didn't answer but instead asked back. "Why are you here alone?" Jirosen explained. There was no one around. His master was still recovering his mana, and CA and Thompson had gone out to buy a few things. Bamilo was surprised, and Thompson. Once again, Jirosen found himself in an awkward spot. Hesitant and uneasy, he admitted, "Well, some things have happened, many things are different now." Thinking back, Bamilo and Thompson were never really compatible from the start. Just as Jirosen was on the defensive, Bamilo pulled out a box. "Anyway, here's what you asked for." Inside the box was a pair of glasses. Bamilo carefully warned, "I never thought I'd get to touch the leader's stuff. I'm just lending it to you, so be sure to take good care of it and return it. Okay?" But Jirosen was unconcerned. "He's not here, so who cares?" He curiously picked up the glasses and asked again, "Wait, you're lending me this?" "Well, whatever, let's just say you did, even though I have no idea how long I'll keep it." Hearing that, Bamilo could only sigh helplessly. How did it end up like this? Jirosen put on the glasses, full of anticipation. "So, do they suit me?" Bamilo was irritated by his nonchalance but didn't forget to add, "My head aches already, so don't ask any more questions. Oh, here, your ID card, but of course it's fake." "Oh, said you're using the name San. Just stick with that." Jirosen held the card, still full of questions. "The name works, the story about the three brothers fits, but why are you the oldest? And I'm the youngest? We have a ranking system too." Bamilo began to explain logically. "John, never forget you're an escaped prisoner. Even if your appearance changes, you have to avoid the city guards or doing anything that draws attention." Jirosen suddenly changed his tone with a hint. "Isn't this their hideout?" Outside the door someone shouted, "Hey, don't cause any trouble." Bamilo followed the guy's gaze, unreadable and deep. Turning this tavern into a refuge is really an unexpected choice. Pure genius. Jirosen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I will make good use of this glass and identity card." The backpack didn't want to be polite. "No need to thank me. Besides, I forged the card and already put you on the guest list. Now everything is ready for the blood rite ceremony." Bamilo couldn't keep calm and hurriedly asked, "So what do you intend to do?" The high priest is deeply worried about the disaster, and so am I. Facing Bamilo's expectant gaze, Jirosen replied, "That's obvious. Let me briefly explain the plan." Jirosen spoke slowly, his face oozing with overconfidence. "We will participate in the blood rite ceremony. And when the accident happens, I will stop it." That idea left Bamilo a bit disappointed and uneasy. "Third prince. That's not what Jirosen quickly reassured him. "I will not let anyone die." Bamilo was now completely at a loss for what advice to give. Jirosen continued discussing tactics. Even the name of the shaman leading this madness forced Bamilo to rack his brain. Finally, Bamilo agreed to trust. "You want me to entrust everything to you and just wait? All right then." Being acknowledged made Jirosen gleeful. "So that's settled now, right? Want to grab a bite before we go?" Bamilo tactfully declined. "I'd love to, but I'm too busy. Don't think I have the time. Oh, by the way, Go asked me to pass on a message." Jirosen's smile gradually twisted into a grimace. "Forget it, that bastard is probably trying to trick me again." Bamilo didn't keep it a secret and immediately spilled the beans. "Ego's real name is Philip." Jirosen paused for a moment. "Wait, what?" "Philip Wire. According to the system, the character Joy Wire, also known as the Young Lady, is the granddaughter of Duke Wire, famed for her beauty and intelligence. In the main storyline, she was captured by the opposing faction during the Alliance conflict and then went missing." Jirosen suspiciously remarked. "So Ego is a girl. They say beauty often comes with a tragic fate. And just like Jirosen, she seems destined to die no matter what. Though human, she embodies two strong destinies with sharp beauty. She shares a deep bond with her grandfather, Duke Wire, desperately fighting to survive. Both a noble young lady and a ruthless assassin, her allure is simply irresistible." Jirosen recalled the trending questions about her, one of the two most beloved characters, while Jirosen himself was the complete opposite. He began piecing everything together. After all, this wasn't a normal situation. She was supposed to be a noble young lady living in a duchy, but instead she went around kidnapping revolutionaries and even Jirosen. He remembered their previous encounter and that she even knew about Ji, a character the Empire's knights hadn't discovered yet, and that there was already a strategy plan to deal with him. When asked if she was a player, she remained calm, but looking at the contrast between the two made Jirosen still unable to believe it. How could a mere pawn become why? Wait a minute. How could a woman like Eve become? If it were like me, occupying several NPC bodies, and he arrived in this world before me, maybe he had already found a disguise item. After some thought, Jirosen concluded, more importantly, the possibility that he also occupies an NPC body like me is very high. Meaning there might be others like me and her, people who take over NPCs. Jirosen began to worry because these people might know something about this world, even understand why I ended up here. But there's no guarantee they aren't enemies. Jirosen was tangled in confusion when Bamilo warned. "Be careful. Very few know the name Why here. Her official name is Ive." Now, as Bamilo was about to leave, Jirosen hurriedly asked again, "Wait, where is Why?" Just then, the steward entered from outside. Bamilo didn't answer directly, only relayed. "She said she would come at the right time, so don't look for her. I'm leaving now." Bamilo turned his back and left, leaving Jirosen standing there dumbfounded. The aroma of steak filled the entire room. The steward brought the dish over, pushing it toward Josen, hoping he would eat. The steward introduced, "This is Lucas' special dish. Try it. This dish was made especially for you because Lucas knows about Miss Y." The steward urged again, "Eat quickly. It's just a meal." But Jirosen could sense the murderous aura radiating from him. What kind of pressure was this? Just as he obediently brought a piece of meat to his mouth, the steward's words made him freeze. "I accidentally overheard earlier. Hey mercenary, how do you know the young lady?" the steward asked sternly. He emphasized, "You're not the young lady's lover, are you?" Although he wasn't, Jirosen still got goosebumps and hurriedly explained. "What? No way. Uncle, what kind of crazy talk is that?" The more he thought about it, the more Jirosen's face twisted away. "Don't say such terrifying things. I absolutely am not dating her." By the way, Jirosen wanted to know more. "And what about you? What's your relationship with her?" The steward was surprised. Jirosen gave up pressing but secretly rejoiced. "Right, is she important to him? This is the perfect chance to find out naturally." The steward replied with a confident air. "Important? Of course. I'm the leader of a group called Daddy Bears, the fan club of Lady Y." Jirosen looked at him helplessly. The steward continued explaining. "Hey, don't give me that look. There's nothing strange about it. We have the lady's permission." He looked genuinely excited. "We, the Daddy Bears, exist to protect Lady Y. You have no idea how many stalkers we've caught trying to get to her." The steward recalled the day they first met. "Do you know how many people in Orax gain power just from her presence? Lady Y is as noble as a lily and as fresh as freshly picked fruit. She's in a totally different class, completely unlike someone like Elin, the seductive goddess. Have you ever seen Lady Y smile?" Jirosen was speechless, not knowing what to say. "So he's just the head of her fan club?" Jirosen might as well stop hoping for anything from the steward. Now I get why she needed that disguise item. The steward, still full of enthusiasm, babbles on. Hey, are you even listening to me? Anyway, we have to protect Miss Y, Orax's treasure. But her coming-of-age ceremony is just around the corner, and that's a very serious matter. The steward is worried sick and restless. No one can help her with that, and the wolves are everywhere, no matter their age. Jirosen ponders again Bamilo's parting words from earlier. Was that her way of saying they will meet again? Y will take part in the Bloodwind ritual, and she knows I will, too. What worries Jirosen is not knowing in what guise the other will appear. When we meet again, will she be an ally or an enemy? The steward tries to recruit more protectors for his idol. I've said my piece. Are you going to join the Bloodwind ritual? Miss Y needs more guards. You're an outsider, true, but I'll write you a recommendation letter if you want. Jirosen calmly declines. Why on earth should I join? No thanks. The steward feels a bit deflated inside. Don't be so harsh with your refusal. Won't you reconsider? Jirosen sticks to his original decision. No thanks, and then pouts. I even planned to make you Lucas's special dish. I really misjudged you. Jirosen didn't say anything more about his decision, thinking to himself. I'll still participate, no need to change the whole plan just because of why. In Jirosen's mind, a perfect idea had already formed, and he quickly put it into action with the head steward first. But first, I need to be stronger so that if I have to face Y or worse, endure another disaster, I'll be ready. I'm still loyal. We men of Black Cat Manor live and die by loyalty. He honestly said. My relationship with Y is quite vague. Seeing the head steward still sulking, he added. Speaking of loyalty, a new friend of mine said yesterday that he knows you. Now the head steward's mood improved. He was full of pride. If you don't know me in Orax, then you must be a blind snake. Jirosen only dared to curse silently in his heart. What a huge-sized guy to be so rude. Scary even. He probed. His name is Cho, you don't know him? That name stirred the head steward. He shouted loudly, Cho? Did you just say Cho? Seeing the head steward trembling in full indignation, Jirosen continued to pour fuel on the fire. He looked very pleased, saying he's some great spellcaster or something. Before he could finish, the head steward cut him off. He growled. Where is he? The drunken debts he owes me could buy a house, and more importantly, because of the fraudulent contract he holds. Feeling stared at, Jirosen felt embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that? Just now, you were cursing him out flat. The chief began the negotiation. If you catch that scammer, give him to me, and I'll give you a nice reward. The system popped up the quest barrow, the mage's card. He accepted the mission. Jirosen pretended to hesitate on moral grounds. Since when did you get so into the act? Where's that loyalty from earlier? In the Black Claw Guild, we live and die for loyalty. If he just pretended to hesitate a little, exactly as planned, the chief grew impatient. He begged. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Just catch him, and I'll give you a tempting reward. Jirosen declined, still feigning reluctance. Is that so? Then what's the reward first? I get disappointed easily. Seeing the chief still hesitating, Jirosen pretended to turn away, signaling disappointment. The chief quickly made a decision. All right, I'll give you the gloves I once used. How's that? Just as he hoped, Jirosen smiled slightly. The reward was coming his way effortlessly. He turned back, cheerfully responding. Now that's more like it. He agreed to the chief's deal. If you say so, I really have no choice. I'll bag him by tomorrow. The system announced a successful negotiation with the NPC. The mission reward has been updated. The legendary gloves of the retired old man were added to the quest barrow, the mage's card. Jirosen felt like throwing a party inside. Nice, once I finish the mission, those gloves are mine. Better polish them up beforehand. The chief was still puzzled. Huh? According to what Jirosen had carefully researched before, in this world, NPCs call the player's fate cards by many different names. God cards, curse cards, cosmic cards. They interpret them their own way, but basically, it's a power only players possess. Chero is one of the important factors when studying these cards. When you meet Chero, the card sorcerer, the player can unlock the card upgrading feature. Meeting Chero is extremely important because it's the only way to turn low-level cards into higher-level ones. However, don't be fooled. Chero is also a notorious scammer. When I arrived at Orax, I got a D-rank card draw ticket. Upon reaching level 10, I would get a second random card draw. But I was planning to use the upgrade feature to convert all low-level cards into at least C-level. Jirosen decided to bet on his fate cards. We've journeyed together long enough. Now it's time for me to become stronger. Goodbye, slave gladiator. Elsewhere, a voice of interrogation rang out. Damage nearly 850 gold. The affected items included 2 decisive shields, the swift bow, and the forest ring. We believe the culprit is still within Aura's range. That person suddenly slammed their hand hard on the table. The angry leader demanded. Why are you standing here empty-handed? You should have caught them ages ago. The bald man next to him, scared, hesitated. Lately there have been a few prison breaks. Looking at the person dead on the ground, everyone present was trembling. The ringleader retorted to the excuse he gave. The city's security has been tightened up. Just then, the bald guy's head was severed from his neck, blood spurting out. The ringleader ordered, "Shut the rest up and sell them all off as slaves." The two assassins immediately complied. "Understood, Chairman," they threatened. "We'll kill you if you cause any trouble." The masked man added, "Just keep your mouth shut and follow along." Han didn't want to be discarded. Though terrified, she still provided more information. "They come from the Alliance Legion, now frightened and driven mad by fear. I hope this information helps catch the culprit." "It is my honor to serve you, Chairman." This info probably saved her life. The ringleader asked why. Han recalled everything and confidently reported. That red missile action was a sign from the Alliance Legion, and since he clearly knew about the death dice, I'm certain the Alliance Legion sent them to target the underworld. The ringleader grew impatient. "Where they come from doesn't matter. Just kill anyone who robs us." He also bluntly declared, "Even if deceived, you've maintained that brutal nature I admire. This is your last chance, Huron. Bring back both the people and the heads they took." Han smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Chairman. I'll bring them here no matter what." Cut to the place where the Jirosan group is temporarily staying. The sunset sky carries a purple hue tinged with a hint of melancholy. Inside the house, a worried voice breaks the silence. "How strange. Why are these people so late?" Tyvan sits at the dining table. Jirosan stands by the window waiting. "They should have been here by now." He lowers his head and sighs, carrying a feeling of unease within. Jirosan blushes, irritated by the chewing sounds behind him, and shouts, "Seriously, how can you eat at a time like this? The guy named Kak you're obsessed with still hasn't come back, and you don't seem worried at all?" She raises a drumstick and tries to justify herself. "Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with him." But before she can finish, Tyvan yells at Josen's face. "And don't be disrespectful to my master like that. Just because you're a prince, does that make you so arrogant?" Jirosan fires back without backing down. "I'm telling the truth." Then her expression falls as she looks at the drumstick in hand and sighs. "Do I really look like that? I heard men don't like easy women, so maybe I need to act a bit more refined." He's still dazed when Tyvan comes up with a new idea. "You run off in a hurry. I'll read a book until he returns." Jirosan feels helpless. "Before you say that, wipe your mouth clean." She lies on the bed, reading a book while trying to reassure. "Don't worry so much. He's a 6th level knight. Didn't you already map out his route? He'll be fine. You overdoing it like this only makes me worry more." Jirosan turned away thoughtfully. "Yes, I just feel a bit uncomfortable because of something." He thought to himself. "She's right. There's no need to worry now. Maybe it's because this is the first time I've not been with her since coming to this world." His eyes grew pensive. Or maybe Jirosan's lingering feelings are because this sensation is too real. "Kak and Tyvan have long been like an older brother and sister to me." The sunset scene accompanied by his inner voice. "Being close to them could be dangerous, especially since I grew up as an orphan, facing countless dangers on this journey." Jirosan recalled something terrible. "Of course I can overcome them, but what if a single small mistake of mine causes the loss of either of them?" He gripped the windowsill tightly, wondering, could I face their deaths? The door creaked open, and Jirosan cheerfully turned to see 2 people entering. Kak sighed with relief. "We're back." Thompson also said, "Sorry for coming back late." He smiled brightly. "Well done. So you managed to avoid both the underworld agents and the city guards." She lay asleep in bed, while the 2 replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I believe the entire city security was tightened." The 3 of them sat down at the dining table together. Jirosan thought to himself that he hadn't expected this to happen. Perhaps next time when planning, he really must pay more attention to being the 3rd prince. Thompson looked at the dining table and slowly broke his train of thought. "Sir, may I eat first?" Jirosan replied, "Oh, sorry, you must be hungry. Go ahead. If you want anything, just tell me." The dishes were cleaned up completely. They said thank you for the meal, Your Highness. Thompson also said, "Thank you, sir." He took out a stack of papers and they took it. "For now, we'll use this." He wondered. "A false identity?" "Yes, Your Highness." He smiled. "Exactly. From now on, drop all formalities and just call me San." The same goes for Tyvan. He was embarrassed. "San is okay?" Jirosan stood up suddenly. "We have no other choice. The old man thinks I'm the youngest in this team." He walked away. "You probably already know, right? But this must be kept a secret until you die." Jirosan placed his hand on the guy's shoulder, making Tom's son turn pale. "Understand?" Trembling, he replied, "I see nothing at all." Tom's son turned awkwardly. "By the way, the food is delicious." "Huh? I didn't expect Captain Lucas to be such a good cook." He spoke up. "Oh, I guess this is your first time here." Thompson was a bit embarrassed. "Yes, anyway, this isn't exactly the place I wanted to come to." Jirosan was curious. "You wanted to come here? Even if you're from some back alley, this place brings you here, huh?" He bowed his head. The image of a man standing in front of a young boy appeared. That man smiled. "Captain Lucas is my benefactor, and also someone I admire." Thompson smiled lightly. even though I've lost the right to say I admire him. They recalled the moment when they all sat down to eat with the steward. At that time, he accidentally saw Tom shed tears. Jirosen cut through Thompson's foolish thoughts. So what? That's the choice you made. Jirosen continued, yes, maybe it wasn't your choice the first time, but you have thousands of chances to turn back, don't you? They were still confused. Your Highness, I still don't understand what Tom's son has been through. Tom smiled knowingly, ready to open a new future for himself. You are right. I have thousands of chances to turn back. Choosing not to act is also my choice. Jirosen achieved his goal, smirking at Tom's son. Then I will give you another chance. What if I put you in the city guard team? He was confused. What? He asked again. What? Don't want to? Tom's son awkwardly said. No. Becoming a city guard has been my childhood dream, but I'm afraid it will. Jirosen smiled with satisfaction. All right, you know how to pickpocket, right? From the horizon, the first rays of sunlight appeared, brightly illuminating the entire town. A flock of ducks leisurely glided along the river, their gentle wing flaps causing a few feathers to fall. Jirosen looked up at the sky, his breath forming thin smoke. Perhaps it was early morning, but it was really cold. Leaning against the wall casually, he asked, Tom's son, aren't you cold? Seeing he didn't answer, he furrowed his brows in confusion, then softened his voice with concern. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Tom's son's eyes were full of sorrow as he slowly said, Sir. His lips trembled, mumbling unclearly. Pickpocketing. I'm not sure anymore if I should actually do it. Then he honestly shared. Of course, this isn't the first time I've done it, but I have decided to start my life anew. Waiting for the fury to rise in Tom's son. Yet here I am pickpocketing just to become a city guard. As he kept babbling about his inner thoughts, Josen suddenly put a pouch of money into his hand, cutting him off. Hey, he's coming. Shut up and take this. He took the pouch, puzzled, and asked, What? He placed a hand on his shoulder, pointing toward the bridge. Do you see that guy standing over there? The guy on the bridge? Tom looked in the direction he indicated, replying, What? Yes, I see him now. The man standing on the bridge forced a smile, both hands raised, trembling. He then introduced, That's Chero. All you have to do is slip this money into his pocket. He held the pouch with both hands, carefully asking, So I don't need to pickpocket? Just slip this money into his pocket? He confirmed, Exactly. Instead of stealing money, you'll be giving him this cash. Tom's son looked at him, hesitating slightly but still answered, I understand. Jirosen placed his hand on his shoulder, reassuring him just as he was about to ask. But why? He walked away and simply said, Chero despises silver coins. I'm sure he'll love finding this wad of cash in his pocket. He headed toward the sunrise, then turned back and asked him, What are you doing? Thompson, are you coming? He understood what I meant instantly, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Yes, sir. Just leave it to me. At a banh mi shop, Chero happily whistled a few tunes, and the sandwiches were plopped down onto the table. He stood in front of the cashier and called out loudly, Shopkeeper, how much is the total? The shopkeeper glanced at the bag of bread, then raised a hand in surrender, stammering, 2 copper coins, but sorry, who would have thought you? Chero poured all the coins from his pouch, each coin shimmering as they clinked together, spilling down like raindrops. The shopkeeper was embarrassed as she looked at the pile of coins heaped on the table. Calmly, he asked, 200 coins, right? Then Chero grabbed the bag of bread and stepped out of the shop, waving his hand back while saying, It'll probably be a bit over 200. Keep the change. Stuck. The shopkeeper still yelled after him. You should really stop doing this. Stepping outside, he lifted his head to adjust his hat, grinning happily. Early in the day and already feeling lucky. Wonder what fun is coming next. Suddenly, Tom's son dashed by so fast he startled him. Standing by the roadside, he couldn't help but follow the man's back with his eyes and scold. Hey, watch where you're going. You almost dropped my fresh banh mi. Chero stepped on some dung, but then he noticed something and wondered, Huh, what's this? A shining silver coin lay at the bottom of the bread bag. Seeing it, Chero went crazy and shouted, A single silver coin. Immediately, the bag of bread and the coin fell onto the sidewalk. He sat down hard on the ground, so shocked that he didn't even care about the bread anymore. His face turned pale, his voice trembling. Why is this thing here? It must be because of that guy from earlier. Tom's son suddenly turned back, softening his tone to ask, Are you okay? He was startled the moment he saw him. You are? His face was gentle, with a hint of worry. Sorry, I'm chasing a con man right now. Chero was still lying flat on the ground, pointing at his face and shouting, What? And what does that have to do with me? I can't eat a single piece of bread because of you. What do you plan to do? Tom's son looked a bit embarrassed and gave a sheepish smile. I'm sorry, I'll buy you some bread. But he refused, shaking his hand back and forth. You think that's the issue? My back hurts so much I can't stand. Just give me some gold, at least 1 coin, hurry up. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to place a pouch of money in his hand. Here, it's yours. As soon as the pouch was placed in his hand, he was startled. Tom's son cheerfully explained to him. I don't have any gold coins, but I'll give you all the silver coins I have. That's 100 coins. Chero panicked and denied vehemently. Are you crazy? I never asked for silver coins. I don't want them. But no matter how much he struggled, he grabbed Chero's hand directly. This increasingly upset Chero. Huh? Let me go. Why are you doing this? I hate silver coins. He smirked, his voice dark. Tension was clearly visible on Chero's face. He looked at him cautiously, then suddenly shouted, "Let go. Let me go." Tom-sun leaned in closer. What's wrong? I thought you wanted money? A few silver coins slipped from his hand and fell down. He panicked immediately. This madman is trying to give me silver coins. Someone, please help me. The bakery owner stood at the door, subtly covering her mouth, smiling with satisfaction. His face was crazed as he slowly dropped each silver coin to intimidate him. Get ready to strike it rich with silver coins. Unable to endure this mental torture, Chero fainted, foam forming at the corner of his mouth. Thompson ignored him lying motionless, buried under a pile of silver coins. He focused on reading a paper, murmuring as he read, "No need to thank me." In his heart, he hesitated for a moment. I've taken the contract he used to trick Chief Lucas. This should be enough, right? After a while, Chero woke up by the roadside. He stood up and searched through all his pockets. After searching in vain, he was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly. He even tore off his entire suit to look. Finally, he shouted, "Where's that bastard? You'd better not pull that stunt again." Chero's eyes were bloodshot, his anger reaching its peak. "I'll kill you. Hurry up." He looked up, thunder rumbled, and he walked outside. He cursed himself relentlessly. You think you can just walk away after what you did to me? I hope a bird poops on your head. I hope you step in dung and die. Then tears welled up in his eyes. So unfair. Next time I see you, you're dead for sure. Some passersby saw Chero, naked and screaming, and mocked him. What's going on? I've never seen anyone do that to a con man before, right? Serves him right. Jirosen pretended to walk by and asked with concern, are you okay? He was in a fit of anger and snapped back at him. Who the hell are you? Are you trying to mock me? He widened his eyes innocently and said sincerely, Sorry, of course not. I'm just delivering something to you. Hearing this, Chero was surprised but still cautious. Huh? Step aside. There must be some coins left in there. Jirosen reassured him. I've already taken them out, so don't worry. He softened his tone and asked. Really? He confirmed. That's right. Seeing this gentler attitude, he couldn't help but exclaim. What a kind young man. He slightly curled the corner of his mouth, speaking in a low voice. Thank you for your compliment. Deep inside, he thought, as a pro, the most important thing is to find the optimal path. And if you're truly a pro, you take advantage of every benefit along that path. He silently stood behind, watching him pick up his vest and put it on. What I could take were Lucas's quest rewards and the upgrade card. I could even take the destiny cards of rank D or higher. After dressing, Chero continued to shout angrily. What are you looking at? Find it funny? Get lost, all of you. Jirosen was still engrossed in his own thoughts. The conditions are to reach a certain level, cancel Chero's curses, and pass a small test. I just have to avoid temptation. Then he turned and looked at him gently. Thank you, you've been well taught, young man. He immediately pulled out a sparkling card from his hat and asked, By the way, I think this belongs to you, right? He looked at the card, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Couldn't possibly be mine, not mine. Though his voice remained calm, his heart was full of questions. Wait, why is it here? Hearing this, Chero's lips curled up slightly, and the card inside his hat radiated a strange energy. Jirosen was still baffled. Isn't that supposed to be mine? Looking at the card in front of him, he muttered to himself it should have been a god-level mysterious hunter. Could it be connected to Jirosen's bloodline? So that means I can take it? Master Jirosen just stood still for a moment. Chero looked at him and asked, Can't you see clearly? Want to come closer to take a better look? At this point, he was still battling with his thoughts inside. No way, this guy was clearly trying to lure him in. After finishing his thought, he took a deep breath and said, No, I think it's unnecessary. There's no way this could be mine. Upon hearing his firm refusal, the man held up the card, put on his hat, and asked, Really? Strange. It's not mine either. Are you sure you won't regret this later? Take a closer look. His expression slightly darkened, and he said coldly, I still think it's yours, and this card also says it belongs to you. As he spoke, he waved the card to mesmerize Jirosen. His face looked utterly crazed, his eyes staring straight at him. He continued thinking, I know it's the Grand Wizard card, but why would I deny that it's mine? Then he asked, What should we do? It's not yours. He kept thinking, If I can't resist the temptation, this card will be incinerated into ashes with just a snap. Not only will I lose the chance to draw a B-rank card or upgrade it, but Chero will also vanish from Orax. Surely, Chero exists as an NPC in other cities as well. But I can't waste time looking for him when I need to get stronger immediately. I have to calm myself down. Finishing his thought, He took a deep breath and then spoke, as a god-level Grand Mage handed over to me. Hearing this, the corner of Chero's mouth curled into a sly smile. Then he said, "See, I told you it was yours." He snatched the card from his hand and said coldly, "It's mine." At this speed, Chero sighed. Young people sure are impatient. But it's a shame. A terrifying glint flashed in his eyes as he continued speaking. "What are we going to do? It's not yours." But before he finished, Jirosen across from them tore the card in half, shocking Chero. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" He replied coldly, "What? Didn't you just say it's not yours?" "It's not mine either, so I just tore it up. It annoys me to look at." Pointing at him, he scolded, "You idiot. Why did you tear it?" "Wait, didn't you just say it was yours?" he asked back. He nodded. "Yes, so what's your point? Answer me." He calmly replied, "I'll answer you shortly." Annoyed by his indifferent attitude, he thought to himself angrily, "What kind of crazy kid is this?" Then he shouted loudly, "Earlier you said you were holding my money, right?" He replied, "That's right. 1 silver coin, don't you want to take it back?" The man murmured softly, "No, just take that money and buy me a drink." The system sent a notification. Reward received from the trickster card Chero. Reward, guaranteed to draw a D-rank card. In the tavern at that moment, still enjoying his sweet mugs of beer, he spoke. "There isn't a single card that's useless. Each one has its own purpose." After finishing a mug of beer, he looked towards the counter and said, "Waiter, another glass, please." Then he looked at him, smiling. "Am I right?" "Oh, that's right, those cards are like fragments of a god." "Hard to believe, huh? Fragments of an ancient god." Hearing the drunken ramblings, he said nothing but sat listening, thinking to himself, "I just have to drink and endure his nonsense. But the problem is, the guy does ramble way too much. I've already heard all this. Can I just tune it out?" Yet he kept babbling in his ear. "Back then, I did like this, it's like that." Then he interrupted, saying, "Oh right, are you sure you really understand all this?" He calmly replied, "Didn't you say to place the upgrade card in the left hand?" He nodded and answered, "Right, so you were listening after all." However, deep down he thought, "This guy keeps randomly checking my focus. It's really annoying. No matter how I look at it, he seems like just a normal NPC in the game." But something felt a bit different just now. In the game, no matter what he said, all I had to do was claim that this card wasn't mine. So I still couldn't understand why he kept trying to tempt me. But experiencing it for myself, I found it hard to resist. If I didn't tier the card, I'd lose Chero. And if I conceded to that magic during combat, I'd also lose the chance to get the D-rank card and the upgrade ticket. Thinking that, he immediately pushed those thoughts out of his head. Fine, I don't want to think about it anymore. In the game, mind control magic is nothing but powerful, but here I think I need to be more cautious. At that moment, Chero spoke up again. "So you have to be more careful. You know, the more cards you use, the more achievement points you accumulate, and these points affect the success rate when enhancing cards. But if you use a high-level card for enhancement, you'll lose all the points you've earned." Hearing this explanation, he cheerfully said, "You're smarter than you look. So you figured out the secret behind these cards, haven't you?" He nodded in reply, "That's right." The system sent a notification. "You have unlocked Destiny card upgrades." Looking at him, he asked further, "Would you like another drink?" Facing that strange question, he calmly replied, "What a silly question. Of course I have to keep drinking until I've used up all the money you took from me. Are you planning to run off with that money?" These words made Josen angry, but he still forced a smile. "Of course not." Then a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. "I need to bring him to Lucas soon." Meanwhile, Lucas angrily slammed his hand on the table, holding his head with both hands, muttering, "It's not here. The fraudulent contract isn't here." He continued to lament. What did he do with it? Don't tell me he already sold it to someone else. Then he angrily stood up, grabbed Chero by the collar, and shouted, "You bastard, where's the contract? The contract he used to deceive me." Meanwhile, Chero was still passed out from being completely drunk. Seeing no reaction from him, Lucas turned to look at Josen and laughed out loud. "Haha, thanks for bringing him here, but the most important thing, the contract, is still not here. Sorry, I can only give you part of the promised reward." Hearing this, Josen smiled in reply, "It's all right, I didn't get anything out of him either. Why are you still standing there? Cheer up a bit." Lucas's face still showed a hint of sadness as he said, "I understand. Don't worry about me, just focus on what you need to do." Josen continued thinking, "In this game world, if I can't find the contract in Chero's possession, Lucas's shop will soon shut down. He'll rack up serious debts and end up in jail. When that happens, crime will spread all over Oryx. I feel sorry for him, but Thompson will hand him the contract soon." Thinking of that, he turned away and said, "Farewell. Well then, I'm off." The system notification. "You have completed part of the mission to capture the Chero card. You have received the mission reward. 10 gold, 1 experience point, no gloves from Lucas." The system continues to send a level up notification. "Would you like to choose the second fate card?" The system notification. "You have completed part of the mission to capture the Chero card. You have received the mission reward. 10 gold, 1 experience point, no gloves from Lucas, then slowly walked away. After walking a bit, he stopped again and let out a sigh, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, mumbling something. System notification. The choice of the second fate card will begin immediately. As soon as the system notification disappeared, 3 dazzling beams of light shot down from the sky straight to where he stood in the center of town, lighting up the whole town as if it were broad daylight. Looking at the 3 cards before him, his eyes became extremely serious. The system continued to send a notification. 1 D-rank fate card draw ticket has been used. He released the 2 cards in his hands. We came up to the 3 cards in front of us. Now, there were 5 cards total appearing before him. Looking at them, he marveled. It's really awesome to have so many items like this. The feeling of drawing multiple cards at once is absolutely thrilling. Not just because of the excitement, but also because the more choices you have, the better. Even though I'm not as anxious as the first time I drew cards, the pressure is definitely higher now, because this is no longer just a game. Now, let's start with the D-rank cards. System notification. D-rank Destiny card. Soul Summoner Executor has appeared. D-rank Destiny card. Pet Trainer has appeared. Looking at the first 2 cards, he muttered to himself. Not too bad, but the pace of both cards is way too slow. The Soul Summoner needs to make contracts with spirits and accumulate power. But with the children needing rescue right in front of me, I don't have time to run around making contracts. As for the Pet Trainer card, in this harsh world it's just too unrealistic. This is a low-level card from the Transcendent tier. Training dragons in Oryx, my ultimate goal is to tame a dragon. But to truly own a dragon, this card isn't necessary. Both of these cards are slow starters. Their potential only really bursts in the late game stage. Now I only have 1 card slot left, and in the current situation, I can't afford to invest in these cards. So in the end, I don't get the card I actually need. But then he quickly reassured himself. No problem at all, that's what makes everything more interesting. After all, no one is holding a knife to my throat. And compared to last time, this feels much more comfortable. The main event has arrived. I still have 3 cards left. What could they be? Could it be a revelation card? Come on. Show yourselves. He immediately reached out and touched one of the cards. Instantly, it appeared as a rank C card, Earth Sorcerer. The system sent a notification. Fate rank C, Earth Sorcerer has appeared. Looking at this strange card, the corner of his mouth twitched as he angrily muttered. What is this? After opening all 5 cards, his spirit was on the verge of total collapse. The next card was rank D, Apprentice Mage. Not exactly terrible, but at this stage, starting with a rank D is pretty useless. And the last card that appeared was rank S, Genius Actor. That one wasn't exactly a card to strengthen his current combat ability either, but it was quite useful. Probably only effective after he unlocked more slots. Suddenly, he questioned out loud. Why is everything so vague? Looking at the 5 cards, he sighed deeply and said, well, the answer is pretty obvious. He immediately reached out and pointed at the rank S card. The system sent a notification. Fate rank S, Genius Actor has been selected. Are you sure? Although not entirely satisfied, he still nodded gently. After all, it's still an S rank, so it's not too bad. Wait, better say it's absolutely fantastic. Right now, using such a thing as material to dissolve would be like cooking premium caviar into soup. But later, when I upgrade to an A rank card, I can instantly use this as material. So I just need to open an extra slot before then, and I can equip and use it immediately. What could be better than that? The system continued sending notifications. The game will resume in 5 seconds. At this moment, he was still indulging in self-flattery. Jirosen is so charming, right? And since this card is based on charisma, there's a chance to use it even before that. Perfect. After making his choice, he pulled the cloak up over his head and happily strode forward. It needs to be a bit challenging to be fun. If it's too easy, it'd be boring, wouldn't it? The system sent a notification. The game continues. Fate card D rank, Soul Summoner Adherent, Fate card B rank, Magic Training, and Fate card S rank. Genius Actor have been added to your inventory. As soon as the notification ended, he made a decision. Although it's not what I expected, I have to upgrade this card now. The system continued sending notifications. Fate B rank, Slave Fighter has been deactivated. For the next 24 hours, you cannot use the Fighter Fate. After finishing up, he returned to his room. At that moment, the attendant stepped forward and spoke. Welcome back, Your Highness. He nodded in response. Yes, I'm back. Then CA asked, hey, where's Tom? Didn't he go with you? Tiven continued, you two didn't go together? He replied, from now on, you won't be seeing Tom's-son anymore. These words left both of them utterly stunned. Tiven asked curiously, did you two fight? Did you actually fight? He frowned. Don't say that. I'm not a kid. She sneered, at age 20, you're still just a boy. He thought angrily, he's only 19, you know. Then he stepped forward, sat down, and looking at her, asked, so are you kids too? At this question, her face turned shy. She shouted, what? No, not at all. Then quickly changed the topic, so why hasn't Tom's son come back to you? Don't tell me that. He nodded and answered, that's right. From now on, Tom's son will walk a different path from us. She asked, has he really become a guard? He replied, soon enough. It means from now on Tom-sun will be in a position where he has to chase us, so it's better for him not to be involved with me anymore. Hearing this, CA nodded and said, I understand now. Seeing his somewhat contemplative demeanor, Jirosen thought to herself, it seems CA has gotten quite attached to him in just a few days. Then T-Ven asked further, even though the chance is slim, what if Tom-sun betrays us? If he rats us out, wouldn't we all be doomed? Kak sighed and replied, no way, no matter how much Tom-sun lies or how bad his habits are, he still has honor. He won't betray us. But Jirosen interrupted. No, he will betray us. He will tell them everything. This made Kak wonder. What do you mean? He continued. I suggested to him to tell them about us. Kak asked again. Why? He explained. Tom-sun would mix half-truths with lies to probe for information. Anyway, how's the underworld activity going? Kak responded. The noose is tightening slowly. This matches your prediction. He nodded, saying, told you so. It's time for us to leave Orax and move on to the appointment ceremony. That ceremony is very important. But more than that, it won't be long before the Hanyang Tavern and our fake identities lose their effect. Besides, leaving Orax won't be easy. The underworld is hunting us relentlessly, and the city guards won't hesitate to arrest us either. He immediately suggested, tomorrow afternoon we'll escape Orax through the east gate, and I told Tom we're escaping through the west gate. Then he looked at Kak and asked, do you really trust Tom-sun? I've only met him a few days ago. If you don't trust him, I can take another route. After a moment's thought, Kak smiled and replied, no, your highness, I trust Tom-sun. Jirosen smiled. Really? Me too, just trust him. After all, the east side is the easiest way to get out of Orax. Still, tomorrow let's buy some more supplies and keep an eye on the underworld's moves. The nods. Yes, your highness. T-Ven leaned forward slightly, curious. Can I go out with everyone tomorrow? He answered firmly, no. She wondered. Why not? I'm sick of being cooped up here. I'm dying of boredom. Wouldn't it be safer if I went with everyone? He shook his head, refusing. No, just hold on until tomorrow evening. Hearing that, T-Ven angrily shouted. Damn it, are you trying to kill your master with boredom? He explained. I said no because what if you're caught checking IDs? Who would believe you're 19 years old? Offended by the jab about her age, she slammed her hand on the table and yelled. You cheeky brat, are you saying I look old? Ignoring T-Ven's words, he remained lost in his own thoughts. Never thought I'd trust a former underworld member. If this was just a game, I would never have come up with this strategy. At that moment, his confident smile made everyone shout angrily. What the hell are you smiling about? The next day, as he opened the door and stepped outside, he discovered a bag. Inside were 3 sandwiches that made him very curious. As if realizing something, a smile spread across his lips and he said, take care. Thompson saw him appear, and Lucas greeted, hey, did you sleep well last night? Spotting something, his eyes suddenly stopped and he asked aloud, boss, what's with that dog? Seeing the little dog in Lucas's hands trembling nonstop piqued his curiosity. Then he replied, oh, you seem to be in a great mood today, boss. Hearing this, the boss cheerfully stepped forward and laughed loudly. Haha, young man, have you ever seen me in a bad mood? In business, the seller should always be happy because that makes the buyer happy too. That way, business prospers. And when the seller is happy, the buyer is even more satisfied, creating a wonderful cycle. See? The lengthy explanations nearly drove Jirosen crazy, but he still had to sit quietly and listen. Leaning in, he whispered, this is a secret, but it's actually Han Jung's business philosophy. We call it the magic cycle. He laughed heartily. Haha, don't look at me like that. It's unsettling. There's nothing so special about it. At that moment, a slight smile played at the corner of his mouth as he thought. Seems like he's in a very good mood today. Then he asked, want some breakfast? Today I'll throw in 2 slices of bacon for free. After all, breakfast is important. But he replied, oh, I've already eaten. By the way, do you know where I can find a dog? Hearing this, the boss was puzzled. A dog? You mean one that barks? He nodded and said, yes. Coming here makes me miss my pet dog so much. I'm not planning to keep it. Just want to take it for walks or something like that. This made him burst out laughing and reply, haha, then you've come to the right place. I'm an expert on dogs. Guards and guard dogs are inseparable. They are loyal friends to humans. He cut in, boss, sorry, but I'm busy. Can you get straight to the point? Hearing that, he responded awkwardly. All right, you should have said so earlier. Wait for me a moment. I'll bring my associate here. I also haven't had time to take Darius out for training. These words made Jirosen even more suspicious. Looking at the little puppy in his hands, he wondered, boss, is it really a guard dog? He replied, don't worry. Darius just looks fierce, but this little guy is very smart. He won't bite anyone, unless they're a criminal. I'll entrust this little one to your care. Looking at the dog, he was very curious. How can this dog be a guard dog, seriously? Is it because Lucas himself is so strong that the dog doesn't really matter? Cutting to outside. At this time, Jirosen was leading the dog, but its attitude was not cooperative at all. It kept growling, continuously glancing at him and barking loudly across the street corner. Glancing down, he muttered to himself, "Pet taming equipment." After the card appeared, he muttered, "All right, let's get to work." Then he sat down, reaching out his hand toward the trembling dog below. He spoke up, "Come here, Darius." The dog still wore a cautious expression. He confidently said, "From now on, your name is Mang. Got it, Mang?" A burst of mana flowed from his hand into the little dog, instantly shifting its mood from anger to gleeful excitement. After taming it, he and his little friend took a stroll down the street. The two had a great time together, the exact picture of a dog walking its human. Seeing him together with his little friend, they headed toward the fountain, putting on a circus act that thrilled everyone around. Immediately, a few gold coins were tossed forward to support them. After their outing, he lifted his little friend and asked, "Did you have fun today?" In response, the dog averted its gaze. He looked in that direction as well and realized Bam Milo had appeared without anyone noticing. He looked toward him with a suspicious gaze. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Back at Lucas's tavern, Balo asked Jirosin, "Now's not really the time to be playing with a dog, right?" He replied embarrassed, Yeah, but I'm not just playing around. It's kind of part of the process to get stronger." This somewhat cliched comment piqued Bam Milo's curiosity. He snorted coldly and continued, "Anyway, the church's grip is nearing its limit. They can't keep pressuring everything forever. By dawn tomorrow, the city guard will receive the arrest warrants, meaning even if Lucas is here." He confidently responded, "If Lucas becomes an enemy, we'll know how to handle it. The city guard is one thing, but the underworld is an entirely worse matter." Bamio wondered, "What did you do to make them chase you so fiercely? I've heard you angered the Allied Legion and even directly confronted the city guards." He sighed and replied, "It's not quite like that. Don't worry, I'll leave Orax after sunset. That's also when I'll join the Deep Blood ritual." He nodded in agreement. "Understood." Many kids have gathered at the Black Abyss to recruit teammates. Lucas, unnoticed, appeared right in front of them. To avoid awkwardness, he spoke up, "Have you finished your drink? I'll clean up." He nodded and replied, "I'm done. You can clean up." Then he looked toward Balo, which startled him. Balo shyly said, "Ahem. Well then, I'm off." He answered, "Yeah, see you later." After saying that, Balo quickly turned and left, but Lucas still glanced after him, barely moving as if sniffing some scent. Seeing him staring fixedly at himself, Jirosin asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? Your gaze is always so sharp." He turned around and softly exclaimed, "It's nothing." Jirosin went back to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at the cards in front of him. 2 cards remained intact. Only the Summoner's Compliance card had been torn by him. The system sent a notification. Fate rank F, Slave Gladiator undergoing upgrade. The success rate is quite high. Immediately, he brought a torn piece of the card close to the Slave Gladiator card. As the 2 cards touched, a flash of light suddenly flashed, dazzling his eyes. As the beam of light gradually faded, the card in his hand turned to ashes. System notification. Fate rank F, Gladiator Slave upgrade failed. Looking at the system board, he shook his head, knew it all along. Never once had he seen it succeed. He took the remaining torn card and continued the upgrade. This time, the system sent a notification. Rank F Gladiator Slave upgrade successful. Promoted to rank D Gladiator Prisoner. Looking at the new card, Josen smiled inwardly. Here it was, in his past life as a Celestial, he often liked attacking from afar, safer to stay behind than rush the front lines. Of course, in this world, when life is still hanging by a thread, he'll do the same, focusing on ranged attacks to stay safe. At least, that was his plan until he drew the second card. My luck isn't that bad after all. The cards I've drawn just don't fit the current situation, so I decided to upgrade the Gladiator card even though I only ended up using it as bait. It's the best choice I could make right now. Upgrading it wasn't the worst option, just not the best. After battling Aeon, he succeeded in evolving the C-rank skill Nomad Sword Technique to the Spirit Star Sword Technique. When upgrading a card, you can learn a skill the card possesses. Regardless of how good it is, better to have it than not. Objectively speaking, this situation isn't the worst. If I can just upgrade it to rank C in the next attempt, the system sends a notification. Fate rank D, Gladiator Prisoner undergoing promotion, high success rate. After finishing, he opened the door and stepped out. At that moment, Tyvan and Kak were already waiting. Seeing him come out, Kak spoke up. "Is your business here finished?" He nodded and replied, "Done. Now let's get out of Orax." Seeing the sparkle of joy in his eyes, Kak wondered, "What's the good news?" He just smiled and asked back, "Good news?" "Yeah." Haha, he recalled a few minutes earlier, while still upgrading the card in the room. The probability of upgrading a rank D card using another rank D card is 50%, which is called the normal rate. But the system reported a high success rate because he had Mang with him all day, increasing mastery for pet taming cards. The more the card is used, the higher the mastery becomes, and that affects the chance of upgrade success. The lower the rank, the faster the mastery increases. Capro often exploits this trick to the fullest. The system sent a notification. Fate rank D. Gladiator prisoner successfully upgraded to rank C mercenary fighter. He continued to consider using Thompson to leak information to the city guards that he would head west as a way to leave Orax. The easiest way is from the east, going through the alley behind and then through the market. We can easily leave Orax through the gap in the eastern wall. It's an easy route, just move quietly. But there's something bothering me. Just thinking about that, Divan immediately spoke up and suggested, I have a brilliant idea. Don't be surprised. But what about the underground sewer tunnel where we once escaped from prison? He replied, that's where we met the great religious leader, right? She nodded and continued, yes, if we use that path, we can escape easily without causing any noise at all. Those behind added, I think that's a good idea too. He shook his head and declined. No, I'll get lost without Bami Lo to guide me. Actually, I could find my own way. But Bender the pig is in the canal near the outskirts, and I can't deal with it right now. Then he turned to Tyvan and asked, hey, master, do you plan to wander around looking? Even though most of the city guards are in the west, we could still be questioned if we run into them. You should use camouflage magic. At this remark, Tyvan looked a bit surprised. She softly uttered an O. He continued, I'm not calling you old or anything, but you don't really look like you're 18. And Alidro, 18 and radiant, that's your fake identity, right? He kept thinking. The reason he didn't want Tyvan to leave the place was because he didn't want him to have to use camouflage, or more precisely, to have to remove his magical camouflage. For a wizard, inheriting the appearance and power from a predecessor is a tradition, and revealing one's true face is taboo. So he understood why Tyvan hesitated. It was like a psychological struggle. After a moment of contemplation, Tyvan spoke awkwardly. What if I say I have premature aging syndrome? Indeed, one shouldn't mention a woman's appearance, he thought to himself. Even in the game, seeing Tyvan's true face wasn't easy. Sure, he might drop his camouflage during the blood ritual, but what if that still didn't work? Then he immediately said, let's move ahead first. The three left along a quiet stairway. As they walked, he didn't forget to look back, observing if anything unusual was happening. The three continued leisurely down the street. Just as they spotted two guards, they turned to him and said, Sir, there is some checkpoint on the road to the city. What should we do? They blocked our escape route. Looking that way, Jirosen sighed. It won't be easy even though we have fake identities. Tian asked from behind, so what do we do now? He replied, there are plenty of other routes nearby, don't worry. Then they moved toward the market, which was already closed, so no one was there. He thought to himself, thank heavens. Looking ahead, Kak let out a relieved sigh. Well then, that's easy thanks to Tom-san. He nodded in reply, it really is easy. But then suddenly he spoke up. Wait, someone is watching us from behind. From behind, two soldiers stepped forward, loudly calling out, Hey, you guys there, what are you doing? Come here and take a look. After hearing the story from the Josen group, one soldier wondered, are the three of you siblings living in Aura? He nodded in response, yes, that's right. Then he asked, so what are you doing here? He stammered, well, the soldier's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, questioning, wait, these ages seem a bit extravagant. Looking 18 years old? He leaned close to Tyvan and asked, are you 18? You don't look 18 at all, these guys are very suspicious. Just as Josen predicted, it's not going to be that easy. He thought this time we're really stuck. But he was prepared. He activated the rank S equipment genius playwright. Then he laughed loudly. These words surprised the two soldiers. He asked, have you lost your mind? Ignoring his words, he kept stepping forward, making the soldier angry. Hey, stand up straight. Look me in the eye. Seeing Jirosen not respond, he shouted loudly, aren't you listening? Stand up straight and look here. At that moment, as he lifted his face, two streams of tears flowed, his whole body trembling in fear. This made the soldier wonder, huh? Are you crying? This action startled both Tyvan and Kak as well. The two soldiers in front immediately became embarrassed. One lowered his voice. Hey, are you okay? At this moment, he was sniffling and tearing up, responding quietly, my sister, she's ill. She has premature aging disease. Hearing the strange name of the disease, the soldier exhaled and asked again, hey, what the heck is premature aging disease? I have no clue what that is. The one beside him cleared his throat softly and added, ahem. It's a disease where people age quickly and die early, you just mess things up. Hey buddy? Then he looked away, making the brown-haired guy awkward. He stammered, what? No, I just, he seemed like he was about to say something. At this moment, Tyvan's face turned extremely angry. Her face twisted. She angrily turned away. Jirosen was still trembling with anger. He thought to himself, no, don't act like that. Seeing things going off script, he sat down on the ground, hugged his face, and lamented. My mom worried so much about my sister that she left the three of us behind. Hearing his story, the brown-haired soldier's face turned embarrassed. He apologized. I'm sorry. Your mom must be really worried. Here, take your identity cards back. He reached out and took the 3 identity cards. The brown-haired soldier said sheepishly, normally, I'm not like this, but I already made a mistake. Seeing their embarrassed attitude, he thought to himself, a genius playwright. This card really works. He continued speaking. Oh, and by the way, before he could finish, a hand suddenly reached out from somewhere, grabbing the soldier's head, then immediately smashing his and his companion's heads together, knocking them both out cold. Looking at the man before him, Jirosen wondered inwardly, who the heck is this guy? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind. It's been a while. Huh? This is what you get for messing with me. Say goodbye. Turns out, the folks who showed up this time weren't just anyone. They were Han's crew all along. Hiren's underlings quickly took down the two knights. Jirosen couldn't believe her eyes. Hiren, why on earth are you here? She clearly carried the air of a lunatic. I saw the city guards running west, so I came here on a hunch, well, call it a gambler's instinct. Hiren planned to let the group of male leads rot day by day. But does that even matter? You guys better get ready to live the rest of your lives as slaves. The young man in the black mask on the left quickly obeyed his mistress's orders and drew his knife with force. Together with the handsome man on the other side, a bloody battle was about to ignite. Watching the two approach, he felt extremely cautious. Marco and Bob, both 6-star powerhouses. This is bad. No clashes can happen here. The voluptuous woman wanted desperately to defeat those thugs, but was stopped by Jirosen. Master, you can't stop the fire magic now. The guards will instantly surround us. Sigh. She had no choice but to use another technique, blue energy swirling tightly around her hands. Tyveen opened a new barrier, creating a fresh dimension. The three quickly entered defensive stances, preparing for a hopeless battle. The tension was tighter than a guitar string, causing him to ponder. Tyveen couldn't even wield his master's primary weapon, fire magic, and it would be over an hour before he could equip the warrior's leaf. Even if he possessed innate talent, this situation was just too unfavorable. Though he raised his sword, Jirosen still couldn't calm his heart much. After all, the real fighting strength he could rely on right now was only Karl's. This opponent was none other than the underworld's right-hand man, so even risking his life in battle might not be enough. This could be the worst-case scenario. He quickly ran through the 36 stratagems. What should he do now? Run? Jirosen was more and more flustered. Forget Karl's. There was no way he and Tyveen could stand against Marco and Bob. Using a trick to pretend someone was here? No one would believe that. His thoughts tangled like a storm. He had to figure out a way to escape this situation. He really needed to rack his brains. It seemed Karl's was determined to stay and fight alone. Get Sean out of here. Huh? What? He was incredibly steadfast with his words. Listen to me, I'll follow behind, so just go ahead first. Jirosen couldn't understand what Karl's was planning. Huh? What the heck was he saying? Watching that hero saving the damsel act, Hiren laughed so hard he nearly burst a gut. Hey, what are those clowns doing? Filming a tragedy, maybe? They really think they can escape? She was smug as could be. Don't bother trying anymore. You'll all end up sold into slavery sooner or later. Like I said, I've never lost because this victory was mine from the start. He quickly coached Jirosen. Ignore me and go, there's no time. Saying that, though, he still looked a bit overwhelmed. Hey, buddy. Karl spoke with a deep, serious tone. This is my responsibility. And I entrust Sean to you, sir. His illusion of power was quickly shattered by Jirosen. Stop spouting nonsense. If anything happens to you, do you know how furious Elrin will be? There was no other way, so he spoke up, Master. Please prepare your fire magic. These brats probably don't even know who Tyveen is. I've been preparing for a while. Karl's was a bit uneasy, but said, if you do this, the guards will. Jirosen is well aware of the situation. They will charge in. The enemy is very strong. This is the best option. Though he lacked enough strength, he was always boastful. I know, but at least we have to let them taste pain. It's definitely dangerous. Jirosen worried for both himself and his teammates. But right now, he wasn't exactly strong either. Although Tyveen was a 7-star wizard, close combat like this was completely disadvantageous for him. He wanted to reclaim those good old days, but he couldn't abandon Karl's. Because for him, this wasn't just a game. Bob was annoyed by the cheesy talk. Are you done? We've got to keep you guys alive. Marco chimed in, so we won't be killing you. The Hiren group quickly deployed their formation, and Jirosen's team thought this might be the end. His eyes now filled with murderous intent. They're here. At that sudden moment, a familiar shadow appeared, flipping the atmosphere like a Marvel movie plot twist. It seems that Jirosen's reinforcements are that little dog. Bob didn't understand what was happening. Never mind the dog. Marco was extremely surprised. Darius. Jirosen froze for 5 seconds. Mang Mang. He silently looked at the white dog. You. Mighty Lucat arrives. Oh heavens. Which bastard dares to attack my guard? The name alone makes Jurosen shudder. Lukid. He charged straight ahead. His hair slicked back with 502 glue. Looking sharp. A shot fired straight at the enemy's center. Confident and powerful. When Lukid appears, it's all over, my friend. So it was you guys, time to teach you a lesson. Hiron was about to meet his maker, but didn't even realize it. Who are you? Damn it. Hearing the rambling words, he strikes without hesitation. Take a break, miss. Jurosen saw that the situation had fully tipped in their favor. Master, I think you should stop now. He trusted those two 100%, leaving this battle to Carls and Lukid. Unlike Haifong, he doesn't beat around the bush. Alright, now let's continue unfinished business. I side with Karankos. As for Hiron's minions, split up. I'll handle Lukid. I'll take this side. After saying that, they charged at each other, punching and shouting. So this is what a third-rate martial arts movie looks like. Lukid took the chance to probe the others. Know who I am, Bob said firmly. Of course, his face was tight, but his tone playful. But I'm not Lukid. Without saying a word, Bob unsheathed his sword. He swung straight at him. Enough nonsense already. Lukid saw that this guy's skills were still immature and green. Not quite a star yet. He quickly turned down a narrow alley, and the other guy rushed to follow him. But he still couldn't catch up to Lukid, way too slow. Hearing the taunt, Bob felt like his brain was about to burst with rage, determined to teach that old man a lesson. He rushed straight in, simultaneously falling into the old man's trap. Lukid, for reasons he didn't understand, stopped and calmly stood at the dead end. Lukid spoke gravely. If I truly am Lukid, as you say, I don't know what to say to your wit, Bob. Yet you foolishly followed me into this cramped spot. Have you ever thought that I led you here to set a trap? Bob's brain was dull, but his limbs well developed, which I didn't care about. He still believed he was strong enough to finish off Lukid. I just needed to shorten my sword's path a bit. Alright then. Bob's moves looked powerful, but they'd never be a match for the old man. Lukid easily dodged. Really, the skill level? What skill level? Who even grades this? Even at close range, he was a seasoned veteran unmatched by any. Lukid swiftly gathered every ounce of power in Jack's moves, preparing a lethal strike. 1 slash. Bob's face went pale with fear. This time, it was really over. He aimed straight at the center of the face. A powerful blow that sent his opponent flying. Bob sprawled on the ground, eyes dazed, silly grins, and red liquid spurting out. Lukid was completely unharmed. If this guy was real in the world, the locals must have a hard time. Now Lukid only cares about that little knife. When did you stab it? Really sneaky. He suddenly became pensive, silently observing the enemy. Seeing that pitiful look made Lukid think even more. When both fight together, it's truly troublesome. But as long as you take down one, it's no big deal. That tiny little knife at most cost him 1 HP. I'm really curious about the third prince's situation. How are things over there now? Just entering. There appeared a face with a bowl-cut hairstyle, apparently just knocked out. But those hands looked like they were about to kiss each other. Why lift someone's face up and then throw it down? But overall, it seems like these two armored guys just got beaten up. Lukid muttered words expressing dissatisfaction at the guards lying all over the ground. Doesn't understand how they've been training guards lately. Looking over, 2 guys were training. Blue circles flickered like those wizards from China who could fly without wings. Face to face, sword to sword. Both showed faces stretched tight like violin strings, as if ready to charge at each other anytime. A purple aura emanated as if strengthening the sword, the hand gripping tighter. Carl suddenly dashed unexpectedly, paused momentarily, but the blue-purple flashes kept flickering continuously. Carl's face was struck by a sword from that guard. The wound looked quite deep. On this side, Lukid was observing from start to finish, silently appraising the abilities of the two as well as the recent battle. Was he being overwhelmed? Still lost in thought. His silver-tinged eyebrows knitted tightly together. Within those eyes were countless calculations no one could anticipate. Thinking it over, someone trained only as an elite knight would find it hard to counter the erratic, unpredictable strikes of the underworld. Carl's swift movements and skilled swordsmanship were impressive but still insignificant in this place. He was indeed a talent recognized by the entire nation, yet still too inexperienced. Marco had plenty more experience. He kept watching the fight, continuously commenting, and his style completely countered his opponent's. Carl seemed to be losing strength after narrowly dodging his opponent's sword strikes, though the clang of blades still echoed steadily. Moving slightly, a single sword swing sent the opponent flying 10 meters away. Credit where due, his strength wasn't bad, but still not up to the brutal level of this ravaged world. Could it be that Lukid was worried for his safety, fearing that if the fight continued, it might cost him his life? I'd better step in soon. He stood behind the guard, deliberately letting the man bump into him, then spoke angrily, "Hey, watch where you're going." Though old, his strength was hardly less than these broad-shouldered guards, maybe even greater. Lukid growled, "You dare?" Then raised his fist. Just as the fist was about to come crashing down, a voice called out, "Lukid." You could see the guard trembling uncontrollably at his feet, terrified beyond words. His hand was still clenched tight, and it seemed the guard was only a few centimeters away from being flattened on the ground. Hearing the call, a huge question mark appeared above his head. Like, what the heck? His expression was one of baffled confusion. As if saying, "I'm just trying to help, so why are they stopping me?" "Hey, what's up, young Harkenas guy?" Jirosen chuckled, holding a ridiculously cute little white fluffy ball in his arms, explaining to Lukid, Old man, sorry, but this little guy is for Carl's. Can you let me give him to Carl's, please?" Lukid made a stunned face like a confused piglet, his eyes wide open in disbelief at what he'd just heard, both puzzled and incredulous. Why would anyone make things difficult for themselves like that? Then he doubted Carl's abilities, seemingly insulting his skill and honor. "I don't think you can handle him with that level." "Can't handle him? That hurts," said Carl's companions, including Jirosen, defending their friend's honor. "Wanna bet? I'll put 10 gold on it." His eyebrows furrowed again, his deep gray-blue eyes calculating something. Finally, he agreed to the bet and made a condition. "All right then, but if I win, you have to pay for Lukid's special treat from last time." Sneaking away, the guard who was trying to flee was stopped by Lukid, probably too scared after just getting pummeled in the last fight. He spun around abruptly, grabbing the guard, his eyes warning that if the guy tried to run, there'd be trouble. The guard's face went stiff, sweat pouring. Probably his heart was pounding harder than when standing next to his crush. "Where are we going? Let's keep fighting." "Oh my god!" Terrifying. Lukid's eyes flashed with a fiery red glow, like he wanted to devour the guy right in front of him. An aura colder than the underworld radiated from him as he growled a threat. "Do it right, or you're dead." Jirosen smirked contemptuously, his tone dripping with unmistakable sarcasm. "Think you had it all covered? Who'd have thought you'd make us pay? Even Lukid's special dish comes with a price? That was only because of Eve you gave it to us." Jirosen kept mocking Lukid nonstop, truly sharp-tongued. "I never thought he'd be the calculating type. So stingy. Just imagine he used to be captain of the city guard." Lukid's head must be about to explode thanks to Jirosen. Lukid reluctantly gave a half-hearted explanation to ease some of the insult. "Ahem, once you become captain, you'll understand. Debts keep piling up because of all those shady contracts." The moment money came up, he started lamenting about the tough days of the past. "As a former captain of the city guard, I absolutely couldn't step foot in prison." He looked up at the sky, where thousands upon thousands of stars seemed to hold all his hidden feelings. "I had to manage the bar alone all day without a single employee. Daily revenue kept dropping. I didn't even know what I was doing anymore. My dreams completely shattered." He raised his head as if wanting the heavens to see right through his heart. "I asked myself where those clouds I once saw had drifted off to, only to realize they had all vanished." He kept rambling about his hardships and the dusty, painful path to maturity. "I glanced around, only a burden of responsibility remained. A life full of nothing but responsibility, repeating day after day. That's the price of being an adult kid." But luckily, Jirosen was already helpless, so he had to tell him to stop complaining. It was nonsense. Tyveen looked ahead, focused on those two. Here they go again. Lukid felt deeply hurt to have his heartfelt words interrupted, while Tyveen and Jirosen were both angry and helpless, just sighing. "Oh heavens, no one even wants to hear me say a few words anymore. But he'll be fine." Lukid was still doubting Carl's abilities, constantly probing, wondering if we could really win. Meanwhile, Jirosen seemed very confident about his friend, asserting firmly, "That's right." He kept warning, partly hoping they would back off. "He's facing a guy from the underworld who completely counters Carl's fighting style." Jirosen's eyes focused on the two of them, analyzing their fighting styles and strategies. Marco used the flow technique, while Carl's wielded the commanding technique typical of the Borderlands. Although their styles countered each other, Both were on the same level, so Jirosen thought Carls couldn't lose. In fact, he was quite confident. Indeed, Marco really countered Carls, but since they were both level 6 in a solo match, he wouldn't lose easily. A quiet word of encouragement revealed Jirosen's deep trust in Carls. Carls, you can do this. Words from Carls sounded like a declaration of war to his opponent. I'll start now. They exchanged blows repeatedly. One swung the sword, the other dodged the attacks. Marco was no slouch either, always targeting openings to counter Carls. But Carls, with both sword technique and agile reflexes, dodged most of the opponent's moves. Still, Carls seemed to be getting overwhelmed, constantly evading difficult blows without launching attacks himself. Could he actually lose? Lucid was probably chuckling quietly inside, feeling a bit mocking towards Jirosen and Carls. How ridiculous. Looking toward the fight, even someone with no knowledge of swordsmanship could see Carls was at a disadvantage. Lucid smirked to himself, wondering where he got the nerve to make such a bet. Carls was being pushed back and struggling to defend. He began worrying about Carl's safety and felt a twinge of reproach toward Jirosen. The third prince's stubbornness would cause an innocent knight to die. Lucid once again wanted to stop this senseless battle. He should intervene. Just as he was about to step forward, Jirosen's arms stopped him. Hey, wait. The two looked at each other, one angry, the other resolute not to let him go. I misjudged you. Then Lucid turned to question Jirosen. Are you really going to lose a teammate over a foolish bet? His eyes revealed anger and resentment. No matter the bet, taking a life isn't a joke. If I don't intervene, your knight will die. But Jirosen disagreed. He believed Carls could succeed. No one would die here. Thanks for the help, but stop tempting fate. Tyveen bit his lip, trembling all over without knowing why. Yet Jirosen remained determined not to let him stop their duel. This isn't about a bet, and we won't just watch because it's entertaining. Lucid looked a bit confused hearing what he just said, hesitating as he asked again, so why? His eyebrows furrowed, eyes full of trust directed at Carls. We trust because Carls himself requested it. He talks big and confident, but deep down he's really worried about the safety of his comrades. Honestly, this whole situation makes me pretty uneasy. His face darkened, yet amid the worried thoughts a glimmer of hope peeked through. The trial was nearly over, but Carls could handle it. Not only was Carls standing there now, he always had. Carls's presence felt like something solid and dependable that Tyveen and Jirosen could count on. Carls Reut had always been the commander in every battle. The atmosphere was rent apart by an intense surge of mana converging on the blades of the two warriors facing off. Outside, Jirosen anxiously warned, Carls, don't push yourself too hard. Lucid will return soon. But Carls didn't waver. His expression hardened. No, this is my battle. In the flashing magic light, Carls's voice rang out firmly. Relying on others will never help me grow. He concentrated all his strength into his sword. I have to be stronger, he thought, preparing for whatever might come. Carls launched relentless attacks, sharp slashes of gleaming light flashing nonstop. Confident, he asserted, please trust me, I will win no matter what. The battle continued with extreme tension. Carls fought tenaciously, tireless and unyielding. Macro's gaze flashed a cold light, as if he had spotted the opponent's weakness. Macro suddenly flipped Carl's sword upwards, then spun the blade in his hand and thrust a deadly stab directly into Carl's chest. Carls bit his teeth in pain, but before collapsing, he still tried to swing his sword upwards. Macro remained extremely calm, once again aiming his sword straight ahead, decisively delivering the finishing blow. However, Carls managed to narrowly dodge by a hair's breadth. Rushing forward with momentum, Macro couldn't stop in time. Carls quickly seized control of the sword hilt. Macro was no slouch either, instantly yanking the sword back. While Macro hadn't yet recovered his composure, Carls suddenly struck the vital spot with his elbow. Macro's eyes were intensely focused. His sword hand rose. Unexpectedly, Carls snatched it away in an instant. Every bit of Macro's resistance was easily blocked by Carls. Not missing the opportunity, Carl's blade instantly hovered at his neck. Powerless, Macro raised both hands and said, I surrender. Jirosen immediately rushed over to check Carl's wound, asking if he was okay. The whole scene with Carls had caught Lucid's full attention, leaving him deeply moved. That young man, to break free from the pressure weighing on him, had sacrificed part of his shoulder to swing his sword diagonally. Facing Marco, he should have continued a relentless attack but instead hesitated, and because of that, revealed a flaw that led him into a trap. Recalling Carl's eyes during the fight, even with a wounded shoulder he remained remarkably calm, which left Lukid utterly amazed. Don't tell me this was all part of his plan. Lukid stared at the unbelievable image of Karls pressing his sword to Makros' neck and exclaimed, "No, that can't be." He turned away, saying, "Well, I admit you're stronger than I thought. Now I guess I know the third prince's team is really trustworthy." Lukid stepped forward to instruct the two soldiers. "You boys have to drop by my tavern sometimes and buy a whole case of wine. Understood?" They bowed their heads, "Yes, sir." He put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "All right then, you may go." He added further instructions. "And both of you need to train even harder." Both nodded obediently. After everything that just happened, Lukid wore a thoughtful expression. "I'm genuinely worried." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Why don't you go back to being captain like before?" Lukid turned around and saw Jirosin, Karls, and Tyveen watching him intently. Seeing Jirosin's challenging stance, Lukid teased, Standing like that makes me really want to catch you." Jirosin still smiled a friendly smile. Lukid waved his hand. I was just joking." But Jirosin suddenly shook his head. He smiled slyly. "Where's the guy I bet on? Could you help me find him?" Lukid coldly turned his face away. "You just pretended to disdain this bet earlier." Jirosin laughed mockingly. "Just kidding. Turns out you really are stingy." Seemingly hit right on the sore spot, Lukid's face veins bulging with anger, his voice cold and snappy. "Fine. I'll give it to you." "Who said I'm stingy?" Jirosin immediately bowed respectfully, thanking him for saving us earlier. Lukid's gaze darkened thoughtfully for a moment. He pressed on, "Lift your head. A prince cannot bow so easily." This statement left Jirosin stunned. He was taken aback, surprised. "You didn't come here to arrest us? How did you know?" Lukid replied calmly, "Didn't I tell you? My nose is as sharp as a dog's." He continued with an unreadable expression. "Not even the high priest Bamilo could fool me." Then his face turned serious. "Gilrishan Elro de Vault, Karl Cillian, Turvin Sway, you all escaped from the Elam Grand Church's underground prison before being handed over to the Titan Task Force." He bluntly revealed that there were rumors the third prince was fat, and others said no, but the Grand Church decided to spread the word he was fat. Lukid analyzed suspiciously. "I investigated, and it seemed the church had slacked off a bit. Such a number of prisoners escaped, they can't just drop their guard. And just yesterday morning, I realized the person you were with was the High Priest Bamilo. I trust my instincts as a former city guard, so I asked him why he was hiding it for the third prince. Although I only vaguely guessed, it seemed like he was telling the truth, and when I heard his explanation, I finally understood the actions of the Grand Church." Jirosin frowned slightly at that, so Lukid had known all along. Bamilo. Lukid decisively spoke his speculation. "You guys are trying to stop the disaster that will happen at the blood ritual, right? I couldn't just sit still after learning the truth, so I had Darius follow, and I came here myself. I am here not only as a former captain, but also as a citizen from Orax wanting to prevent the upcoming disaster." Suddenly, he bent down. "I begged both of you, please stop the disaster at all costs." Jirosin looked a bit confused at him. Lukid. Then he looked at him with certainty. "Don't worry, we will definitely stop it." In front of Jirosin, Lukid showed a very cautious attitude. "Third prince, please grant me one more favor." He placed his hand on his shoulder, earnestly pleading, "Please protect Eve." Jirosin thought to himself, I knew he was going to say that line. Lukid hugged him tightly, earnestly pleading as a citizen of Orax and president of the Bear Dad Club. Jirosin was completely confused, sweating profusely. "Kook, I can't believe this old guy." He squeezed his eyes shut helplessly until frothing at the mouth, saying, "You're right. I can't feel relieved until I know what's really going on with Eve," silently screaming for help. "Karls, help me."
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.